Hello, everyone. Morning. We already started already, so we want to congratulate everyone who made it here and those that will be joining us subsequently.
Hello, everyone. Morning.
The first task for this morning.
We already started already, so we want to congratulate
for
everyone
us
who
to
made it here and those that will be joining us subsequently.
We have a Google
everyone.
link for everyone to register.
The first
so we need to capture everyone who are here.
task for this morning,
because we have arrangement for everyone that are here. And the second task will be everyone here should follow our Twitter handle. We'll be doing a lot of engagement via the handle. Our swags, our gifts will be followed by, in fact, let me know the first person who followed us today. There's a reward for that. So our ushers will be helping us. They'll be coming to us one-on-one to take the registration. So you don't need to go out there for registration. Just give us your details so that we could reach to you after the event. Once again, welcome everyone. While we go on, I want us to just take a short prayer. In everything, we just commit it before our God. So, our Father, we thank you for the privilege, the opportunity to be here. We commit this meeting, this conference, workshop, hackathon into your name. We ask you, you are the great teacher. Please inspire us in the name of Jesus. Amen. All right. Just feel free at this point, keep networking, because places like this is an opportunity where you meet. In fact, as at yesterday, we were cracking a joke in our lodge that if you want to be my friend, you must have a block to your name. So if your name is Eniola, you should be ready to have a block Eniola, because anybody who is into blockchain, Web3, they're in the right step, because the world is going decentralized. So we have this decentralized economy, a whole lot happening. So it is a privilege for us to come to get this first. And this event is totally sponsored by Filecoin. And I want us to just give a round of applause for Filecoin. And to amaze you, in the whole world, we are actually the pioneer in having this conference. We have the Orbit programs in all parts of the nations, but we're privileged in Africa, in Nigeria, in Lagos, to be the first host. And as I speak, we are live. So please, I want you to just take this event seriously. There will be hackathon, and they will have a reward for that. We have $1,000. We have opportunity to have a co-working space for 3 months. So if you have a business, you could use that as a startup. So for the second winner, we have a $500, and you're already part of the Orbit community. So this event is successful because you're here. So I'll also convert your support by reaching out to as many of us who are, at home, close by, to come join us here. It's not easy. This is a working day, and we believe before we end, the whole place will be filled up. So are we ready for today? How many of us are ready? Let me see the excitement. So who is the first person following our Twitter handles? If you know our Twitter handle, it's at Ethereum Nigeria and at Filecoin. So simply go to Twitter, follow at Filecoin, and at Ethereum Nigeria. Capital E and capital N, Ethereum Nigeria, one word. So when you are tweeting or when you're making a comment, what you just need to do is to add the address, the Ethereum Nigeria and the Filecoin address. So when you're making a statement, so we want to see your pictures, want to see your sweet faces online. Our partners in the US, Australia, everybody watching, they want to see you. Just be creative. Who knows? We have a lot on the Twitter handles. So that's our official engagement. If you after this, shortly, Blockverse will be coming up to take us intro to blockchain. So if you're very new in the ecosystem, congratulations. So just be ready, be open to learn. And we know after this, you will be very happy that you're part of this chain. So thank you once more, and let's enjoy ourselves.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Yes. From this third row. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to be going around and you'd tell me how you got to hear about this program and why you came here. Who wants to go first? Oh, fantastic. We have a volunteer.
Okay. My name is Toyosi. I'm a final year student of UNILAG, and I got to know through my department actually, computer science.
Fantastic. All right, yes, you can clap for her. So you wanted to say something, sir?
Yeah. Olushola. I'm also a student of UNILAG, computer science, year 4. So I got to know via Twitter. I like follow the Web3 space. So I got to know that Twitter.
All right. How many UNILAG people are here? Ah, see them. Okay, fantastic. Who else wants to share their experience? Oh, fantastic.
Hello, everyone. I'm Samuel Justina, and I got to know about this program through UNN blockchain. And I'm here to learn and interact. Thank you.
Okay, so who here is from outside Lagos? With this insecurity, came to come and why are you here? What are you doing here?
I came to learn about Web3, but I learned about this from my friend, Anu. Okay, Uniben, University of Benin. Yes.
So really, when it comes to funds, distance is not an issue. You came from, care to introduce yourself?
My name is Adeleke Anuluapo. I'm from the University of Benin, representing Blockchain Uniben. So we came all the way to learn more, definitely, for the hackathon and, to network.
Some people are here for the hackathon already. Like, who else is here for the hackathon? Jesus Christ, I'm interested. All right, I'm coming to you. You're even, you're on your system already. Okay, so care to introduce you. You're coding, you're working, you're like in the office right now. Jesus Christ, does the office know you're here? It's all right. Okay, so you care to introduce yourself and tell us why you're here, how you got to hear about this and all?
Hi, my name is Khadija. I'm a software engineer. I met Emeka at Stack Shift and I think Polygon conference. Yeah, that's when I talked to me about the Filecoin conference that will be happening. And I'm here to learn. Okay, I'm here to learn, participate in the hackathon and network. Yeah, basically.
I'll say it the way I heard it. I'm here to participate in the hackathon, learn, and what's the last one? Oh, okay, network. Okay, network is second. That learn. So I don't think it's for you. All right. How about you?
Hi, my name is Adri Makope. What else do you want to know? Oh, I heard about this event on Stack Shift and then Web3 Ladies.
Web3 Ladies. Are you part of Web3 Ladies? Is it a WhatsApp group or Telegram group? Or... Anna, where do you who you're meeting? Slack. Fantastic. It's a Slack community. Please, do we have Web3 guys? You guys, you are sleeping on this thing. These ladies are not, before you know it. It's all right. I'm sure you are here for the hackathon. Hackathon, Abby? See them. Where's the one that said is here for hackathon? All right. Who wants to, enlighten us on what they know currently about our platform? It might be part of the question. In fact, I will include it in the hackathon question. Personally. Eh? Who wants to go? Who wants to go? We have 3 ladies. I see the 3 of them looked up. What you know so far about Filecoin? So is it safe to say everybody here has Hmm? See, can we not include that in the hackathon? It's like cheating. The way I'm looking at it, like you, 10 odds. So do you want to share what you know about our platform so far?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm new here, Ben Gross, so I'm into edu consultancy. And actually, I got to know about the platform via Gida. So I've been following him on Facebook and also being a crypto enthusiast. I'm here to learn more and also to grasp every knowledge that this program has to offer. Thank you.
Crypto enthusiast. If we now say we are giving you your $1,000 in Naira, uncle. What? Okay, you want to answer? Okay. Before I change, we'll give you the one in Naira. We're not giving you any coin.
About Filecoin, what I know is that it's a decentralized storage system. Instead of having a single source of failure where you store our files, so our Filecoin provides different pairs of nodes that can distribute the files, and just like IPFS, is that the same thing?
Of course, I'm just messing with you. All right. So I'm just curious, which of us here are developers, core blockchain developers? It's safe to say all the hackathon people. You can be hiding now when it's time for hackathon. Don't worry, I will show myself. I'm asking now, nobody wants to. Maybe you don't know whether I'm, all right. Maybe I'm the one that has the highest score. So which of us are developers here? And what platforms do we develop on? I know you are, don't worry. And those three at the back, I've seen them. That one that is sitting at the back, that last one, I know, I'm coming to you. It's wireless. It's all right, sir. Do you want to share? Can we meet you, sir?
My name is Emmanuel Maxwell. I'm a backend developer, Node.js, but I'm currently learning Web3. What else do you want? The trend now is going Web3 decentralized, and that actually caught my attention. And the fact that it's something new that everybody's rushing to, I needed to know more about it. And I have passion for technology, so I won't want to be left behind. I needed to catch up with what the trend is. So that's it basically. So I learned about Filecoin events through a blockchain group I joined on WhatsApp. I'm currently doing a program with block games. So I think I'm around now to learn more. Thank you.
And for the hackathon as well. Will you be participating? He's a back-end developer. I meant front-end people because I know front-end is usually more than, honestly, even that one that's standing by camera yourself, you. And even that one too. They're all developers, unfortunately. Me? As far as there's money attached to it, I'm beside it. Don't worry. So, you know, the most amazing thing, I'm seeing people across different ages, different genders, all represented here. So that means there's actually something here that we all want to have access to. So, sir, do you want to introduce yourself and explain to us how you got to hear about it? I know you couldn't have heard about it from Web3 ladies. I'm sure of that one. I'm very sure. Do you have any guys on that group? Oh, no problem. But I'll go there with 3 guys. If there's something like that, I'm sure you'll be there. You sure? Okay.
My name is Oluwole Stephen Ogujiri. I heard from a brother from our church, Deacon Enoch. So I am here to learn.
Who is thinking of a way to collect offering in crypto? You're laughing. You're laughing. I'm giving both free business idea like this. I mean, some of us go to church mosque. You have to help them. In case, like I said, anything I have to do with money, just call me. So in the case like your church, I can help you people. If you people are not ready to take up the challenge. Please, sir, how did you hear about this event?
Yeah, I actually got to hear about this event on Twitter. Yeah, I saw, I was following up the Twitter that is this Ethereum Nigeria thing just came up, so I had to check on it. So I got to check. So I'm from Port Harcourt. So okay, I'm from Port Harcourt. Yes, I came up. Yes.
Okay, so why I'm asking where you heard about this event from is to help us improve our marketing so that we know where to invest our money. It's obvious here that most of the people here are not Instagram people. Why are you laughing? You look like a Facebook person. Yes. Okay. I know, but do we have Instagram heads here? Or you guys use Instagram to look at Bobrisky, then come back to Twitter for information? Okay, part of Web3 ladies, Abby? Okay. Because very soon, the way I'm looking at it, people will now break that in Nigerians, people will like association. From that Web3 ladies, it will break down to Web3 ladies Abuja, Web3 ladies Lagos. Inside Lagos, you now have Web3 ladies Island, Web3 ladies mainland. From Island, you have Web3 ladies Lekki, Web3 ladies Ikoyi. I know, my country is capable, we can do it. Only us. So how many of us have had the opportunity to work remotely since COVID? Developers, I know now, boss, I've seen the signs. You too. You care to share with us how you got your first gig? Fantastic. We're here to learn. So part of learning is shared experiences. So, okay, first, how many of us want to get remote jobs? And I'm not asking somebody how she got her own. Are you interested in that information? Please, can you call out your wallet number, digits for them so that they can? Okay, you don't want the. She said she will do it for free. Don't worry.
Okay. So how I got my previous job is I was very active in communities. I still am. So it's very helpful when you focus on contributing. So I was part of a designers group. I'm a product designer. I was part of a group on Telegram where you can share resources and meet people and just basically talk. So that was where they posted the opportunity saying, oh, there's a job if you're interested, a crypto company, da 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 da. I was like, oh yeah, I'm interested in crypto, and I applied, went through the process, and I got the job. So it's really important that you join in communities and contribute. My first alert, it was nice.
When is your next alert? Please. So, sir, I'm coming to you. How did you get your first, how long have you been working remotely, and when did you get your first opportunity? How did you get it, you know?
Okay, I started working remotely during COVID. It was more of what she said, belonging to a community, being active in it, and I got an offer and I keyed into it. So the community will help you to learn faster. Belonging to a community will help you have access to opportunities that you won't on your normal by yourself just see. So that came, and I learned something during that period. And funny enough, it started here, this space here. So it was an Andela program that I attended, and we're taught about how to move in groups. Because when you move in group, you learn, you move faster. But when you move alone, you move far, but not fast. So when you move in group, you move far, but when you move alone, you move faster, but you might end up not getting to. So it was more of a group thing, and we came here for career fair, and from there, I had an offer that became remote during COVID. Yeah. Yeah, it has been, and I've left that. I got my remote experience with that work. I left that for another one. And yeah.
Fantastic. Who else wants to share? I'm coming to somebody. This person looks like he's here to observe. It's like he's here to observe. You know, there's some people that you know that their wallets, different kind of coins. Huh? I'm here, sir. I know. I'm still coming to you. I'm pointing behind you. Yes, you. Sir, so how did you hear about this event? Have you done anything remote? What you do? That type of thing. We want to know. Because we're too much not to, have this interaction. By the end of this program, by the end of the third day, I want him to be able to know his name, what he does, and all of that, so that, because networking is key. Just like he has said, the opportunities that you might hear about that would benefit, the Web3 ladies. So I'm applying for that your group.
Hello, everyone. My name is Muyi Nehikare. I'm a project manager at Kanza Finance. I'm really interested in Web 3.0 and storage provision capacity that it offers and how that could help us generate value for businesses here in Africa. Can you hear me? Okay, my bad. I'm really interested in Web3 capacities and how it can build value for businesses in Africa. And I'm just here to observe and soak up all the information I can get. I know there are a lot of people here who have very interesting ideas, and I'm just here to learn and see how we could create interactive products that could really help businesses in Africa.
Thank you very much. Sure, I told you people. Call me the oracle. I can see. I'm coming to you. Jesus, this one is even working here. All right. Are you from Unilag? Unilag, because Unilag people is as if, I don't understand. Is this your classroom? Sorry. Where are you from? What do you do? How did you hear about this event? Do you work remotely? If yes, how did you get your job? But you won't. You are learning. It's all right. How did you hear about this event?
Blockchain UNN. From my school, Blockchain UNN.
Are you here from Enugu? Oh, okay. Well, that whole situation. Yeah. All right. How about you?
Yeah, I'm in UB too. I'm in cybersec.
Are you here for hackathon or you are here to learn? Or you are here to sell market?
No, I'm here to learn.
Yes, now some people are here to sell their market, like me now. Is anything that involve money? I'm here for you. Thank you. Sir, I can see, hey God, all these powerful laptops. God have mercy. All right. Care to share with you? You cannot, I know you have work that you are doing. So you're going to enlighten us that do not really have work how to get it. Thank you.
All right. My name is Antonio Bonda. I got to hear about this event through a friend. You must have known me. His name is Tai. Okay, my name is Antonio Bonda. I work with a tech platform. So basically, I'm here to learn and to see how I can actually teach people or tell people about this event. So that is it.
He wants to learn so that he can teach people about this event. So I'm going to ask one more question. This is the last question I would ask. From Unilag, Abi? I didn't like people now. I didn't have the 9 years. Sorry. Okay, so this question is to the ladies. You've already said no. I won't ask you. I will ask you. All right, first, how did you hear about this event? And what are you hoping to take away from here, really? That is not the $1,000. Who wants the $1,000? See this life, when you are big, you are big. You see this guy here, what is $1,000? What do you want again? Divide it what? Do you see what I'm saying? So you want us to do first prize male, first prize female. No, but I'm sorry, you females, you people are equal, please. No, you people are equal. Equality, I believe in equality. Nope. What? Jesus Christ. Can you guys hear what has been said today? This sacrilege. They say they want to give you people the opportunity to win, so they should create category for you people. Please, hackathon people. Oh God. I just wanted to get angry now and add another $1,000, but I've learned to control my anger. Eh? No. It's because, see, listen, we need to learn how to control in certain, that's one of the tenets of being a man. No. Eh? No, because so the stake can be higher. What is this? But I will forgive you for this that you have done. On another, if you try this tomorrow, maybe it's even 2K we'll add on it. But for now, I'm calm. Because if I get angry now, because Super Eagles did their own yesterday, it's real, man. Eh? That's why we are controlled, because if we can scatter this, so let's just calm down. Thank you. All right, Ma, how did you find yourself here? And what exactly do you do? Let me hear the response first before I put it public. It's okay. Why are you here, Ma?
I came here for the full learning experience.
I heard I came here for the food, and honestly, that's what I heard. Okay.
The full learning experience.
Okay, she says she's here for the full learning experience. Where did you hear about it from? Cannot be Instagram.
From Mr. Enoch.
From Mr. Enoch. It's all right. Fantastic. That's one-on-one people. All right. So guys, as you have heard it, the ladies are asking for your own category because they've promised you that they are going to collect the $1,000. And because I'm a good human being, I won't get angry and add another 1,000 to it or 2,000. Or does anybody want to, just be very generous? It's Uniben people. No, I know you people in that your side. You people are, You people can, you people spend money now. Should I start saying it? It's all over the social media space. So, sorry, which of us here is not on any social media platform? It's possible. Me, I'm not on anyone. I don't know what happens this time. I read my news the old way on newspapers. Yeah. You don't believe me. My phone? This thing really is just to call and answer. I swear. That's all I do with it. And I'm even trying, Sir? I said I don't have any Twitter, any social media. I only use WhatsApp and Facebook occasionally. No, now, on Facebook, as it is clearly, that's the pronunciation, not Facebook. On Facebook, you check on your old friends and, that kind of thing. All right. Can we bring out our phones, all of us? You are going to do something. You're going to tweet. Yes, no? Yeah. Which of us not on Twitter here, like me? You're not on Twitter. Have they dragged you before? No, like you don't like Twitter. What's your preferred social media platform? What's your preferred social media poison? I know we're in the same WhatsApp group. I don't do all those things too. It's like worldly things. So can we all tweet about this event? You know, well done, well done, well done. I want to ask you to sponsor the, I just say that, let me calm down. Or would you want to, you don't want to be angry today? Okay. It's conditional, because tomorrow I can just get angry, really. All right. So can you tweet that you are here with the person beside you? Yes, now you now have to ask the person for their Twitter handle. You at them and use the hashtag. Shall mention Filecoin, mention ETH, Ethereum, and the rest of all of them. Me? That's why hashtag now, you put a hashtag there. They are the people that are monitoring it, they are there. Oh, I don't, you want to, no, I don't have, leave me. I'm not the enemy here. Yeah. All right, so I'll be handing the microphone to one of the experts who is going to take us on our next session. So please, can you put your hand together for Blockchain University of Nigeria? All of us, you say you're here to learn. Now the university people are here. All right, sir.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for the organizers, please. All right, thank you. So my name is Nduka Antoniana Elechuku, and I'm with Blockchain UNN. I'm the lead at Blockchain UNN. I'm just going to give a little brief of what Blockchain UNN is all about for us who've not heard of it before, and also talk a bit about the conference itself. How many of you are from UNN here? If you are from UNN, please wave your hands. Awesome, perfect, my guy. Awesome. We're glad to have you here. So what is Blockchain UNN? I hope my slide is on. All right, please go to the next slide. All right, so Blockchain UNN is actually a community that was built, to pass out the education of blockchain technology and cryptocurrency to the community of students within our campus. And we comprise of 2 campuses, UNEC and the UNN campus. We also have another campus in UNTH, but it's somehow far from the main location that we somehow govern. So our main duty is to educate the students about blockchain technology. Sometimes when you hear about blockchain, sometimes people majorly know about crypto. Anytime you hear crypto, sometimes you begin to reason maybe Yahoo Boys, scam, gambling, and the rest. But we are trying to change the narrative by letting them understand that crypto is not all about this, and that crypto is about, is a technology. It's not just crypto, price of Bitcoin going up and down, where you go and make money. It has lots of features that makes it awesome, decentralization. We'll go into that anyway. So that is what Blockchain UNN is all about. Next slide, please. So we're actually formed by 3 young men, as you can see. We are actually here in full form. We have Nduka Antonian Elechuku, that's me. We also have Okechukwu Victor Alvan. Please, a hand of applause for them. We also have Okoye Kevin Chiboy, aka Ezemo Blockchain, the founder of GIDA Crypto Hub. So these are the main co-founders. So let's go into the topic we have today. So previously, we usually have this kind of transition anytime in real life. There's always a change. There's always a trend. There are always things that do happen that makes things and makes life easier. You understand? I could remember those days when we normally make use of maybe normal touches that use somehow unrechargeable batteries back then. Can even so you see some hunters, they go into the hunting with them, and if the battery goes down, imagine you at night hunting and the battery goes down, you just be hitting the back so that the battery will behave well. And it's quite annoying. But these days we use rechargeable batteries. If it goes down, you go and recharge. All these things are change in text. They are all changes, and the changes coming to make life better. I can remember those days when we normally make use of typewriters. My mom was a typist, like she usually types for government works. So back then, if she's typing, if she makes any single mistake on those keys, she would have to remove that paper and start afresh. You don't make mistakes, especially when it's government work. You don't make mistakes using the typewriter. And if you see, the typewriter is very, very somehow strong that for you to type, you have to use your whole energy and the rest. And the noise alone self will let you know that you are putting in much work. So that is one of the things we use there. But now we have computer systems, laptops. You can easily just go online, do just copy and paste anywhere. Maybe it's a document, Google Doc. You can just decide to, share the document, add people's email, and everybody will have it. You understand? That is all these change in tech trends to make life easier. So what do we actually have here today? Road to Web3. Road to Web3 means that there's actually a place where we started from. I don't know this, is it adage that usually say that for one to go 1,000 miles, you have to make a step, something like that. So for us to get to Web3, we have to pass through a certain route to get there. And which routes or which road is that? That is what I'm going to be explaining. For us to have Web3, it means that we already had Web1 back then. It means that we also have Web2, and we now have Web3. And in future, we might decide to have Web4 and Web5. It might come because all these things are coming to make life easier. You understand? But that's what we are going to go into currently. Next slide, please. So Web1, as you can see on the screen, it says is the term used for the earliest version of the internet, aka read-only web. Now, Web1 is trying to let you know that this is the first format of the web that came into existence when we were using the internet. Now, what is required here? What is required is that you can come online, have a view of the content you want to gain access to, and that's just it. So this read-only web means that you can only read. You can only read the things you see on the interface. And the main companies or servers that provide those contents online will not be able to communicate with you or have an interaction or have an exchange on that web. It's quite much more different with Web 2 and Web 3. So what happens in Web 1 is that you only see the content that they display. Let's say we have a media in Web 1. It's the only thing they tell you that you gain access to or understand or agree to. If they tell you that they have lied or they tell you that there is a bomb somewhere, that is just what you agree, because there's no way you can maybe give them a response and tell them that it's not so true, I'm in that location, something like that. You are only reading and you are not giving feedback. That is one thing with Web 1. Next slide, please. So while we are talking about Web 1, we have some features and roles which are related to them. We have that Web 1, the role of a user is limited to reading information provided by the creators. So you can only read the information that was displayed by the creators, as I mentioned earlier. You cannot somehow give them a feedback or a response. So you also have the fact that no option for user interaction with creators. It's just like Facebook right now. On Facebook, if somebody makes a post, you can decide to drop a comment and give a response. You can decide to like the post, you can decide to unlike the post, something like that. That is interaction, social interaction. But in Web 1, it says there is no option for user interaction. If, for example, you have a website right now, I believe some of you might have been into blogging, something like that, and you have your website. Sometimes, if you're a developer, you are a front-end developer, you usually build websites. Once you build a website, there must be an option that you yourself would put for people to interact with that website. At below level, you will see something like a comment section. or where people can comment or enter details or talk to you about maybe you wrote an article, you want them to say, comment on this article. There's usually a place where you can easily drop a comment and let people know or get feedback from people concerning the article you wrote. And that is actually Web 2, but Web 1, it does not have that feature. You only have the details, just like an email. You don't have any way to give a response. The only way you can give a response to someone in Web 1 is when they attach their email address, but you cannot interact with the platform, the website itself, by dropping a comment, something like that. You only have to click on their email, then move to email and start giving them emails, sending them emails, which would somehow be different entirely from what is required. So we also have Web 1, which says that it is static web and there are personal sites. I can easily create my own site, launch it out there, but the issue is that there's no way you can interact with me. You know, that's just the issue with Web 1. So for us to have this Web 1, we have discovered that the interaction is not there, and we need to impute interaction and make things much more better so that people can equally communicate, pass information, and interact the way that would give us enough confidence concerning anything that is being displayed out there. And that is why majority have to introduce Web 2. You know, whenever you have introduction of something, it means that there's already a problem that they are trying to solve. You understand? As I think Elon Musk is trying to launch Starlink, and that Starlink is going to disrupt the whole space of telecom and internet services. And I think they already launched in Ukraine or something like that because of the war. But it makes life much more easier. It makes internet connections faster than the rest. So that's just what we have as evolution in tech, in trends. For those of us who already know about cryptocurrencies, you can remember those days when we used to make use of coins, cowries, trade by barter, gold, coins, and the rest. But now, what do we make use of? Cryptocurrencies and fiat money, electronic money, all these things. They are just to make life better. Now, if you send somebody money, or I send Filecoin to our host Emeka, there is no way he can come and tell me that he didn't receive it, because I'll just go to the blockchain explorer and do a thorough scan, and I'll tell you that you definitely received it. You should check your wallet perfectly. You understand? So it makes life. If you send somebody Naira and the person claims that I didn't receive it, the person can decide to clear his record, and the person can even decide to work with the bank to say, please clear all my records and remove every details that relate to this transaction. It can be possible, because sometimes you see people who go to bank and tell them that they sent money and they want to reverse the money. And the bank can easily say, okay, just hold on, we'll do that. They'll just type on their system, they will revert the money back to your account. Those things do happen. But in crypto space, you don't revert transactions unless if the person you sent it to decide to send it back to you. So it's also one of the things that you should be careful of if you're making crypto transactions, so that you don't mix a letter in a key. So that's also one of the things you need to know about. Then please, next slide. This is just going to show you a diagram. You know, I believe that most people do learn when you see diagrams better. This is just a diagram that shows you the Web 1. As you can see, this young man there, which is our host, has already launched something on the internet. That is the information he wants to display. Now, this is also one of our speakers, Oluchi Enebeli. I don't know if she's here. Now, she has to read the document online, but she will only read, and there will be no way that she can give a feedback to Emeka to let him know that maybe there is a mistake on the content or something like that. There is no interaction. It is just information passes from this guy to this guy. There is no interaction. So, but in the Web 2, which has introduced social interaction and every other thing, you come to discover that the problems that Web 1 had, Web 2 had to solve it by introducing many other features, which we'll be talking about later. Please, next slide. So, next slide, please. So Web 2 is just simply the upgraded version of Web 1, as I've been saying, because we are talking about road here, road from somewhere we started from and where we are getting to. So Web 2 is the upgraded version of the static web, which is the Web 1, that allows users to interact. So this time around, it is not just read-only. Please, next slide. It is not just read-only, but now you have read-only write. Now you can read, write. It's just a read-write web. that allows you to also interact. So those terms are just terms that are used to, describe them. Read, write, web, for the social interaction. So it means that definitely they have been able to build websites. The Web 1 was actually built with HTML, but the Web 2 now, HTML, JavaScript, and other languages started coming in, improvement. So, but sometimes I used to ask myself, people are building websites and all this thing using languages. Sometimes I begin to wonder who built those languages. Well, that one will be another research for another day. Because I'm surprised, like, who are those building the languages? Well, this way, I feel like maybe it's a contributive work that some developers came together to work on, or maybe it can be one man something. But it is awesome, to be honest. So next slide, please. So what Web2 does is to allow people to interact and have this communication among themselves. I believe you all are understanding what I'm saying here. Awesome. Awesome. So in Web2, users could not only access information, but also send information back to the server to get more targeted information or user-generated results. Now in Web2, users could not only access, like it's not just getting access to the information that is being displayed. Like I talked about the media, where you have information being displayed. You may not be able to confirm whether this thing these guys are saying is true or false. But somewhere like Facebook, where somebody uploads something, Facebook is Web2. Now, where somebody uploads a content, you can easily say this content is false by using the comment section, things like that. But on Web 1, it's just the information. There's no way you can talk to them, give them a response, something like that. So that is one of the problems that Web 2 has actually solved. And, giving back that response. As you can see, it also, get more targeted information or user-generated results. Like when users, are making comment on something, you can easily work on something like a scale to discover, the level of truth of a content, something like that, using the collected data. And that's how it basically works. Let's move to the next slide. So Web 2 also got a major boost from cloud technology, where abstracting server hardware allowed companies to dream bigger when it came to offering web-delivered services. Now, this abstracting server hardware, HAL, refers to the fact that you can connect, you'll be able to connect hardwares to the internet for people to gain access to them and also run your services. Now, majority of the pictures and selfies you take, I know definitely you guys will take pictures today and put it on Facebook out there, like look at me at the Filecoin conference, this and that. The ladies, they usually take selfies. Let's not go there. But the thing is, where are these documents stored? They are stored somewhere, and these are the hardware. So that's just basically what this abstracting server hardware refers to. So Web 2 also deals with that, the fact that you have to, connect to hardwares and also store information out there. And that's basically what that serves. Next slide, please. So the next slide, you'll be seeing the diagram that shows how the Web 2 actually works. Now here you have the internet, the main server. Now you have the person, putting out the information there and the person receiving the information. Now, as you can see, we now have two arrows that shows that you can interact. You can interact. So once the person gets information, the recipient, you will now kind of, drop a comment, give a response through the Web 2. It allows you to give a response through the web server. The person that made that information can easily update the content they pushed out, something like that. So that is basically what the Web 2 has actually done, allowing social interaction amongst users. So creators who come out there can create content. Not just creators, even users can decide to create content and also get feedback from other users. That's basically what the Web 2 is. So let's go to the next slide, where we will now basically talk about Web 3. Now, Web 3, also referred to as semantic web or read, write, execute, is seen as next phase of web evolution. Now, we have talked about Web 1, I've talked about Web 2. Now, we now have Web 3. Now, Web 3.0 is amazing, to be honest. Introducing new awesome features that will definitely make life easier and better. Sometimes you might not notice that you actually have a problem until you see somebody who introduce a new solution to the problem you are maybe experiencing. I know majority of us who have, I don't know if you've seen some videos online, maybe on Facebook or Instagram, where you see somebody can easily come to the bank, pull out their shares and start going mad. They say, give me my money, things like that. They'll start to the bank for them to get their funds. And if the bank says no, it's usually a problem. But the decentralized or the blockchain technology has actually introduced lots of amazing features that will keep people safe. This time around, you are dealing with your money by yourself and being in control. That's being in custody of your funds. You don't need to be telling everybody that they don't withdraw 100 naira for maintenance card fee. Like the card itself, are you not the one maintaining it? Sometimes I begin to wonder how these things do come out from. Like, what are they actually maintaining in the card? But it is well. So the blockchain has actually introduced these features that allows you to, keep your funds safe, keep things more orderly and without much issues, keep things in your own custody. If you lose it, you know that you are the one that lost it. You're not like when maybe armed robbers go and rob a bank, they'll start telling you that the bank no longer has funds to give you back. They can only give maybe 20% of what you already have in your account, something like that. You won't have such issues. But if you lose it, you know that you're the one that lost it yourself and you have only yourself to blame. But that's why we also have to be very careful. So Web3, also referred to as semantic web or read, write, execute, is seen as the next phase of web evolution. Now you have read, write, and execute. I don't know if you've heard of decentralization and the power of decentralization. Decentralization, the power itself refers to the fact that you can do things by yourself. You don't need somebody to control you or, control how you behave or how you act in the whole environment or internet. This time around, you can equally create yourself and you be in charge of whatever you create. You can become an owner of the content you put out there. Let's say, for instance, Facebook, you post on Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg has decided to easily come and say, we are going to ban this account for 30 days. And you can't do anything about it because he's the one that owns the platform. He's the main Oga Pata Pata. If he decides to block you, just give an order to somebody and they will just remove you entirely. I think you guys remember what happened on Twitter. I don't know. I think it's the Donald Trump, the former president of US. I think he made a tweet that they deleted the tweet, something like that. You see, centralization, it's a problem. But this time around, Web3 is bringing new features that will make the web awesome. And these features are what I'm going to discuss and explain briefly so that most of us who are new to the space will get to understand and enjoy it perfectly. So next slide, please. So Web3 major key features are decentralization, openness, DLT, ownership, incentivization, and greater user utility. Now, let me just start from the beginning, decentralization. Now, decentralization means that, there's no particular entity. Just remove this DE. That's the opposite. When you have centralization and DE introduced, you have decentralization. That's just the opposite. When you have somebody being in charge of a particular server or system. I don't know most of you who use computers. Maybe you visited a cyber cafe where you have lots of computers there. I usually mention that in that cyber cafe where you have about 10 computer systems, there is always a computer system there that is called the main server, which is somehow connected to other computers in that network. Now, that main server controls every other thing that is happening with other computer systems. Let me just give an instance. I believe some of us here are students, or maybe you might have passed through JAMB examination. Now, during your JAMB, there's always a computer system that is in that hall, or let's say your campus exam. There's always a computer system that is in that hall that is controlling every other thing that is happening to other computers. They can decide to maybe make an edit or correction to the exam question, something like that, and it will reflect to other systems. Now, the issue with centralization is that if anything happens to that main server or system, it is also going to affect every other computers. That is usually the problem. And it's a very big problem because it affects everyone generally. You understand? It's just like maybe hearing that Facebook has shut down. I think it happened some time ago, including Twitter too. Facebook that has shut down, something like that. It is not just going to affect maybe the owners of Facebook or the creators. It's affecting everybody generally. All the users, businesses, brands, companies. It's even governments, because I know there are some government officials that have Twitter accounts, even some president himself too. So it's affecting everybody generally, and it's an issue. You understand? But this time around, Web3 has introduced decentralization for the fact that it removes centralization, which means that if anything happens to a particular computer server, others will still be alive to disperse information, to also collect data. That is another feature, another awesome feature that was introduced by Web3. The internet that you can gain access to, that you won't maybe complain tomorrow that they have shut down the website, or maybe the project has rock pulled. You will now see on the website that we have closed for the day. I know some of you must have experienced that in DeFi, but it is well. So another feature is that it is open, openness. Openness refers to, I think developers will get to understand this. Openness, I hear, refers to the fact that you can equally see the code, the source code, I think, yeah, that is used in building the platform that you're about to interact with. People can easily see, it's just like, let's say, DeFi platforms that offer all these liquidity stake, liquidity locked, blah, blah, blah. You can easily open the contract code and see exactly, if you can read it, if you understand how to code. I think Solidity is the main language there. I'm not a developer, I'm a community manager, so I don't know much about coding. But for those who understand it, you can easily see the code and understand exactly what was input there. If they say that the owner of the token or the person that launched the token is holding 70%, you will see it from the code. If the person locked liquidity, you will see it from the code. All those things are details that you get from there because it is open, which means that they are trying to be transparent to let you know that you can easily see these and understand them. Meanwhile, there are some that you may not be able to find out the details. It is always hidden that you can't find the details and be able to understand them. Although, don't get it wrong, there are also different kinds of blockchain and different kind of decentralization. There are some decentralizations that are semi. There are some that are entirely private, but they are still decentralized. But the fact that they are there, but some are private to the fact that you can only it only is restricted to maybe a certain group or maybe a bank, but it is not open or made public for others to also see the contract and see everything that is happening there. So just understand the differences so that you don't feel like everything in crypto is, I think sometimes you begin to see that something has been happened, like all the rock pools and the rest. You begin to complain like, how far I thought this crypto, no, they fail, they block, something like that. But you only discover, you only know when you will be able to understand the code that was used in building the platform. You understand? So just understand that there are also some cryptocurrencies that are quite different and centralized. It's just like USDT, Tether. It is a centralized cryptocurrency, but it's a cryptocurrency, but it is centralized, which means that today, tomorrow, they can decide to do anything on it and it will just collapse entirely. But for other cryptocurrencies like I think USDC, we also have Celo USD. Most of those ones are decentralized. Which other one? There are lots of them actually. There are lots of stable coins out there and cryptocurrencies too that are decentralized. So let's go to the next slide so that we'll get to see. Sorry, the previous slide. I think I'm not done with the explanations. The previous slide, please. All right. DLT. DLT here means distributed ledgers. Distributed ledger technology is also a nickname for blockchain actually, but the DLT is just much more specific. Now, ledgers is those documents that you use to record your financial transactions. That's basically what ledgers are. Maybe you go to a market, you buy something, you write it down there. That's a book of ledger. Or maybe most of you who book hotels around here, those books or those documents that the receptionist will come and write that somebody has checked in and they paid so amount for how many nights, those are ledgers. So another thing is for those of you that maybe have used crypto, you copied your wallet address and you pasted it to a blockchain explorer to scan and see the transaction. And those transaction details that are there, that is actually a ledger. You can also call it a block, but that is just what a ledger refers to. So this time around, Web3 has actually introduced distributed ledger technology, which means that these ledgers are distributed to various servers. As I told you, this time around, you are no longer dealing with just one central server. You are dealing with thousands of computers connected to the network. And these network computers are called nodes, computer nodes, or they're actually different kinds of nodes anyway. There are some who are interested in mining. There are some who are interested in light network. There are some who are interested in wallet services and maintaining the network. And there are some that are validators. There are different kinds of nodes. But the main node I'm referring to are just the main computer nodes that are storing this data and keeping the information safe. You also have another feature called the ownership. Now, on Web3, you can equally decide to own something, a document or an article that was created by you, which will be launched. And for the fact that it's decentralized, it is not governed by anybody. So you can easily own something. And as it is called read, write, execute, the one you execute, the one you create yourself, it belongs to you. You understand? So that is why sometimes anytime you hear about decentralized social media, social platforms, social media, like maybe decentralized Twitter, once you tweet, the owner of the Twitter cannot come and delete your tweet because it's much like the decentralized. So once you tweet it, it cannot be deleted, can still be sourced out there. But one of the issues that we might have with this Web3 is that some contents that will be pushed out there, I think they need to find a way to control the content because people can easily come and start posting anything anyhow. Posting unnecessary stuff. It's just like somebody uploading a naked picture as an NFT on OpenSea, and you are scrolling up and down. You now see the picture. How will you feel? So sometimes you might not want to see such content, and there's no way you can limit them from posting them. Or maybe they decide to use AI to scan, like Facebook usually does. I think they have a system that allows them to scan images and see the contents that are available there, and also tell you that this content is blah 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 hidden because of so reasons. So these are one of the features and some problems that I might encounter. So you have ownership. Another thing is that it is also incentivized. So it's just like, I think somebody definitely going to talk about Filecoin and how Filecoin works. Filecoin is much like a decentralized storage that also allows those who create and allow those who create space for storage devices to also gain. It's just like Bitcoin, how proof of work works itself. Once you are mining, you'll be getting block rewards from every transaction you approve. So, but in the Filecoin decentralized network, anytime you create a storage space and you store more documents or store more content, you get to earn Filecoin. I think it's field token. You get to earn some tokens for doing that work. So that is the incentivization. This time around, it's not just you storing or allow people to store your platform, but this time around, you get to store and earn from storing. You understand? There was a tweet I made some time ago that these Web3 space are actually allowing your expenses to become a way of making money, becoming an investment these days. You understand? Because it's an amazing opportunity. You do something. Sometimes there are some, I think Steam or Hive, a platform that allows you to write content. You are making posts. If people are liking the content, you are earning money from there. It's amazing. The more you are posting, but the ones you are posting on Facebook, nobody is paying you. You post tweets, people will like, give thousands of retweets and the rest. Nobody will pay you for that or appreciate you for the amazing content you create. But this time around on Web3, you see platforms that allow you to interact, do a thumbs up like, and also incentivize you for those contents you create. And that's an amazing feature too. I believe most of us would love to make money from everything we do, daily activities we participate in. And that's also great. So you have another feature, which is greater user utility. Greater user utility. So it has much more features, like all these features I've already mentioned, including more that we are yet to see that are embedded in Web3, and we get to learn more from them. I can't say I know few Web3 platforms that have launched fully, but I think I know one particularly, which is called DTube. They are kind of building a decentralized YouTube, and I'm not sure they are done with the project yet, but these are just what we should expect in future. Very soon, you start seeing platforms that will just allow you to connect your wallet address instead of maybe telling you to log in with your email account and blah, blah, blah. You can easily just connect your wallet once you have a wallet, connect the wallet and you gain access to the whole system. There are also platforms that allow you to chat, the social medias. I think I know one, Status. I think Status is also decentralized. It allows you to connect your ENS domain name or your Ethereum wallet address. You'll be able to chat using Status. You can create contents there and also get incentivized. We also have Jabba, which was built by Bonfida. How many of you have Solana domain name here? I don't know, but if you are into crypto domain name, you get to know that there are some platforms that allow you to create a domain name which will be attached to your wallet address and also allow you to interact with the system itself. And just like Jabba that I mentioned, if you have a crypto domain name like .solana or .so, you can easily connect to Jabba, which is a social media. I can create content using your wallet address and also make comment on Facebook posts and things like that. Not really Facebook, but I'm talking about their own social media entirely. So that is amazing features that are coming from the Web3 space. And these guys are still building. Maybe I believe in 5 or 10 years time, almost every services that we're making use of online will be part of this Web3 space that I'm talking about. Currently, we are still making use of Web2, which is Facebook and then Twitter and the rest. But I know that the transition is coming very soon. As you can see, I think the former CEO of Twitter has also transitioned to Web3 to show you that this space, if you don't go into it, you'll be left out. You understand? So maybe if you are new here and this is your first time of hearing all these things, I believe that after this session, you go write some things down, go and do research to learn more about this. Because if you don't learn more about it, it will just be like one pop-up video I watched some time ago, where he was telling the father, where you did when my friend Papa they build house, you did here. Now don't build house, we still there for trenches. It's a very big problem. So you don't have such complaints from your own children that will be coming over very soon. So just be part of the boat now and sail. So you get to enjoy in future and get to that island that has some coconut and pawpaw inside. So next slide, please. Let me show you guys the details. Now let's assume that this is the decentralized space, and we have let's say this is the Filecoin project itself. As you can see, this has a kind of a cloud that allows you to store to your HAL, which is the hardware that you store some documents. Now you can see that it is not just between two persons or read or write. This time around, this person can create and push it out there, and it will now be stored. Let's say these are ledgers, or these are computer notes, as you can see at their back. Now, if this person creates a content and pushes out, it is going to go around and everybody will gain access to those contents. That is just what this decentralized web talks about. This is Web3 for you. It goes to everybody in that space that you definitely get access to them, and it will remain there. If this person's computer shuts down, you can still access it from here and also access it from here. If it shuts down from here, you can also access it from here and here. Well, this is just the little diagram I made. There are actually thousands of notes that you definitely display later. So this is just what we expect to see in the future, although we are already started experiencing them now in terms of maybe cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, and the rest. But in future, we'll get to experience more features of this in terms of Web3 websites and the rest. And I think we'll get to also have more amazing features of more social interaction, where you have crypto domains doing lots of solving lots of problems. I think there are actually some persons, buying domains now. People buy metaverse.so metaverse.nom, metaverse.eth, that's ETH. So many other features. And when you build your website and have your domain name, it makes it much more easier. Somebody can easily visit your website and type baby.it. It's quite more easier. Although the normal domain names we have here are also easier. But let's say on the domain names of websites that are under Web3, somebody can easily incentivize you from there. Let's say the person has a website called metaverse.so. Somebody wants to send you some money. Person can easily send money self to metaverse.so through that crypto domain, because it's just part of this decentralized network. For those of you who don't understand the domain I'm talking about, domain name is just, crypto domain name is just somehow I should say the decentralized domain name that is connected to your wallet address. So, but whenever you're making a transaction, you won't just be seeing the wallet address, which is long key of characters of alphanumeric, blah, blah, blah. This time around, you will be seeing just a simple name like udoka.it, njoko.it. I believe most of you know Njoko, our laser pay guy. Or you'll be seeing an electrical.it. Let's not go to Ethereum, please. Put me in so, okay. An electrical.so, because it get problem. I'm not Vitalik Abek. So let's go to the next slide, please. So in this, you get to see another image that also shows you a brief details of also what I want you guys to understand. Now, in the first, you have Web 1, which is just the server and the user. As you can see, the arrow is pointing downward. There is no way to give interaction. Now, the second one is Web 2.0, which is just the user and the server interacting together. Facebook makes a post, Mark Zuckerberg makes a post. You go and like it and give them a feedback of the post. Sometimes you see posts that you don't like, you see lots of angry reactions on that post. That is just the social interaction. And I think they are trying to make social interaction better, introducing metaverse by getting to speak with somebody virtually. You just be seeing the person, you can touch the person, slap the person, and do many other things. But I'm not sure. Definitely there'll be different kinds of metaverse where you have decentralized metaverse and the centralized ones. I think the Facebook part is the centralized one. Whatever it is, it's just to let you know that there is this social interaction that has been introduced, which was not there before when we used to have Web 1. So now we have Web 3, where you have the decentralized space. Now you're not just only dealing with one person, but these are computer nodes, lots of computer nodes interacting together, documenting stores, keeping information, passing information, and pushing it around. Everybody has access to everything that is being displayed here. It is open, transparent, and accessible. So these are just the awesome features that you can find on Web3. Next slide, please. So in this Web3, opportunities are numerous as it is designed to overcome the centralized points of failure and the censorship efforts to ensure that the web is freely accessible to all, as you can see in the previous image. And this is where Filecoin also fits in. Now, as I already talked about Filecoin as a decentralized media, sometimes, I see posts on Facebook where people say, let me save this picture here. Maybe you are done taking selfies here. You'd be like, let me save these ones here. You just upload thousands of images there and be filling up Facebook storage devices. If Facebook shuts down tomorrow, just not say the picture don't jack out because you won't have access to any of them again. Even the Google Drive you are using, if they decide to disconnect from those hardwares, there are lots of rooms where they store those hardwares, where they connect to the internet, which is called something hardware abstract layer. So all those things, if they decide to shut down or disconnect entirely from the internet, you won't have access to your images again. But what Web3 does is that, or what Filecoin does as a decentralized project is that it's going to allow, lots of persons like Bitcoin miners. But this time around, I think the Filecoin uses proof of space-time, which, depends on the user's space capacity in his drive and also the time or how long the drive hardware can last. So once you have this kind of system where anything you upload is decentralized, like everybody has access to it, it makes it much more. So it means the sense that if this other person that is storing maybe your image or anything shuts down today, you can still access it because another person has it. They may not be able to see the content you uploaded because they are locked cryptographically. I don't know if you get me. They are locked using encryptions, but you will still be able to access it because you are the owner and it's only your private key or your wallet that can gain access to the content you uploaded and still revert them back and also incentivize those who are storing those information. You understand? If you decide to become a node, maybe you want to run a node on the Filecoin ecosystem and you create a storage space, just like the way Bitcoin miners create build platforms that allow you to run ASIC miners, to solve some cryptographic transaction and rest. And once they approve, they get Bitcoin as a block reward. So if you decide to do it that same way, you also be earning. That's just the incentivization aspect of it. So in Web3, you are expected to earn from many of the features that are coming from there and the content you create and the rest. So this is exactly what I'm talking about, having Filecoin fitting in the space of that decentralized storage in Web3 aspect also. Because this time around, you are not just dealing with interacting, but this time you create, you execute, you own, and you also earn. I don't know, many of you might have been seeing lots of content out there. You see read to earn, you see play to earn, you see smile to earn, you see wear to earn. I don't know if you've seen wear to earn before, launched by several clothing fashion brands. I can't remember one of, I think Dior, bad boy looking good in Dior, something like that. I think they are actually launching such platforms. I think also in the metaverse, where you can wear any kind of clothing that they have in store, and you have them displayed, and you get to also earn from displaying them. Maybe let's just assume in the metaverse, let's say you decide to wear one of the Christian Dior clothes, shirt, something like that. And once you decide to wear it, as people are seeing you in the metaverse, it's just like an advert where you are wearing a shirt and they are seeing what you're wearing. They can decide to, incentivize you for such content. So that is exactly what we are looking at here. Next slide, please. So that is briefly what I think I've been able to exactly explain this Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3, and what we are expected to see now and the future. The tech guy, please, next slide. So that has been able to, let us know that there is more coming in for us to make use of. And there is still more that we'll gain access to. So what is required of us right now is for us to, educate ourselves, learn more, and get ready for this evolution. So you don't get behind, so you don't get left out. So that is basically what this information and this my session is about. And right about now, for those who are just coming in, this is Blockchain UNN. And I am Nduka Antonian Elichukwu, lead at Blockchain UNN. I also came with my colleagues who are also in our midst. And for those of us who would like to reach out to us, maybe you are a UNN student or you're anybody, you're student, you would like to connect with us or also reach our community. We have our email address, which you can email us. We have our Twitter handle and then also our Telegram group link at .cme/blockchain-UNN. So that's basically all we have to share with you for the meantime. And we really appreciate the fact that you are here, and we expect that you get to learn more and gain more, connect, network, and also learn as you are here. So thank you so much for this wonderful session. Thank you, Filecoin, and I'm signing out. Yeah. More hand of applause for me, I beg, I try. This guy know the clap.
One more time, let's give it up for blockchain UNN. They've, they've really helped the job. They really make it so easy. So I can easily ask, what is Web3? And you can easily comfortably explain to me, right? All right. Part of our challenge today is you've learned a lot about the Web3, Web 1, 2, and 3, and hopefully 4 and thereabouts. Technology keep advancing. We're going to do, you will be learning how to write a technical report. You've learned a lot about the first workshop right now, right? About Web3. We want you to document your knowledge. Let's know if you've been able to assimilate, if you've been able to get, we want to know how far you've been able to grab in this workshop that just passed. So you write it. How many of us have a Medium account? A Medium account. Okay, this is it. Fine. So everybody will you just go to Google Apps or iOS app Play Store, you download a Medium. It's easy. From there, I want you to just document what you've learned today. And I'll share you the Orbit community Medium account. We want to feature at least almost your report there. One way is, one thing about the space is, as you learn, you document. And as you document, it helps you, because the more you put it in writing, the more better and the more refined you are. And your mentees coming around, they can always, once they Google it, they can always see your works there. So you're already stamping yourself in the space. So how many of us will be part of this challenge? It's actually a challenge. How many of us? Just 2 people, right? Okay, there's a gift to touch. So I know more hands will be up. So the next workshop will be Blockverse. So they'll be taking us into blockchain, intro into blockchain. We'll be doing some coding. So just be open up. Are we ready, Blockverse? Okay. While we wait for them, let's go to Medium. Let's download our Medium account. If you have your Medium account, I want you to just just scroll down. There's a place you see a new, and you can easily just be creative with your writing, just the way is. If you see how blogs are, just be creative. You can as well as you're writing, you can feel free to snap, feel free to snap, and feel free to just take recording. Just make it real. We want to see this, and we want to reward the best in this. So each workshops, we want you to document it, and as you document it, share the URL on your own Twitter. Tag Filecoin, tag Ethereum Nigeria. Okay. I hope it's clear. I'm clear, right? Do we get it? Is there anything confusing? Do I need to explain further? Is there anything? Okay. So Blockverse, are we ready? All right. We want to formally appreciate the communities that are here. Let me know. We want to know more of we know Blockchain Nigeria is here. Blockchain UNN is here. We know Web3 ladies are here. We want to know more. Do we have any new community in the house? I want you to just say it out. You can even start one now. Just be free. I want you to take charge. That's what we're talking about, decentralization, taking charge of your world. Nobody should just come and pull you up. Just be in charge. So, okay, someone is raising his hand. Can we get to meet you? What's the name of your community? Block Uniben. Wow. Wow. Okay, yes, I will respond to your mail this morning. Wow, so happy. Please, let's clap for you and Uniben here. Right. You're welcome. And we will, please, we have a special hospitality for you. What else again? What other communities are here? What other community, or what new community will be starting? Are we starting any new community now? Maybe Block Filecoin Conference Community. Who is taking charge of that? All right, so I got you. So we have a new community, Block Filecoin Conference. Please put it up. We are sponsoring you. All right. So just be on top of that, on that community. All right. So this session, I'm actually very, very excited and curious about this space. Please, I want you to just be attentive, document what you've learned, the first one, put it on Medium account, share it on your Twitter, tag Ethereum Nigeria, tag Filecoin, want to know about it, and we're rewarding as many good reports. The more you do this, the more better. This is how blog community starts. So, sir, are you ready? Okay, while he comes, your refreshment will be passed. Because of the time frame. After him, we'll be having another workshops. Mosh from Australia will be taking us more into please remember the reason why you're here. You're here to learn. Do not be distracted. And please, I want you to always be updated with the page. You just go to ethng.io/Filecoin. You look at the event schedule, you know what session you are, what session is coming up. And then please take advantage of all these sessions. These programs takes a lot to bring this to reality. So please, I want us to take it very, very serious, because after this, a whole lot is going to happen in Nigeria, in Africa. So people will be hearing from you and I. are we on the website now? Can we just go to the website? So it's actually, today is day one of our learning. Tomorrow will be much loaded, and next tomorrow will be awesome. Who is the winner of $100,000? Who is the winner? Okay, I think I'm the one. Okay, nobody's raising his hand. So I win. Okay, you. Okay, that's great. So after this session we're entering right now, we'll be going to intro to IPFS, and Hector will be taking that, followed by intro to Filecoin. So if you don't know anything about Filecoin, this is an opportunity for you to have more knowledge about Filecoin and see how you could make best use of the knowledge you've learned. Afterwards, our hashtag is build with Filecoin. So I want us to trend this hashtag, build with Filecoin. Capital B, capital W, and F, build with Filecoin. So as you, during the workshops, or when you're writing your technical reports, remember to quote the hashtag and then do whatever you're doing, because all these things count in terms of judging the best for each workshops. Please note, each workshops will be rewarded, so just take advantage of that. Intro to NFTs will be coming up. You've been hearing a lot about the NFTs. So we have David Cho will be taking us. Yusuf Nepora will be taking us on intro to NFTs. We decentralized storage for NFTs, and David Cho will be taking that. And then we'll be having Alan Racine for Filecoin Green. And then building dApps with Filecoin. That will be taken by Eniolan today. So a whole lot is prepared for you and I. So at this point, I'm going to introduce Tochukwu. He's the CEO of Blockverse, and he will be taking us into blockchain and blockchain development. So please open up and have a great time.
Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. Um, Hello everyone. Welcome to Filecoin conference, Lagos. My name is Tochuku, and I'm the CTO of Blockverse. So I'm here today to just give like intro into blockchain and blockchain programming. So I'm a developer, a Web3 developer. Does mainly smart contracts and the applications as decentralized applications. So I was thinking of going through the normal route of maybe doing a slide and maybe putting everybody through like, okay, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this. But I don't know, for me, whenever I attend conferences and, people are just maybe using slides for sessions that I feel are technical, I don't really get the gist. So I prefer like a hands-on session where I'll, would say and would do it. So I don't know if you're not if you're not understanding maybe what I'm doing or what I want, because I just want to give like a brief intro into like blockchain development. People are all about I can deploy smart contracts, I can do this, I can do that, but then at the end of the day, they don't really have much experience. And the funny thing is that a lot of people also create this notion around Web3 development like it's difficult. It's not difficult. It's as easy as any other digital skills. It's just to know the right tools to use and the right maybe frameworks and knowledge to acquire. So we're just going to do something very brief, run through smart contracts and maybe architecture for building smart contracts and dApps. So I'll get to it very soon. So before I do that, let's just have, just a brief discussion on blockchain or blockchain 101, as the program says. So yeah, for you to be here, I guess you already have like a brief understanding of what the blockchain is. Or is there anybody who doesn't? I beg, if there's anybody who doesn't understand or maybe hasn't heard the word or term blockchain, then we can revert back and talk about it. But I know my colleagues from Blockchain UNN have already like done justice to it. They've talked about the blockchain very well to all our understandings, whether you're a technical person or you're not. So, a blockchain is basically like a decentralized network that is basically owned by everybody and owned by nobody. And obviously there are like different types of blockchains. But before we get into that, let's just know that basically blockchains are the technology that cryptocurrencies run on. So where they are non-custodial, nobody is in charge of them. And then when it comes to blockchain, we know there are various methods of validation. There's proof of work method of validation, and then proof of stake and others. There's proof of history, proof of all of that. So let me ask a question so I can actually get the stats of people I'm talking to. How many of us here are developers, or you've tried anything with writing code? Please, let me just see your hands. That's like 30% of us here. Okay, what of the people that have been aspiring to write code? You've dreamt of it, maybe you just thought of it. 15%. Okay, so that's roughly 50%. So how many of us don't want to write code at all? You don't like coding. You feel it's not important. That's nobody. So it makes it 100%. So that means all of us here would like to write code one day. So if you didn't raise your hand, I'll count you as part of the people who are interested in learning how to code. So please, let's just enjoy it. And please, if there's something you don't understand, I'm going to take questions after I'm done. So I'm just going to, smart contracts are basically self-executing code that run on the blockchain and enable users to perform activities on the blockchain without any custody, without any third party. So once they are deployed, they run on the blockchain. And the first blockchain to implement the concept of smart contracts is actually the Ethereum blockchain. Before other forks of the Ethereum blockchain came out, like the Binance Smart Chain, the Polygon network, and all of that. So for the Ethereum blockchain now, people who build on the Ethereum blockchain are known as Web3 developers. And this kind of blockchains are called Ethereum virtual machine kind of blockchains. So that's actually what I'll be doing an introduction to right now. So we'll be coding based on the Ethereum virtual machines, where you have smart contracts that are easily deployed and they can run on their own, no matter the kind of smart contract. So that's for one. And I also want to put it out there that there are other types of blockchains that are coming up, especially the new, like now that technology has been becoming better, it's getting better rather. So we're not going to go into that now because we're just going to center around technology that is relatable to our prior knowledge as maybe people who are developers or people who are technical. So first of all, I use GitHub a lot. I don't know how many of us know GitHub, please. Okay, so GitHub is more or less like an open source platform where you can put your code when you're done writing or when you're writing. People can contribute to your code, and just like a code management platform. So that's like more or less what GitHub is. So I like contributing to open source code. I like interacting with other people's work. You know, I actually get challenged whenever I go to GitHub and I see someone's work that is, will I say, good enough, and I'll decide to look through it and use it to teach myself. So that's actually how I learned how to program. I made use of GitHub a whole lot, also YouTube, and then some other maybe courses like Udemy and all of that. So I think before we jump into smart contracts and how to code them, I'm just going to list out like the best way, like the easiest way to, let's say you want to deploy your first smart contract there, you want to code your first centralized application today, the easiest way to get into it. So I'm just going to list out the tools we're going to need. So first of all, as a developer, I think you should have a Git account, GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, but I prefer GitHub. So I have my, just hold on, I think I have my GitHub account open. Okay, yeah, so this is my GitHub account. Nothing much is going on here. I just use it to manage code and also it's not very clear. And also contribute to open source code. So I'm just going to go to the Blockverse organization repository and pick a random code that I and the other programmers from Blockverse have worked on. And we're going to use it to try and deploy a smart contract. So please, if you're having your system there, you could just follow through. And this way I'm going to tell you, you don't need to install any prior dependent. Like some people will tell you before you start blockchain programming, you need to install Node.js, you need to install this, install that on your laptop, make sure you have Python, all of that. But like I found an easy hack, whether your laptop is the slowest laptop in this place, there's a way to go around it. So there's, okay, let me just go over to the code I want to work on today. So basically this is a code repository. It basically contains a lot of written code. Sorry, I forgot to, I don't like full screen, but I have to use it now. So it contains a lot of written code that can easily deploy to the blockchain and scale as much as you want. So this is just a base, I'll call it metaverse kind of smart contract. So in this smart contract now, I don't know if you guys have interacted with smart contracts where you can buy virtual lands You can just go pick out a virtual land and buy one, pay cryptocurrency, whether Ethereum or Matic or any of them. So this is just like an explainer of um, that kind of code. So let's say you want to deploy a smart contract today. Before going into, sorry, I missed something. Before we get to GitHub and coding straight from GitHub, there's actually something I forgot to touch. I'm so very sorry. Let's just go back to it. So it's actually Remix. So Remix is an online IDE where you can actually come and put your smart contracts and deploy them. It's not my eyes. Is it? What's the like? Okay. So if you have your systems out there, you can just check remix.org. You can actually come and deploy your smart contract. So with, sorry, I can see very well, yes. Okay, okay. So I think it's clearer now. So basically, this is just like an example of like a basic smart contract that contains just it's like a storage contract. I know most of us that have tried to interact with smart contracts have sorry. Something wrong. It's actually low battery, but then it didn't give me a warning on. Sorry for all these issues, I beg. Come up. So while we so okay, sorry. So I was going to say that this is like a one-page code or one file code that can just get easily deployed to the blockchain. So this is a smart contract that stores, takes in data, stores data, and then retrieves them when a function is called. So with Remix, it's easy for you to just deploy your smart contract to the blockchain straight up, whether it's a token contract or any kind of contract at all. Once you just write it here, you can just go over to the deploy tab and deploy your smart contracts. Come here. So obviously, it's an IDE. If you've not tried hands-on coding before, it's going to be a little bit technical for you to understand. But then we should just know that this tab here just explains the kind of network you want to connect to, whether you want to connect to your MetaMask or whether you want to use their existing network. And Remix gives you a lot of accounts loaded with like 100 Ethereum, test Ethereum that you can use to deploy your smart contracts over and over again just for testing. And you can deploy it to the blockchain. So good thing is before you're able to deploy, you can actually compile to check if there's code. So this is like a base code that was already put on the IDE by Remix. So you can just go straight and compile the contracts. So I don't know if you're looking to try out this IDE, you can check out remix.org, remix.ethereum.org. So it's like an online internal development environment. You don't need to spend your laptop's computing power, whether the laptop is slow or fast. You can just use it on the browser and deploy your smart contracts. So that's for Remix. So, but although I feel that if you want to learn how to use Remix, you should actually go to the IDE and then try hands-on to get yourself acquainted with the system. So that's for Remix. I'm actually going to go back to my GitHub that we're actually talking about. So for GitHub now, let's say you want to try out a code example. You want to know how to deploy your smart contracts, write smart contracts, and all of that. So a tool that I found out that is very easy for me to use without me having to spend my data, like a lot of data rather, because you know if you're coding, if you're actively coding, you might be draining your data. So if you notice, there's sorry. Yeah. So I don't know. You can see beside the go to file, add file, there's a tab called Gitpod here. So if you don't have Gitpod is a Google Chrome extension, is a browser extension. I don't know if you guys know what an extension is. Just like your Meta on your laptop, it's a Google Chrome extension. You can just install it and convert your Google Chrome to a Web3 browser. So that's the same thing that Gitpod is. So Gitpod basically helps me to to run code. Really sorry for all these technical issues. So yes, as I was saying, I can use Gitpod to do whatever I need to do. So once you want to get Gitpod on your system, all you need to do is go to the Chrome web browser, whether you're using a Chrome browser or Brave or whatever browser you're using. Just check out the web store. Download Gitpod. It's completely free. And once you do, you notice that your GitHub account now has this Gitpod button right on top of the code repository. So I can get to coding by just tapping on Open with Gitpod. So the thing is just going to open another window and load up the code for me. Now it doesn't just load up this code; it also helps me install all the dependencies I need to install, everything that is in my package file, everything that is going to require the code to run. It just pre-installs it for me. And then I can be able to get to doing what I want to do. So let's just give it a second. I think network isn't very good here. Anyway, so while that is loading up, that's like an easy hack to get to coding without having to go through all the troubles of getting your system ready, or maybe you don't have maybe you don't have a system and then you want to manage your code with another system that you access not often. You can always use Gitpod to manage code, do whatever you want to do. Even if you get cut off from your work, you can always access it again. So for those of us that are programmers already, just keep that in check. That helps me a whole lot. Anyway, why that's going to wait. So I just wanted to show you this code repository because the team basically covers everything that concerns blockchain development. So we're going to have smart contracts here. We're going to have like a user interface, which is like a DApp that you can interact with the contracts through, and then a method of deploying those contracts. So apart from Remix, which is like a one line or one file deployment tool, there are a lot of deployment tools that we can use. So I'm just going to get to the most popular one, which is Truffle or Truffle Suite. So basically, Truffle is a tool. It's like they call it a suite, or like is a tool for deploying and managing smart contracts. So with Truffle, you can easily deploy your smart contracts to the blockchain, irrespective of the blockchain. So fast as an EVM blockchain, you can deploy to any EVM compatible blockchain. We know there are a lot of them. So Truffle can basically help you to manage them. And Truffle also can help you spin up something called a test blockchain. So in case you don't want to go around maybe spending real Ethereum or spending maybe BNB and the rest to deploy your smart contracts, you can always use Truffle. It also gives test Ethereum like Remix does. You can use it to manage smart contracts, use it to deploy and run tests on smart contracts again. So they have tools for that, and they have a very, very great documentation. So going through the documentation gives you leverage or gives you an information on how to use Truffle and how to use it to deploy code to the blockchain and the rest of all of that. And then an alternative to blockchain, to Truffle, which also came out newly. I think it came out like last year, is Hard Hats. So Hard Hats is also a smart contract managing tool, but I think Hard Hats is able to handle more complex smart contracts than Truffle. So there are some code repositories that contain like almost 100 to 200 smart contracts all interlinked with each other. So any programmer that is finding it difficult to use Truffle can always use hard hats. So they also have your documentation, and that's another thing that has worked for me too. If I meet a technology, like a new kind of technology I don't know how to use or I don't know how to interact with, the first place I go to is the documentation, because documentation shows a whole lot, or basically, um, you know, would give you guides and even code examples on what to do and how to use their tools. So in case you fall on any new technology, just go straight to the documentation. These are the hacks I use that works for me. So I go through the documentation. I make sure that I get through everything in the documentation. So I know how to manage this code repositories, and so how now to manage my code. I know how to integrate their tool. So Truffle and Hard Hats and also Remix are basically tools for managing smart contracts. And then to go over to like easier technologies is also Moralis. I don't know if you guys have heard of Moralis before, but Moralis is like an API service. So this API service basically helps you to manage your code. If in case you don't want to go around connecting to a blockchain network. So Moralis helps you connect to all blockchain networks with one API call. So they also have a documentation. We can easily integrate Moralis into your code. And you just, I don't know, what you can see here is like servers I have open, and these ones are like on, this one is on the, yeah, it supports the Ethereum mainnet, the Polygon mainnet, BSC, AVAX, and Phantom. So I don't need to go around looking for blockchain RPCs to connect to. I can just use Moralis, one API, and connect to all these blockchains available. And they still have more coming up. So I think in their press release, they said they were going to support other new EVMs like Metis blockchain. Okay. Okay. So I would have liked to show us more um, on GitHub, on Gitpod and how it's running, but we're actually running out of time. Okay, that's open now, but I guess it's time for us to actually take a break and continue later. So basically, if you notice, I didn't have to open any code on my, I didn't have to open any code editor on my system. I did not open VS Code. I did not open Atom. I didn't open anything, but this Gitpod gave me access to VS Code. I didn't have to download it. If you check my bar down there, it's not open. So it was just able to load up my code for me on the browser, my code editor on the browser. So I can just code straight from my browser without having to interact with any other apps on my system. The laptop is not running anything. It's completely cold. It's not heating up. And it's basically the easiest way for me. So all of the dependencies that need to be installed from the package file of the repository are already pre-installed on Gitpod. So they just get run up on the system, and then you can start editing your code as you please. So I'd have wanted us to do like hands-on smart contract deployments and maybe taking a DApp live in front of us now, connecting the smart contracts to a DApp and all of that. But we don't have time because I think another speaker is coming. I lost time due to all these technical issues. So I don't know, are we going to be able to finish up? What's the time? Okay.
Let's appreciate Blockverse. Please, let's appreciate Blockverse. Yeah, I love that. Give him some time. Yes, we will give him some time. So let's see what he will be coming up. But that will be later on. This is actually part A break. We'll be having Hector. Hector is going to take us more on IPFS. It's around 1. So we just chatted now. And okay, so he'll be coming up. It will be coming up at 1, just in 1 minute from now on. For those that just joined us this afternoon, you're welcome to Filecoin Conference Lagos, and we're very happy to have you on board. Before you came, we actually shared that the hackathon winner is going home with $1,000. So you could be the one. I want everybody to be involved. Someone just spied that this is actually decentralized, so we are not exempted. So I said, as long as you're here and those online, feel free. The good thing is, let's see what we can come up with hackathon, with Filecoin tools, IPFS tools, and lots more. Already, every workshop, I want you to document what you've learned, paste it on Medium account, create your own Medium account. Please, every participant, one assignment or one task is for you to create a Medium account where you document what you've learned for this day 1. So we want to see all the workshops you've documented. Feel free, all cannot be done just now, but just take time and make sure that your submission is done today. At least we have more hours. We'll be appreciating every one of you. So at this point, we'll be welcoming Hector. Let me see, please, could you, he's joining the Zoom. Has he joined?
Hi, hello everyone.
You're welcome, Hector.
Hi, how are you?
We're greeting you from Lagos.
I'm Hector from Berlin. Very happy to be here. Let me just get started. I need permissions to start screen sharing. It says I don't have. Okay. I am host now and I can screen share. That's perfect. And I'm going to leave a link to the presentation here on the chat, just in case the quality is not very good, so that you can just open it up on your own computers and follow from there. So yeah, I'm Hector. I work at Protocol Labs. I'm here to explain what the technology behind IPFS is and how it works in ways that are easy to understand for people that are completely new to it. I'm active in different pieces of the ecosystem, both on the Filecoin and on the IPFS side. On the Filecoin side, mostly in the Sentinel project, which has to do with data extraction from the Filecoin chain. On the IPFS side, a lot around infrastructure and IPFS cluster. The first thing I want to mention is that IPFS is made of many parts, which are part of a wider ecosystem. For example, the P2P, it's a peer-to-peer library that you can use to build any peer-to-peer application. And there in the slide, there are some logos for different parts of the project. So we have multi-formats, which is a small different project, P2P and IPLD. And I'm gonna talk about things that are belong to each of these projects. So yeah, the interplanetary file system. So it's not just one thing. It's actually a set of specifications and protocols that sometimes work separately and sometimes work together. But the ultimate goal is to upgrade the web as we know it. For example, you can see IPFS as a content address data model. In this slide, IPFS is just a way of linking and referencing data and nothing more. You can see IPFS as linked data transfer as a protocol to move that data around. That means IPFS is the way you copy linked data from one place to another. And you can, of course, see it as a peer-to-peer network in which peers can share data in a distributed fashion without central or authoritative servers. But in order for IPFS to be a distributed file system, IPFS incorporates all these things as a whole. That does not mean that you cannot use IPFS content addressing on data that is shared by non-IPFS means, or that the IPFS network is just solely limited to be used for IPFS data purposes. So there is room to wiggle, but all these systems are incorporated into the same IPFS stack, as we will see. So for now, let's try to go and explain each of these parts. Let's start with content address linked data. Content addressing is the art of naming things by what they uniquely are. So a hash function can give us a unique identifier for a piece of data. If you've been a little bit into anything blockchain, you know this is the base of the blockchain. IPFS uses hash functions to produce something slightly different, a CID, which I will explain next. But the gist here of content addressing is that in IPFS, if you want to access a file with the contents hello world, in this case, you will need to ask for that CID. So a content identifier or a CID is the result of this hash function, prepended by a number of things that help us understand the identifier, the type of content that is referencing, and specifically which type of a hash function was used. CIDs can look different depending on which hash function you used, on which base you're using to represent the string form of that CID. One very important thing in that CID will be this codec prefix or this multi-codec prefix, which is what help us understand which type of data we're going to get. This is what help us decode a binary piece of data into an IPLD node, which is something that I will explain in a minute. So having content addressing and CIDs allows us to build something called Merkle direct acyclic graphs. That is data structures in which one node is linked to other nodes using their fingerprint. Essentially a blockchain, except instead of one block behind the other, you can have several branches and you have something like a DAG. Of course, Merkle DAGs can be used to represent many things, not just a blockchain, but you can actually represent a file system. So if you name your links, if you name those fingerprints inside your nodes, you can now represent a folder that contains files, and each folder has its own fingerprint, and so does each file. And you can use the root CID of that folder structure as an anchor from which you can navigate by path, just like you do on your local file system on your computer. So you can actually say root CID /user2 /file txt. And that takes you to that file inside that folder structure, inside of that file system, if you want to name it like that. Because everything is content addressed in this Merkle DAG, everything is linked by content addressing from that root node, you can verify that any piece of data that you obtain in this graph actually belongs to it. Of course, if you were to modify something, if you were to change something here in this Merkle DAG, you will see that the root CID changes. So I'm gonna add a file here in this slide, and you can see if I switch between the two slides, you can see how the color of the fingerprints change. And that means that obviously if I added a file into this user2 folder node, that means that the user2 folder now will have a different CID. And that means that the root folder will have a different CID itself, and your root CID will be a different one. You can also see that in such representation, you cannot have two copies of the same thing. If they are the same thing, they have the same fingerprint, and conceptually, there's just the same copy. This is called deduplication. It's one of the nice properties of content addressing. When you know you have the content for a CID, you never have to re-download that content, because there is only one thing that corresponds to that CID, and you already have it. It cannot be changed and keep the same CID. If it changed, it will have a different CID, and it will be a different thing. IPFS has chosen to use Merkle DAGs to represent a file system with files and folders in it. But as I told you, these boxes in this Merkle DAG in this slide are just a type of IPLD node. So IPLD means interplanetary linked data, and you can have many types of IPLD nodes. You can have arbitrary types of IPLD nodes. For example, this is a different Merkle DAG. It has other type of IPLD nodes in there that are not a file system, but to see it as a way in which you're linking content address data. And this is where the codec in the CID becomes important, because it will help you know in what type of node you're referencing, so that you can actually make sense of it. And if you have a DAG made of known IPLD node types, that means that you can understand the DAG, and that means that you can traverse it. You can follow the links on that DAG from the original root. Even if the nodes have additional payloads inside, or even if the nodes are carrying data which you don't know how to interpret, it is important that you can actually traverse the DAG, because that allows you to share it and receive it. So the main thing that I want you to remember from this part is that in IPFS, a CID is always the fingerprint of an IPLD node that is part of a Merkle DAG. When you add a file to IPFS, you're going to get the root CID of the Merkle DAG made of IPLD nodes that contains that file. You're not going to get the hash of the actual data in the file. You're going to get something that wraps it, something that represents that file, something that can rebuild that file when you put everything together, but it's not, the CID is not the hash of the file. By default, IPFS actually chunks your files into smaller blocks and creates a Merkle DAG with multiple nodes, even if it's a single file. Sometimes it is a Merkle DAG with a single node. If it's a small file, there is no need to chunk it into multiple nodes, but not always. Second part, let's talk about how IPLD Merkle DAGs can be transferred around computers. So as I just said, a Merkle DAG is made of several IPLD nodes. IPFS will actually chunk your files. If by default, if it's bigger than 256 kilobytes, you're gonna get a DAG with multiple nodes in it. Obviously, if it has folders and you're trying to represent folders and files, you're gonna get multiple nodes. And in order to retrieve a Merkle DAG, what I will have to do is to start requesting to say, please, computer that you're storing this Merkle DAG, please give me the node corresponding to the root CID. And once I have it, I can proceed to request subsequent nodes in the DAG, nodes that are linked from that root CID. So the good thing about this is that every time I receive one of those blocks, which are meant to be not very large, I can always authenticate that each of them corresponds to the CID that I requested it with. I can verify it by rehashing it. And once I have received the full DAG, if I'm succeeding verifying every block, I can be sure that I got exactly the data that I requested. This is a very simple protocol, and it becomes actually quite useful when there are several computers involved. So because my content is made of individual nodes, and those nodes can be potentially be provided by different computers, because they may be storing different parts of the DAGs, or they may all be storing the same DAGs. So you can tune the computers that are requesting this Merkle DAG and the computers that are providing this Merkle DAG to balance the load more efficiently. And this way of moving DAGs is actually the bit-swap protocol. And this is a protocol that IPFS implements. There are other ways that you can actually move linked data around. For example, instead of asking node by node, one by one, and then looking at the links and then asking for the nodes in the links and so on, you could just say, hey, give me the full DAG in one go, just send it all together. Or give me a subsection of the DAG that I'm interested in. And you can potentially do this with something called IPLD selectors. And they are used to implement an alternative protocol called GraphSync. So in GraphSync, you can just say, you can use selectors to select a subsection of the DAG that you're interested in, for example, limited to a certain depth, and use this protocol to say, yeah, plus give me everything under this root CID that has depth equals or less than 1. And it is just a different way of moving the data around. And this also, GraphSync is a protocol that is also used in IPFS land and in Filecoin land, for example, to copy the Filecoin chain around and so on. As a summary, linked data organized in Merkle DAGs allows us to implement different protocols to move the data around. Each can be adapted to each use case, of course. What they have in common is that the data can be authenticated against a CID as it arrives, which means you don't have to trust who is sending that data. You don't have to trust the source of the data because you can always verify that what you're getting is what you requested. So we know how IPFS creates Merkle DAGs, and we know how it provides protocols to copy them around in a trustless fashion. But IPFS is more. The IPFS network is a peer-to-peer network where each participating peer can make IPLD data available, and other nodes can retrieve data from other nodes in the network. In this network, every peer is an equal participant. In the IPFS network, peers will connect to other peers, and they will implement together something that we call distributed services for the network. These services help storing and making content found by other peers when they have an interest in it. The main service that IPFS peers run in the IPFS network is the DHT service. A DHT is a distributed hash table. DHTs are the equivalent of a large database that works by only storing a small number of rows in each peer. In order to get the value associated to a key, a peer will need to find which peer is actually storing that row. So the process consists in asking other peers in the network who has this row, but not in a random fashion. Since not in a very large network, you cannot be connected to every peer, and you just cannot go ask absolutely everyone if they have a row. So instead, peers with certain names, so peers with certain peer IDs are more likely to store certain rows of data, so rows of data for certain keys. Thus, a peer knows which one of the peers he is connected to, and he can judge which one of them that are directly accessible to that peer are most likely to have that data that they want. And if it does, if they do not have it, it can say, okay, you don't have it, but please, you're connected to additional peers in the network. You have seen additional peers in the network. Please give me the ones that are most likely to store that data so that I can go and ask them myself if they have it. So this process, which is back and forth looking for data in the network, is sometimes known as crawling the DHT. Now that we have a database shared by all the peers in the system, how does IPFS use it? So when content is added to IPFS, a peer will insert one row in the DHT, mapping the CID of that content, so the CID of that Merkle DAG that it generated, to its own peer ID. It's a way of saying, this CID, I have it. I am the one that can provide it. So it declares itself as a provider for the content. Publishing a row involves finding a peer that is similar enough to the content ID to start the row. So it's you have to just scroll again, just like you did when you're looking for content. You have to now look for a peer that is good enough to be willing to store that key. And it's of course a very small piece of information. You're not storing your content somewhere else. You're just storing the CID to your content somewhere else, and this relation that says that you can provide that CID. So this part is called content routing. That means I can use the DHT to find my way to certain content. So I can find my way to the IDs of the peers that are actually providing that content. But additionally, peers also insert something called peer routing records in the DHT. And this is a secondary mapping, which maps peer IDs to locations where they can be reached. So their actual IP address and port. So any peers that want to download some content in the IPFS network will have to do two things. If they don't know where the content is beforehand, of course, they will have to do two things. First, to query the DHT to find which peer ID is providing certain CID. And secondly, to query the DHT to find on which address, on which IP, with which protocol I can contact the peer ID that is holding my data. The moment I can do that, and the moment I open that connection to that peer ID, BitSwap kicks in, just like I told you, and you can start saying, hey, please, I know you probably have this CID because I saw it advertised on the DHT. Please send me the root node, and let's just start a working relation to copy that data around. Of course, the DHT is the main service that the network provides, but it's not the only one. Another example is relays. So nodes in the network can help each other or can help other nodes to establish connections when they're not directly accessible. The IPFS network has started now using limited relay nodes so that we implement NAT hole punching so that nodes that are behind firewalls can actually establish connections, direct connections between themselves. Another example of a network service would be PubSub. So you want to broadcast certain information to the network, and you can just publish it, send it to the peers that you're connected to, and they will themselves rebroadcast that to other peers until the information is distributed to the whole network, or at least to the peers that are subscribed to that topic, to a PubSub topic. In summary, so the peer-to-peer network in IPFS provides resilient services, no single point of failure, distributed network, there's no authoritative servers. The main of those services is content and peer routing via the DHT, but relaying and PubSub and potentially different network protocols, distributed network services can be put on top of this network, and all of this is provided by libp2p, which you can use to build any peer-to-peer network stack for any application. So libp2p works completely independently from IPFS. And I think you probably know already it's using Ethereum V2, et cetera, et cetera. So combining all these blocks, we arrive to the IPFS stack. More concretely to what is inside the IPFS as an application that you can run in your computer. When you download an IPFS implementation, usually Go IPFS, you get a peer that can transform files and folders into Merkle DAGs, that can connect to other peers in the public IPFS network, and can retrieve and transfer content from and to them. So this application exposes listening endpoints where other peers can contact it. It exposes a control HTTP API endpoint, which you can use to get it to do things like, please fetch this content, please obtain that, things like that. And it exposes an HTTP gateway endpoint, which is a web server that can be used to browse IPFS content using the HTTP protocol, which is something that web browsers understand. So this is a very important thing, as we will see. Just to go over again the key facts in IPFS as an application, all the content is authenticated. When you download, you verify that it is exactly what you requested. There are no central servers. content is always downloaded on request. When you add content to IPFS, you're not uploading it to the network. You're not uploading it to anyone else. The only thing that you do, if you have connectivity, will be to announce that you're a provider for that content on the DHT. But you can potentially add content to IPFS without being connected at the time when you do that. And once you recover connectivity, this announcement will happen. And content can be anything that is understood by IPLD and therefore traversable. So therefore, anything that is a Merkle DAG that I can traverse and that I can essentially get a node and then know which are the children of those nodes and follow those links to retrieve the Merkle DAG. So, and as a final part, I have to talk about the IPFS goal that I mentioned at the beginning, to upgrade the web. And what does it mean? How can IPFS, authenticated content address data, upgrade how we browse and how we move data around in our day-to-day? And well, the web currently works on something that we call location addressing. So whenever you want to access some data, you first need to go and tell your browser where it is, on which server, behind which domain. So you need to trust the place that you're getting the data from. You need to trust that you're getting exactly the data that you requested. And of course, you have something like SSL certificates that allow you to establish trust with the location. But you're establishing trust with the location that provides the data, not with the data itself. So in IPFS is different. We still have paths like we do on the web, but we don't provide a domain name or an IP to get that content. We provide the CID and expect the IPFS network, expect your IPFS application to actually find a copy of that data in the network and get it for you. And you don't care where it gets it from because you're going to verify. So the location is not really important to you anymore. It can come from anywhere as long as it's the data that you requested, which you're going to know immediately. In any case, we want to move from location addressing to content addressing, and that means that we move from a very nice URL to something pretty ugly with a CID in there. And this IPFS // is not even something that a browser will understand by itself, right? But I also told you that the IPFS peer, so the IPFS application, Go IPFS, runs something that we call the HTTP gateway. So this content addressed URL that we have here, we can actually rewrite it in a way that will be understood by any browser. And this is a little bit better. So any browser could now open this URL and obtain that content. And that content will come from the endpoint that the local IPFS daemon is exposing. Therefore, you will be getting this content from the IPFS network. It's still pretty ugly because we still have the CID in there. But the good thing about DNS is that DNS is not only for IP addresses. You can actually put any information that you want on DNS. Therefore, we can use it to switch that CID, that long CID that we cannot remember, for a domain name that is easier to remember for us. And this is called DNS link. So this is a very small standard that we would use. And you essentially put the CID in a text record in the domain configuration, just like it shows here. And now you have, instead of having IPFS / your long CID, you have something called IPNS, and you put IPNS / your domain.com, and your gateway will be intelligent enough to say, okay, you're trying to say to access IPFS content that should belong to this domain. Therefore, I'm going to check the DNS link record on this domain and try to find a translation that gives me an IPFS CID. This is a little bit better. now we have a much clearer URL, certainly easier to remember. And finally, the last step here is that, well, a gateway, this gateway endpoint is actually, this is actually an IP. Therefore, I can actually just create a normal DNS-A record to point to that IP. And I can actually just rewrite this URL. If I control the domain, I can just rewrite it like this, except instead of pointing to a traditional web server, your traditional engines that is serving your traditional application is now pointing to the IPFS gateway that is run by an IPFS node. And the gateway is clever enough to say, oh, you're contacting me as domain.com. Therefore, I'm going to do the DNS link lookup for domain.com. And I'm going to give you fetch content under that CID for you. So this is, essentially, you have seamless translation of things. Domain.com points to the gateway, and this gateway can, of course, be local. In practice, what you do is that you configure your domain, as I told you, pointing to an IPFS gateway. You configure your DNS link text record pointing to the CID of the website that you want to serve under that domain. And when there is a request, you have some help, either from the IPFS companion browser extension, or some browsers like Brave or Opera are able to do this automatically. And your request can be processed by your local IPFS gateway if you have one. It can be processed if you're running an embedded peer in the browser like Brave. And in those cases, you will not be using HTTP to receive that website. You will be actually using IPFS node to retrieve that website from the IPFS network. In the worst case, IPFS companion browser extension will fall back to using an IPFS public gateway, which is not peer-to-peer. It's a remote gateway, but it still gives you this the seamless upgrade in which you don't actually need to run a local gateway to actually be able to access content that is available in the IPFS network. So this is how IPFS can upgrade the web seamlessly. And when you visit something like IPFS.io, our website, with your extension installed and your local node running, you will be retrieving the website through your local IPFS daemon using Bitswap, as I told you. And you can be sure that the content will match the CID that is in the DNS link records for the domain. That's it. Try it out. If you're interested about learning about the protocols and data types that we used in the distributed web, there are some proto school tutorials. You can install IPFS companion. You can install the browser extension. You can install IPFS for the command line application, so go IPFS, or you can install IPFS desktop if you want a graphical interface. And yeah, super happy to get some questions from the audience, if there are.
All right, we're giving some exercises for us to try. But if you have any question, you could just ask your question. You could go to, it's being streamed, so you could go to the YouTube and ask your question, or the Zoom page. Or you could write it. If you have any question, you could just share, so we just relate it back to him. I'm actually chatting with him.
Okay, I can see the Zoom chats, but I cannot see YouTube.
Yeah, on site. Do we have any questions, please? Yeah, you have a question. Okay. In the course of the training, someone said Hector, someone said you speak very fast. So you could just take it a little bit with us. Please, your question.
I'm always scared that I speak too slowly and it gets very boring.
Yeah.
we have a question on site now. So the young, just introduce yourself on that.
Hello, Hector. I'm Muyin Hikare, product lead at Kanza Finance, which is actually being invested in by your company, Protocol Labs. I wanted to ask about Filecoin Green. Sometime this week, I heard about ExxonMobil partnering with Crusoe Energy to mine Bitcoin, and I wanted to know if that's something that could be directed towards Filecoin as they're looking to expand into Nigeria. So I wanted to know if that's something that could work with the Filecoin Green and net zero carbon emissions in mining and storage for Filecoin. Thank you.
Yes, so unfortunately, I don't know.
I'll take it up from there.
Yeah, I have no idea about these programs. Maybe Mosh, that is coming after me, is working a little bit closer to Filecoin Green and generally collaborations and so on that happen on Filecoin land. I'm much more deep into the technical stack, particularly IPFS side.
Okay, brilliant. One of the essence of this conference is to see how we could scale up in Africa and Nigeria. So it's good we have you here. So we want to meet you and see how we could collaborate in terms of bringing your stuff on the Filecoin network and stuff like that. So feel free. So do we have any questions related to what we've studied now of length? The link, oh, fine. As long as, how did you come through the site or meetup? Okay, fine. Oh, well, okay. We intend, I need us to just agree. We want to create a WhatsApp group for this day one. Everybody join. Is it okay with you? So we'll just drop everything for today. Then tomorrow we'll create another one. But we already have a Telegram, so where everybody will just go in. But for as long as today, all the gift of today, we don't want to mix it up. So everything will just be. So there will be a WhatsApp for today, and everybody will be invited to join. So just please feel free. Okay, that's all. All right. Any other question, please? So we've enjoyed. So I can ask question, right? Hector, you could ask question, please. Let's ask this young guy. He was so busy. In fact, where's the Web3 lady? Oh, right. All right. All right. While could we check the YouTube channel if we have questions online? So could. Okay. Sure. Online participants are welcome. Please, you're already here. We'll be dropping a link for you to register so that you could get the link of this workshop. So is there any question online? Yeah, okay. All right. While we wait for more, no question. Hector, we really appreciate your time with us here in this conference, day one. We're going to go through the slides, and if there's any questions, we can always reach out to you. Thank you so much for making out this a success with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, we have like multiple places to reach out with questions, and Discord and Filecoin, Slack, and all the places, and we're normally hanging around. So hope to see you there, and I wish you a very successful conference. The content is very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's tell him bye. So, right, let's take a break while we'll take the next talk. Let's just take a break. Just be patient. The refreshments are coming. So, but just take a break. Let's kind of reflect on what we've learned and kind of get to know. There are a whole lot of big shots here. We have Eniola in the house, so please let's clap for her. So, 5 minute break.
bad man can do. We could take me away from you. Cause you sweet my belly like juice. So I love you, girl. There is nothing bad man can say. You're the icing on top my cake. Girl, you sweet my belly like juice. So I love you, girl. I know gonna leave you, baby. Even if we fight, yo, we go be alright. Yeah, I know gonna leave you, baby. Even if we fight, yo, we go be alright. Yeah, there's nothing then for to say. We go make my love fade away. I'll love you till the end of days. I love you, girl. I will love you till my head turns gray. Your orders is what I'll obey. Through the storm and rain we go day. I love you, girl. Yeah, give me brain, give me wisdom, oh yeah. Can I come join your kingdom, oh yeah? Just signs and symptoms. I was locked up for long, but your love give me freedom. I say, baby, oh baby, when it feels strong, I'll make it alright. I'll be by your side. There is nothing bad man can do. We could take me away from you. Cause you sweet my belly. Before you leave for the summertime, she just came into town last month. And she won't be around that long. I just wanna have a good time. Maybe once, maybe two times. She got a prettiest smile. And she got the wittiest mind. So before you catch that flight, can I have the wickedest wine? Fine girl from New York City. I don't mind if you give me chance. Can I have just one more dance before you leave for the summertime? Run away with me. I don't care if you got a man. Can I have just one more dance before you leave for the summertime? Yeah, she makes me sing. She always got me acting high. She's like the wind. She's just a traveler passing by. Maybe in another life, these feelings won't die. Before you catch that flight, can I have a kiss one time? Fine girl from New York City. I don't mind if you give me chance. Can I have just one more dance before you leave for the summertime? Run away with me. I don't care if you got a man. Can I have just one more dance before you leave for the summertime? Fine girl from New York City. I don't mind if you give me chance. Can I have just one more? I'm rolling on your wheel now. DJ Counts on the mix. I'm drinking Hennessy now. I hope you see now. Say you don't bust my eyeglass. You don't scatter my plan. See my eye, I don't pass. You put me for ambulance. See why you make me, why you make me babe. See why you did to me. God save me today. I know you got me now. I know you got me now. I know you got me now. Followed you up and down. Followed you up and down. Followed you up and now I don't lost my mind. Now I don't lost my mind. Now I don't lost mine. Now I know you lie. Now I know you lie. Now I know cause the doctor said I burnt my liver. I've been drinking. Used to sing and play my guitar. Now I'm lost in this and bizarre. Everything I do, everything where you talk, I do, everything where you ask, I do, say you don't close my eyeglass, you don't scatter my plan. See my eye, I don't pass. Girl, in your love, where they ginger me, you they give me the love and the energy. Only you loves me when I'm jobless. She loves me when I'm wrong. Even when I don't need love, yeah, she loves me like that. Like damn, damn, damn. Like damn, damn. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the international DJ Kamzi. She loves me when I'm drunk. She loves me when I'm jobless. She loves me when I'm lost. Even when I don't need love, yeah, she loves me like that. Like damn, damn, damn. Like damn, 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 damn. No other cheap, the one she every time I try. They not like we, and baby that's why I'm done with the red flag. Telling all the girls I'm on your side. I'm telling all my boys I'm on your side. Got no your loss on my side. Cause you be my nigga, you be my clothes, you be my water, you be my blood, you be my river, you be my road, you be my fever, you be my code. Even when I walk out, with your dead toes, she got in my mother, like it done drove. When things matter, she did not go. When things matter, she did not go. She loves me when I'm drunk, she loves me when I'm jobless, she loves me when I'm lost, even when I don't need love, yeah, she loves me like that. Like damn, damn, damn. Like damn, 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 damn. I know myself. I know myself. I'm in love with this DJ, DJ Kamzi. I got you to up on the soon, what's the mountain? Tell me what's it gonna be? Yeah. Multi baby belly. You underrate me, what you get? Papa di go go, papa hata so you wear. Ah, and you show well low. Mojide, mojide, when you name up, mojide. Or they she go on it. Wash and cool and shout to do the town. Excuse me, come on, get up. She see me in the bini bowl, she my jay. Wọ́n tilẹ̀kùn wọn mú gọ́gọ́rọ́ pamọ́. Mo yọ kẹ́lẹ́kẹ́lẹ́ wọlé, mo tún bẹ̀yìn kúlé. Now who say I'm locked up, locked up? Yeah. Who say I'm locked up, locked up? Now who say I'm locked up, locked up? I got to do up on the soon, what's the mountain? Tell me what's it gonna be? Yeah. Multi baby belly. You underrate me, what you ready? Papa di go go, papa hata so you wear. Ah, and you show well low. As them escalate the matter, picture perfect letter. Now them say I to the Galiban, go the Tivo, now them go the Popo. Them say I'm locked up, locked up. Now who say I'm locked up, locked up? Yeah, say I'm locked up, locked up. Recto, te quiero, mamá. Te quiero, Saida. Yeah, let me see you bend down, twerk, twerk, abajo. Bend down, twerk, twerk, abajo. Bend down, twerk, twerk, abajo. Forge it. That's it, that's it. I say, abajo. I'm in love with this DJ, DJ Kamzi.
Right. It's now time for the next workshop. Mosh is in the house. Could you just say, do a Lagos welcome to Mosh? Hi guys, let's do a Lagos welcome to Mosh. She's watching us right now. Is that our Lagos style? A cabo, right? Say it louder now. All right, we'll be taking the next workshop, Intro to Filecoin. So, and Mosh, can you hear me? Mosh. Promote her to speaker, Mosh. Yes. Yes, on Zoom, yes.
Hello.
Hi. We can
Hi.
hear you.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to Filecon Conference, Lagos.
Thank you.
We are
Thank
hungry,
you.
excited to learn from you. So you have the floor now.
Well, hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me. My name is Michelle Lee. I also go by Mosh on all the internet forums. That's how you can find me. Delighted to be here with you. I wish I could be there in person. I was in Lagos in 2010, and it's a lot of fun. I wish I could be back.
Michelle, could you
Yes.
switch on your video? Okay.
Can my video should be on?
Yeah, we can see you right away.
Okay. I think your Zoom host has switched over. How's this? Okay. Can everyone hear me? Sound good? All right. Well, let's get started. My name is Michelle Lee. I also go by Mosh. That's my handle on the Filecoin Slack, Discord, and other forums. Delighted to be here and follow Hector. I'm going to talk about Filecoin and especially the relationship between IPFS and Filecoin, and then how you can get started building with these tools. In just a moment, I'm going to share my screen. And hopefully that works as well. All right, so today we're going to talk about the core concepts of IPFS, Filecoin, and how they relate to each other, some tools for developers and builders, the possibilities of what you can do with that, and then finally some learning resources for anyone whose imagination has been captured by what we're talking about today and wants to go ahead and try it out. So you've probably already heard this model of the web. We're moving from a centralized model in Web 2, where things are routed through a small number of servers, to a more distributed model on the right side, where many peers form a network. There's no central source of authority or sources of authority, and really any node in a network can participate equally and fairly on a network or in exchanges or in just be part of how the world shares and exchanges information. So a couple key concepts, hopefully you remember from the talk just previously, of IPFS, which is one of the building blocks of Filecoin. So to me, the two most important things in IPFS are the idea that all the data is turned into a set of fingerprints or content identifiers, and they can all roll up to form, into smaller root CIDs that give you ways to verifiably address and name all of your content. And it's this content ID paradigm you'll see is very powerful. It's you'll see it all across the decentralized web, and that's one of the most unique and special and powerful things about IPFS. The second one is this, that the content is passed around the web through the DHT, through the distributed hash table. And as you can see, there's the distributed hash table by its very name is maintained by multiple peers. There's no single place where you can look up the entire DHT, and each peer contains only a small number of rows. So it's a key value store. It's how peers figure out who has what data. And if they don't have it, they look for a peer that's a little bit closer to who's storing the data. So together, these concepts kind of, and many others, but I think these are the two most important ones, add up to IPFS, a decentralized network that can pass verifiable data all around the world. Now, when you use IPFS in practice, there's a couple different ways you can set up your node and think about the services. So on the far left, under 1A, you can run your own IPFS node. That's like the most basic way to use IPFS. You put it onto IPFS on your computer, and you make that computer or that peer or node discoverable to the whole world. So anybody out there can talk to your node and get the data you're storing. But what if you need to close your laptop? What if you need to get on a train? What if you are going to sleep for the night? Or what if you have a power outage? So that node is no longer connected to the network. And now we want to take advantage of the benefits of a decentralized network. So we want many, many nodes to have this data, right? So in 1B, another option is you can run your own network of nodes. You can have 3 or 4 nodes. You can have nodes in multiple cities, in multiple regions or geographies. And that means if any one of your nodes goes down, there's other options. And because the content is addressed by CID, you're getting the same thing no matter where it's coming from. Now, the only downside is you then need to manage all of these nodes. You need an infrastructure team, and that's really hard work. So this model is often used by, let's say, academic research collaborators. It's used by companies that are big enough to have an infrastructure and ops team, but not everyone wants to use this option, right? So then number 2, which is where we see the more colorful logos on top, you can pay a pinning service to pin your IPFS content on their nodes. And pinning services are companies like Pinata or Temporal or Infura. All of them run IPFS nodes. Some of them also run gateways to accelerate the retrieval of data to and from web applications. And these companies basically serve as your other or your backup IPFS nodes. And they're very easy to use, very streamlined. But what if you didn't want to pay any single company? What if you didn't want to deal with a single entity? What if you wanted to make it public? Well, another option is you can sort of hope your content becomes popular enough that other nodes will pin it. And if you're sharing a very popular music video, or you're sharing Wikipedia articles, something that's retrieved by a lot of people all the time, it is possible that other nodes will pin it, but there's no guarantees, right? You cannot be sure that there are other copies saved, and if you want your data to be reliably available, you need something else. So what if we started from scratch? What if we looked at Web3 and how you would build data storage from the ground up using Web3 principles, using IPFS as a building block, but also layering in some of the guarantees that blockchain networks can provide. So that is how we get to Filecoin. In Filecoin, a client makes a deal to store data, and then Filecoin transforms that data into that Merkle graph of content CIDs, right? And then the provider, once they have that data, they have to generate a proof to verify that they've received it, that they have the correct data, and that proof is published to the blockchain, which is the red boxes on the bottom. And every single day, actually at slightly random intervals, the providers have to keep sending in proofs. These proofs are called proofs of space-time because they're proofs that they have data stored in that space and it's still stored over time. And these are published to the chain as well. And if the providers keep delivering proofs to the chain, they're paid incrementally in tokens. If they fail or fault, we call it, they're actually penalized heavily, they're slashed. and they have to pay fines out of the collateral that they initially put down to become a storage provider. And so anyone in the world can check on chain whether that provider has continued to provide the deal. It goes through, the deals are brokered through the decentralized protocol, so there's no single company or owner. You can make multiple deals if you want redundant copies of your data. And then towards the end of the storage deal, as a client, you can either renew the deal or you can let it expire. And if you want to renew the deal, there are also different computational ways to set it up so it's renewed permanently, for example, drawing out of an endowment to pay for the data storage. So a Filecoin storage deal is a very low level building block. It's very configurable, it's very reusable. You can use it to build up any kind of storage that you really want. So if you need many, many nines of reliability, you can make lots of redundant copies all over the web. If you're trying to go as cheap as possible, you may just make a few copies. If you want very long-term storage, you would set up your application and your deals so that they renew over time. If you're just looking to store something temporarily, let's say it's some data that's pre-processed data, and once you process it or run a transformation over it, you don't need all that data anymore. You can let some of those deals expire and then just renew the deals for the data you want to keep. So think of a Filecoin storage deal as a small building block in a much bigger decentralized storage design. So that's really fun. You can actually go onto the Filecoin blockchain, look inside the blocks, look for messages that contain CIDs and see the CIDs of all the data. And if you want to prove that your data was published at a given time, you can actually look on the chain and show, oh, that data, that CID was published to the chain 6 months ago, and therefore that data has been around and it's accurate. So really interesting possibilities if you combine CIDs and then the publicly verifiable blockchain. Okay, so a couple benefits of Filecoin because it's designed for Web3 from the ground up. The first is that it's compatible with IPFS. I mentioned it before, but it's often worth clarifying again. IPFS is a building block of Filecoin, so all the CIDs are exactly the same between IPFS and Filecoin. And then it integrates. There's lots of ways to integrate Filecoin CIDs into smart contracts, into other Web3 applications, etc. The second is what I just mentioned. It's verifiable through proofs. So if you look on chain, you can confirm that a given piece of data was stored at a given point of time, and then you can the protocol actually manage itself. So it looks for proofs. It rewards the providers that are delivering proofs on schedule, and then it uses slashing to penalize the providers who aren't. And then finally, it's a fully decentralized network, and it's extremely large. It's the biggest decentralized storage network by far in the world. There's, I think right now, 18 exabytes of capacity, or 18 million TIBs of capacity across the globe, provided by many thousands of storage providers on every single continent. I think some of you are actually in the event today, and it's governed by consensus by the protocol instead of by a single corporation. So really nice building block for Web3. And like I mentioned, if you're looking for permanence, any storage deal can be renewed an infinite number of times by anyone or anything. Actually, it does not have to be renewed by the original creator of the deal. You can then take another party, let's say a public historical institution, can take that data and then go renew deals for it and guarantee that it's archived. And then if you're looking for redundancy, there can be an infinite number of copies of the same storage deal. Now, in practice, how do IPFS and Filecoin work together? Today, IPFS has been around, much longer. I think it's first was launched 7 years ago. So IPFS offers some really fast, flexible retrieval. There's a lot more tooling around getting your data back, like gateways, which are nodes that speak both Web 2 and Web 3. So they run an IPFS node, but they're also an HTTP server. So for clients or applications that don't have IPFS built in, you can still get IPFS data. There's many different ways to run local nodes or clusters of local nodes. Some browsers like Brave browser actually have IPFS built in, so you can natively say IPFS:// instead of HTTPS. So IPFS has many different ways to retrieve the data. And then today, Filecoin is a great option for persistence and verifiability. So if you want to make sure you have guarantees, Filecoin is the way to go. So IPFS and Filecoin right now are often used together. And I want to share some of how these are built into applications today. There's roughly 3 categories of tooling, and I'll show you some visual examples too, but I just want to set up the categories first. All the way on the left are no-code applications. So these applications store on IPFS and Filecoin, but you don't have to write a single line of code. It's kind of like a drag and drop interface. There's equivalents for Google Drive and Google Docs. Chain safe files is one option. They're a team that's been working with IPFS and Filecoin for a long time. That's a screenshot on the bottom. There's a really cool application called Skiff, which basically is a Google Docs editor in the browser, but it takes your document and splits it across many IPFS nodes. So it's very privacy forward, because there's no one place where any malicious party can access all of your data. And it's very lightweight and nimble. It's built on these IPFS primitives. So that's a really cool one, and it has a beautiful interface as well. Slate is another application that you can use to store your data. So all of those are, if you just want to try it out, if you want to share it with your friends and family who might not know how to write code, those are great ways to start. In the middle is a second bucket, and these are tools that are designed to be super easy for any developer to use. So most of these are hosted services. Often they wrap IPFS and Filecoin calls into a single API call. So NFT storage is designed, and I'll share more about this later, designed for storing NFTs assets and their metadata. So it's free storage. It will pin, I think, 6 copies to 6 different IPFS nodes, and then also make 3 to 6 Filecoin deals. So your data is definitely there and guaranteed to be safe. The same with Web3 storage. It actually shares a backend, but it's designed to be more open-ended for different kinds of data. Estuary is another hosted service. Well, it's a hosted service and a library. You'll see later. But the Estuary service offers an API that's designed for high performance data storage needs. So if you want to store a lot of data, Estuary is a great way to go. Like I mentioned, Pinata's is an IPFS pinning service. So you can use Pinata to access IPFS nodes. You can use Infura to access IPFS nodes. And then a company called Fleek has built a lot of different tools for IPFS and Filecoin. The easiest one to use is Fleek Publishing, and I'll share some screenshots of that in a moment. But you can basically connect Fleek to any GitHub repo for any front-end application, and it will automatically deploy to Fleek, which means that it's actually deployed to an IPFS node. Very cool. And then on the far end are tools, tools, libraries, SDKs that you would integrate into your own application or your own system. So IPFS cluster, for example, is one way to manage many IPFS nodes if you want to run your own nodes. Estuary, you can actually run your own Estuary node, and then that will automatically pin to IPFS, and then also make Filecoin deals on your behalf. Fleek Space Daemon is an SDK designed to be integrated into a desktop application and use IPFS inside your desktop application. Textile Bidbot is an option to store an IPFS and Filecoin together. And then you have even lower level libraries like filecoin.js, which just offer JSON RPC calls to a Filecoin node, whether that's a node that you run locally or a node that's hosted by another party. So different kinds of tools. So let's talk a little bit about Fleek. So Fleek is designed for really fast and censorship-proof websites on the open web. It works with almost any modern web framework. And the way you use it is you go online, make some configuration changes to add your build settings. And when you click a button, it deploys your site to IPFS. And then I believe in the process of adding backup to Filecoin. So it stores on both options, and it's super, super easy. You almost don't have to really understand IPFS to use it, but this is a fun way to host your site or your application on IPFS, which means it can be resistant to censorship or to outages. Web3 storage, like I mentioned, is designed for general Filecoin and IPFS storage. It has a couple libraries, JavaScript and Go client libraries. It also offers an HTTP API with the remote pinning service, and they're about to add a web interface to it. Actually, I think the beta is launched. So if you go to web3.storage, you can try the drag and drop version, or you can check out all the API documentation. Super easy for developers. NFT storage is the same thing on the back end, but the front end and some of the metadata options are a little bit different, and they're optimized for NFT storage. So once again, once you upload that CID, it makes it available through IPFS and Filecoin. There's some even longer term decentralization in the works. Right now, everything has to be run through NFT.storage, but the team is working on setting up some like an endowment that uses a DAO to perpetuate smart contracts to store these NFTs forever. So that's pretty cool. And you can use it in combination with other options as well. Most devs use this through the JavaScript client library, but there's also an HTTP API and a web interface. So NFT storage, if you're building any NFT app, this is the best way to ensure that your NFTs use CIDs in their metadata, and there's no malicious rug pulling or other activity can happen when the underlying asset is swapped out. Another tool to share, this is a really interesting one. Lighthouse is a new project, and the goal is to do seamless renewable deal making and verification. So like I mentioned, the basic building block of a Filecoin deal has a time limit on it because you want to only price for a certain fixed time based on the market today. But Lighthouse and projects like it are going to be how we make perpetual storage. So this is really fun. Check it out at lighthouse.storage. Let's see. So I hope that was a nice overview of the relationship between IPFS and Filecoin. There are many, many tools if you want to learn more or get your hands on some of these technologies. A great option is hackathons.filecoin.io, which has links to the many hackathons going on every single month, where you can meet mentors, play with these technologies, win bounties or prizes even, and then build a prototype that qualifies for a future microgrant. And then the screenshot on the right side, Proto School is a really nice place to learn about the primitives. The website is proto.school, or it's also linked to from the hackathon's website. And some of these are, these are all self-guided tutorials. Some of them have code samples, some of them are more concept-based, but they're designed to introduce you to all these decentralized web concepts. And then finally, we have a bunch of forums and other places where you can chat with the team. We have a discourse forum at discuss.ipfs.io, and then a Slack, filecoin.io/Slack. The Slack and Discord are bridged, so you can find basically the same conversations are mirrored in both places. And those are also great places to ask for help or share what you've built or share what you've learned or share what you find interesting. So I hope that that I was able to inform you all a little bit, maybe inspire you, maybe invite you into our communities to start building with these technologies. And we're really excited that you're part of the community, and looking forward to seeing what you all create with these building blocks for Web3. Thank you.
Wow. Thanks a lot much. You've really done a lot in regards to our hackathon. At least with what we've learned this hour, we can, at least we've gotten like, we have a startup, as in a heads up. So we'll be going through the document, the slides, and see how we can come up with something cool, easy, and you know, everybody's looking at what you and I was going to come out with in this conference, and who knows, you know, that's idea, that challenge could win more grants. So I want us to take it so serious. And if you have any questions, Mosh is here to ask, to help us with your questions. Do you have any questions? Yeah, from the YouTube channel, is there any questions? Okay. Do we have any question here? Moshe, I think that's fine. We are very, very grateful for making our time to educate us more on Filecoin. Part of this conference, part of this workshop is the hackathon. So with what you have showed, you've given us a heads up. We'll try to be more creative, and I'll share you more details. At least you'll be part of the judge to see, to do. You'll be part of the judge. You will join us. You'll support us in picking the best. I'll share you more details afterwards.
Fantastic.
So thank you so much. Let's say bye so much. So from Lagos, we're saying bye to you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Have a great time.
Have a great time. All right. Thank you so much. So let's just take some minutes break. Our refreshment is just close by. Bear with us. Let's walk. Please, DJ.
Who's gonna take me as the one? Who's gonna come in the month? I'm back in the hood. Mama used to call me perfection. Curse, I'm the last of a seven. The last to make heaven. I'm gonna dine with the devil. And he gonna meet with his favor. Don't say the Bible. When I email like a Jordan, she gonna say burst of the nursing. That's in medicine. She say you dream my case and do this and do that. Or the body know me. So hard to put my molly. If you like it for the molly, I choose music. So what you think about it? Oh, sugar, I'm gonna say who's gonna, when I'm old, who's gonna keep me alive? Who's gonna make me to smile? Who's gonna, are you gonna choose me your wife? Or are you gonna leave me to die? That's not true. I always think about you. Even when I show my view, I think about you. That's how I feel about you. No one ever drops your cue. You want to. The master, yeah. The master.
International DJ Camzy. Give it to them.
First, let me say to you, I cannot wait to see you. You are the treasure I've been waiting for. Do you know how much I really need you? I dey pray for the day when I can finally kiss you. You know, say every day I pray for you. Oh, in my heart today, it's a permanent place for you. That's why my heart it a beat like do can do. Cause now you are true, so I am very unknown. I sing for you and I be like do can do. Baby, now you are go big, so I am very unknown. Oh, there we go. See, I may not give the word to you, but I'm giving what I have. Oh, baby, oh, you are my Achilles. Oh, do I like it, baby? Shabby, you don't say every day I pray for you. Oh, in my heart, oh, there's a permanent place for you. That's why my heart is a beat like do say.
I'm in love with this DJ. DJ Camzy. DJ Camzy.
Remember who you are on my way to heaven. Moria Delina. She says, Angagita. Remember who you
I've been drinking, I've been smoking, I've been smoking. Thinking about the way you touch me. If it's a dream, I can't stop dreaming. In my bum, you carry waist on the very big pump. The way you roll it, make you my rock pump. Make I give you your love, a passion. In my bum, in my bum, in my bum, bum, bum. Baby, let us fly away. For your kiss, far away, to a place. Cause the way you did me, I go someplace. Baby, let us fly away. For your kiss, far away, to a place. Cause the way you did me, I go someplace. Only to see your love,
balano, yeah, kaite balane. Kakos meda kaite balane. Kakos kana kaite balane. Salunga tele de balano, yeah, kaite balane. Kakos meda kaite balane. Kakos kana kaite balane. Salunga tele de balano, hey, kaite balane. Odim ni kaite balane. Ojim nanta kaite balane. One wumu kaite balane. Ja, kaite balane. Odim ni kaite balane. Odim ni kaite balane. One wumu kaite balane. Yellow makaya bano chigo. Enu go sit them up with someone look for no, my be fit ya to you, become more go to tour. It's on the phone, so can you take it off? You want to see that well later so. As I got it, you go, I did my book from Mananga, bugging my money so. There can go girl, every guineas, connect a head bridge. Give me for the get up on Netflix. I'm a bad boy, when I'm a Maserati for some 2 seats. You get some wine, go mad band, Jim, I don't get that man. They're not banding, come on. I just show you wonder why you wonder. Believe what you want.
I'm in love with this DJ.
Like you sleep, but this one pass. Hunger. I think that you just start wonder. From your feet to love wonder. Somebody that wonder. Cause I'm feeling it in my soul. Something is changing. Not in your face. Something is scratch. Happy like us.
DJ Kamsi, give it to them.
Yeah, hello guys. David is David is live with us now, and he will be taking Web3 for cloud native developers. Why, when, and how? Why again? So I want us to just mo- be motivated as we take this great lecture. David, can you hear me? David, can you hear Lagos?
Yes, I think I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're welcome to Lagos Filecoin conference.
Thank you
Lagos.
so much.
We're so excited to learn from you. So, and we have a lot to showcase during this hackathon period. So we believe you give us a guide. So over to you, guys. Let's welcome David.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I truly wish I could have actually traveled there. I've never been, and I feel that there's a big gap in my travel experience. Would you like me to just talk, or I'm happy to share some slides? You tell me. I think I'll go ahead and share.
Yeah.
That's fine. So we'll just keep going here. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, terrific. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to come talk. My name is David Aronchik. I am I co-lead research development here at Protocol Labs. I should say, if I haven't already, we are hiring like mad. We would absolutely love people to come apply. We have many, many different places. And this is one of the most exciting things that I've seen come along in compute. And I've seen a few. I've started several startups, including through several .com booms. I led Kubernetes on behalf of Google. I was the first non-founding PM, and I saw that go from 0 to infinity. And then I started a project called Kubeflow, which is for machine learning on Kubernetes, and that's done well for itself as well. So I've seen quite a bit, and this space is, I think, one of the most interesting. It really is a reshuffling of a lot of assumptions about what it means to build websites and develop trust. So it can be very, very easy to get very excited. When people talk about things like Web3, usually it's not just, say Web3, it's Web3 with many exclamation points. And that's because, they all get a different idea of what Web3 means in their head. Web 1 and Web 2 were transformational for technology. And for us, it's about, can we take that same inspiration of technology, or same inspiration of revolution, and go forward? And I think we have to be very careful, because that's a lot of responsibility, and it's behoven on us to get it right. So the first thing I like to do is say, what is Web3? It's a very, very vague term. People, are really all over the map on exactly what it is and what's going on and things like that. And so I do like to at least have a conversation around what it is. And in particular, I like to have that conversation from the cloud native perspective. It certainly is my background, but it's also the audience that most folks will be talking to. For as much hype and attention and awareness as Web 2 is, or Web 3 is getting, it is but a very, very small fraction of the number of developers and technical people and everyone across the stack is everywhere. And so I kind of jokingly say this talk is about why, what Web3 actually is, how we actually go about it, and then coming all the way back to why again, and reassessing exactly what you use it for. So to start with why, first it's a story. If you wanted to build an app and you had a killer idea that had unprecedented connectivity needs, it needed to be globally distributed, needed critical performance guidelines, meaning you knew that performance was going to be a bottleneck. Today, you would have to, or even at any point in the past, you would have to source and provision very expensive compute, coordinate it all together, make sure it was backed by strong storage, fast storage, fast networking. Then you would have to actually go and build your application and make sure that as you deployed, you were able to do it at velocity with high scale. You'd have to use internet standards because you're not going to go and invent your own standards. If you did, then you would have to get a massive new wave of adoption of devices and browsers and so on. So you're going to want to reuse existing internet standards so you can maintain backwards compatibility. And then you need, as you ship your code, you need to maintain it in a very, very highly leveraged way. And truly a centralized service is the only way. So it's funny, I like to walk through this because it feels very familiar to us, but in fact, this is not a new story. Does anyone know what Backrub is? I realize I guess I can't hear from the crowd, but Backrub is actually Google. What you're looking at are the original servers that powered Google out of the Stanford office where they were based. And they did all of those things. They shipped something. It wasn't particularly scalable. It wasn't particularly flexible. It certainly didn't adopt, decentralized standards and highly horizontally scalable things, massively centralized trust and so on. But they shipped it and it got out there and it began to work. And then over time, they began to decentralize because decentralization offers a lot of benefits. Now, it's not without cost. It oftentimes has enormous costs and costs that you don't even realize as you're building. Only when you hit scale, only when you hit 10, 1,000, 10,000 nodes do you realize like, oh gosh, it's really hard to, keep everything in sync or, have eventual consistency and things like that. And that's what's involved as you begin to break that down. It's not decentralization for free. For Google, they went through the process very publicly, and you can go back and read, every one of the things here I mentioned is a public paper that they've mentioned. But they broke up the stack into many parts. They built an orchestration layer called Borg, which was a lot of the inspiration for Kubernetes. They took individual components and iterated on them based on very specific SLAs and SLOs to make sure that they were meeting their business needs, but iterated on each one independently and very gradually. Then they built a whole new computation framework. They replaced proprietary parts with handwritten ones that they owned, including, their own chips. They, have their own undersea cables. It just grew. But it was never never came out of the gate with this massive, we're decentralized from day zero. In fact, it was the exact reverse, as you saw. It was, sitting under a desk in a single centralized server. And that point about not decentralizing on day one is critical because all that matters is your end user experience. How you do it, how you achieve that end user experience is very much kind of an implementation detail. And it's really important not to focus on it. If you could achieve what your customers wanted or your users wanted with carrier pigeons, then knock yourself out. Your users are getting what they want and you are able to, achieve the goal, and then you can improve it later. And the funny part is this kind of whole stack revolution that we're talking about with Web3, it really isn't new. You can see here, I kind of laid out the winning, I don't know, I don't want to weigh in too heavily here on who exactly won, but at each one of these sections, at each one of these decades, there was a break with what was done before. To use compute as the single example here, you started, in the 90s and even earlier, obviously, with physical machines, then it became virtual machines, then it became, orchestrators over the top of, nameless compute. And now, I think you're seeing a lot of action around WASI. And all of that is a natural progression. Now, the funny part is that any one of those points along the way wasn't really obvious who was going to win. It's only now, looking backwards, the thing that was the most common. that's indisputable. But you see this across every layer of the stack, a whole variety of different ways to engage and different ways to get your stuff out. What I'm hoping to impart to you is, number one, change is constant. You should always be like reevaluating elements of your stack, making sure they're meeting your customers and your users and your business needs. But second, when change comes and you realize there is something new, you want to have the flexibility to go and make those changes. The other thing I want you to walk away from is, at the time, it was not obvious what was going to win. And that's why I'm saying now it's not obvious what's going to win. Sure, we're all really excited about Filecoin. We're all really excited about Web3. There's a lot of opportunity there. I'm, on the inside here, and I can tell you absolutely I don't know what's going to win, what component's going to win, what protocol is going to win, what's out there. The key is staying focused on your business or your users' needs and implementing that first. And then if there are benefits, obvious benefits to you or the people using your things from making a change, then you should go ahead. So Web3 is one path for what's next. Everything you saw there on that stack has a Web3 component, and you can certainly use it. Would I use it? Well, we'll get to that in a second. So that's why. Let's go to with what. So what is Web3? A lot of people might say, well, geez, cloud native apps are great. I've already replatformed onto Kubernetes. Using containers, I'm using serverless or stateless deployments, immutable deployments. This is fantastic. Why am I going forward in any other way? Well, it turns out when you go and implement to show you how easy it is to deploy a cloud native app. Here I am creating a cluster on EKS, and you can see I'm just doing Kubernetes 1.21, very, very simple. After that, I then install Helm. It's a package manager for Kubernetes, which makes it very easy to deploy. And then here you can see I'm just going to go and deploy Sockshop. Presto, piece of cake. Works exactly as intended. Very, very simple to deploy. Super powerful. And at the end of it, you're taking money. So there you go. You can start a brand new business in four commands. Not so bad. However, in order to do that, it certainly involved trusting a lot of people. And when I talk about Web3, that is oftentimes the thing I talk about first, that it is a new way to trust. So in that simple app, I had to trust AWS, I had to trust Linux, I had to trust Kubernetes, I had to trust Docker or Containerd, whatever I was using to do the runtime. So that's just to get compute provisioned. Under the hood, there are hardware things, Intel GPUs, network chips, et cetera, et cetera. But even higher, when I was deploying that via Helm, I had to make sure that the person who had written that thing, if it wasn't me, had done it. And even if they had, I had to trust all these package authors and their entire supply chain on NPM. I had to trust Git and those authors, all these various things, which is a lot, right, to say the least. And so when I talk about Web3 and really what it is a framework to allow you to trust no one. Now, the problem with that is obviously if you want to trust no one, you got a lot of stuff to do. This is a very short list of if you truly wanted to trust no one in the world and build everything from scratch, congratulations, you are taking on every single one of these. And you're like, well, no, I can audit code, or these are open source projects and so on. You know what? That's still trusting somebody. It's still trusting somebody to go and audit. Still trusting that they have the skill and the background to understand and go forward. And worse than that, you're still developing levels of trust elsewhere. And so, my suggestion isn't to go and build one of these things. Google hasn't gone and built one of these things. Microsoft, AWS, I think they have many of these things, but certainly not all of them. And they certainly still use, for example, Linux or peer with other network providers. You should figure out, where the trust boundaries are in your system and what you're comfortable with, and then go from there. Look, the likelihood Intel or AMD or NVIDIA shipping a piece of hardware CPU that in some way violates the fundamentals of trustworthy computing is exceedingly small, like borderline impossible. It's out there. People are going to probe it constantly. It's in use. These things are used in billions of machines. So maybe, I'm fine trusting those. Cryptographic libraries, for example, I would never write my own. I am absolutely not smart enough to do that. The guarantee you get it wrong. So in that case, absolutely, I'm going to go trust the cryptographic authors, and so on and so forth. But like I said, Web3 is all about letting you choose what you trust. And that's a really powerful conversation. And it's very different than we've had in years gone by. At every section here, you can make that decision to trust or not trust one at a time. So that's what Web3 is. It's all about trust. How do we go about it? Well, going back to that very simple app that I talked about earlier, you have an end user who might connect to DNS. Connecting to DNS is, once they do that and they resolve your website, they're going to connect to your front end that might have auth, CDN, and search built in. From there, that will connect to a back end, which has its own payment processing, its own state, and its own logs. So pretty straightforward, very, very basic architectural structure for that app that we talked about earlier. The nice part is that every single one of these does have a Web3 component, which is great. Everyone should have access to Web3, and we're really excited about it. However, would I use every one of those? No, absolutely not. There's an old axiom about startups being like two very basic swimmers who are struggling in the water. The worst thing you can do is kind of have them hold on to each other to try and float, because then, of course, they'll both drown. Every one of those projects exists. Every one of those projects is effectively brand new when it comes to computing. Even Filecoin, which has been around for nearly 10 years at this point and is battle tested and has 17 exabytes and things like that. You want to be very careful about that, because while we are being used in many scenarios, we're not being used in every single one. And there's good reason for that. And it's up to you to figure out where it makes sense to use or not use this platform. So what my recommendation is picking and choosing based on your needs. If you need free immutable web hosting just for images, then use NFT.storage, a service provided by the Filecoin Foundation. If you'd like to improve your speed of content delivery in your Web3, Cloudflare has a distributed web gateway. Fantastic. If you need extremely large public storage, obviously, I'm highly biased. I think IPFS is quite good at that. You could use a publicly auditable database if that's in your fit, OrbitDB. Or let's say you need to communicate with your edge deployments. There's just another thing that Protocol Labs is working on in a very large community called libp2p, which is really good at breaking firewalls and putting tunnels through firewalls to reach edge devices. Anyhow, the point is that on a one-on-one basis, it's great to pick things that solve your needs better and allow you to take back some of that control. But like I said, would I move everything? Absolutely not. It is too soon for something like that. And one thing that I like to talk about here is the immutable laws of builders. One, people don't want to build their own infrastructure and never will. That is just absolutely immutable. It's something, people are like, well, I can host it this myself under my desk or in my own cage. Boy, that's great and more power to you. But most people don't want to do that. If they can hand off this fairly commodity activity to someone else and get exactly what they want, then home run. Which leads to the second one. People want more control over things, but only when they want it. And by that, what I mean is presenting someone like, what if you were going to go to your local supermarket, would you like to take an airplane and pilot it yourself? Or would you just like to take a car? Or ideally, would you like a driver, right? Like most people would love a driver if they could get it, right? You get in, you do nothing. You just sit there and stare at your phone or whatever. And then you show up at the supermarket. Fantastic. You didn't have an ounce of control. Someone else was doing all the driving. But there you go. You know, most of us aren't successful enough to have a driver, so you have to get in a car yourself. But in a car, what do you have? You know, for most of the drive, you have two pedals and a you know, steering wheel, right? That's not a lot of. That's not a lot. You know, I'm not, you know, manually tuning the RPMs on the engine or, you know, changing the, you know, strength of the suspension in flight. I'm just using the controls necessary to get me there and nothing else, and turn signals and whatever, but you get the idea. The airplane, if I got in there, there are 700 controls in the cockpit, and all of them get me to the supermarket, but one takes a lot more work. And that's where I'm saying people want as much control as they want, and they would love to hand it off, but it takes a long time to get there. People want to, number three is people want to save money. And you're like, well, you know, doesn't everyone want to save money? Yes, sort of, but not if it means giving up one or two, right? They could save a lot of money by running their own infrastructure, possibly, but then they're wasting a ton of time. And most folks, IT folks, are ready to trade time for money. And then finally, they want the easiest solution that solves their needs and no more. It goes back to that supermarket control idea. You know, you want something incredibly easy, and anything else being presented with any other choices and things like that is a lot. And unfortunately, I think that's where a lot of Web3 things are. You know, they kind of violate many or most of these tenets. For us, if we all walked away with this in mind, I think it'd be very powerful and would be something that we would help with a broad adoption. So wrapping it all up, coming back to why again, you know, setting up a Web3 cluster is not so hard either, right? Here I deploy Kubernetes on EKS again. I deploy Helm, and now instead of using that previous command, I use this, you know, Helm chart that someone has set up. Now, to be clear, I'm not endorsing this one. There are many, many of them out there, but suffice it to say, you know, this does in fact give me a Helm cluster, and from that point, you know, oops, sorry. I now have it running. Fantastic. Exactly what I was looking for. With that said, you know, is this the best thing that I need? Well, not really, right? Like if I just need storage, I would go and use one of those other things earlier. Or if I need storage and I need to pin it and other things like that, then that's another complication on top of this, and is something I might not want to do. So the summary of it is that setting it up is easy, and Web3 does work with your cloud native infrastructure today, or your cloud native architecture today. As you saw, that was Web3, IPFS, Filecoin being set up on a Kubernetes cluster, the very definition of Web 2 and Web 3. Should you do that? That is very much up to you and your customers' needs. Web 3 is one tool in the toolbox. I don't want to take it away. Obviously, I'm here, you know, advocating as passionately as I possibly can for it. But it is up to you to trade off the flexibility with trust and decentralization and make the right decisions for yourself. And that is my talk for today. I don't know if we have the ability to go back and forth with comments, but it's been wonderful talking to you, and I'd love to hear more.
Thank you very much.
It is up to you to
Thank you so much, David.
Sorry about that.
All right, guys. Over to us now. Let the questions flows. Do you want to ask David a question? You have a question. You have. I didn't get what you said. The last part of his slide, right? Okay, David, want to see the last part of your slide? Could we just
Sure, of course. This one?
Is right. Okay, fine, great.
I was just jumping over to see if there are comments in line. It doesn't look like there are. Let me do it this way. Can you still see my slide?
Yes, we can. We can.
Okay, great.
So David, a couple of days a week, you'll be seeing we'll be slacking you, tweeting you, and asking you questions from every one of us here. In this conference, we're having a hackathon and a workshop. So you just took a workshop. So we want to see what we'll be able to come up with in these few days. So I'll be sharing details shortly with you afterwards concerning the hackathon. So thank you so much for being with us. We're happy. We don't have much question. If there's any question, we can easily reach out to you. So just have a great time.
Oh, look, I can see the audience here. That's really cool.
Yeah,
I can only see you on stage. Now I can see everyone. Hi, everyone.
You just caught us, right? You saw what we were doing, right?
Well, I only saw the stage, so I didn't see everyone. So it's wonderful to see all you. Like I said, it would have been wonderful to be there. I've never been, and I really would love to.
All right. So let's say bye to David. All right, Dave.
Okay. Yeah, as you can see there, just to be clear, I'm available all hours of the day. You can email me. You can. That's my Twitter handle, and Instagram, whatever. You can reach me on any social channel. The fastest way to reach me is in the Filecoin Slack. You can see there. And I'm happy to answer questions all the day. Someone, Vendor Gold Comedy, has a question in YouTube. Do we have a chance to get them? Otherwise, no big deal.
Okay, can we just check the YouTube? I think there's a question, right? Yeah, YouTube, you could go ahead. YouTube, Vendor God Comedy, you could ask your question. David is still with us for the next couple of minutes.
Absolutely. I'm here for the next. I mean, you don't need to sit on the phone with me, but I am here through 7:30, so another 22 minutes I've booked for this. I'm happy to answer questions real time. Also happy to do it in Slack, so you can not listen to me ramble on.
All right, thank you so much. So, Venegar, just ask your question. David is here to answer it. And thank you for giving us your handles. We'll reach out to you. Guys, if you have any question in regards to maybe you have a challenge during the hackathon, feel free to meet or ask any of the mentors that have spoken. You all have their contact. Feel free, and let's make this a success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now. Yeah. Yeah, at 3:30 we'll be learning more about the NFT. So just take this the next 10-20 minutes to refresh yourself. Let's clap for Filecoin for feeding us this afternoon. All right, enjoy yourself.
trying to find the word to say. Please stay. It's written all over my face that I can't function the same when you're not here. I'm calling your name and no one's there. And I hope one day you'll see nobody has it easy. I still can't believe found somebody new, but I wish you the best. I guess 'cause everybody knows, but nobody really knows how to make it work or how to ease the hurt. We've heard it all before. Everybody knows how to make it right. I wish we gave it one more try. One more try. One more try. Everybody knows, but nobody really knows. Oh, oh, yeah. I don't care what the people say. They're probably lonely anyway. Baby, don't fill up your head with he said, she said. It seems like you just don't know. The radio's on, you're tuning me out. I'm trying to speak, you're turning me down. And I know one day you'll see nobody has it easy. I still can't believe found somebody new, but I wish you the best. I guess 'cause everybody knows, but nobody really knows how to make it work or how to ease the hurt. We've heard it all before. Everybody knows just how to make it right. I wish we gave it one more try. One more try. 'Cause everybody knows, but nobody really knows. I wish you'd understand. Everybody knows, but nobody really knows. And I know one day you'll see nobody has it. I still can't believe found somebody new. I wish you the best, I guess. 'Cause everybody knows, but nobody really knows how to make it work or how to ease the hurt. We've heard it all before. Everybody knows just how to make it right. I wish we gave it one more try. One more try. One more try. Everybody knows, but nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. Oh my beautiful love, this song now you I sing I'm for. I can't explain what I'm feeling, but I know it is real. Oh dear, my beautiful love. Oh my beautiful love, I beg you do make you come is where I belong. Every day and every night, I cannot get you off my mind. So if you're calling me when you hear this song, would you please call me when you hear this song?
Johnny just drop. Now person shoot them down. Johnny where they innocent. Johnny where they
Oh, baby girl, I want your love. Darling, I need your love. Oh, you can get mad. Oh, baby girl, I want your love. Oh, you can get mad. Oh, my darling, I need your love. Oh, you can get mad. You know, say loving is a must. Touching is a must. All you day for bars. You know, go wear the same thing twice. Oh. And if you give me sweet, sweet love, I no go ever shit for church. I go buy motor for mommy. And now I wedding is a must. Oh. Yeah. So when you roll, baby, I dey die slow. So when you roll, baby, I dey die slow. Oh my licha. So when you roll, baby, I dey die slow. Nobody mean what you mean to me. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, baby girl, I want your love. You can get mad. Oh my darling, I need your love. Oh, you can get mad. Oh baby girl, I want your love. Oh, you can get mad. Oh my darling, I need your love. Oh, you can get mad.
Hi guys. I believe everyone have had his or her lunch. So we'll be going straight into intro to NFT, and Yusuf will be taking us on intro to NFT. Let me even ask: do we have how many NFT developers here? You're doing something with NFT? Can I just see your hands up? Yeah, okay, I got you. You're doing something. Wow, that's great. So we need to see. Okay. Afterwards, let's talk about. Let's see something about the NFT community of this Orbit group. All right. Someone asked me a question earlier. He said you didn't introduce yourself. I'm sorry about that. My name is Chukwemeka Inakombaby. I'm actually the convener of this conference. I'm also a DEFCON 5 scholar alumni. What's DEFCON 5 scholar is actually an event organized by Ethereum. So in 2019, two of us were selected to be part of that scholarship. So that was how my journey to blockchain started. So since then, we've been doing a lot. Now I also coordinate the Orbit community. So we are trying to grow in Africa at large. So I was speaking with Emmanuel in Ibadan. Let's see what we can do in Ibadan. So if you have a concept, anything, let's see how we can partner with you. We'll sponsor you, we'll support you. Let's just make it a success in this country. So you are privileged to be here, and want you to be here tomorrow. Bring, not only just invite as many as you can. I believe some of us took the free transportation to and fro, while some are here on their own. So what we'll do is, for some of us who came on our own, we'll see how we could just give you a stipend of like 1,000 naira to just support what you've spent, right? So, and whoever you're bringing also will give him or her 1,000 naira to just support what you are. So have we not done? Is it not something fair enough? Okay, fine. Yusuf, are you with us, sir? Is it? Is it? Is it? Yes, Yusuf. Please make him promote him, please.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah, you're on to Filecoin Lagos, and we've been excited to learn from you. So we're happy to have you on board.
I'm super excited to be here.
Hello
Thanks
to
for having me. I'm going to quickly share my window and talk to you guys a little bit about NFTs. So one sec while I set that up. Let's see. Oh, it says apparently I can't share my screen, but that's probably okay. Yes. Unless, oh, there we go. Yeah. So let's share that. Okay. So if you guys, if you guys can see that, we're all good. So yeah, I'm Youssef, and I work at Protocol Labs on the DAG House team. We build NFT storage and Web3 storage. So we've had a lot of interaction with the NFT community the past year or two, or year and change, I guess. So yeah, here's me. I'm at Youssef Napora on GitHub if you want to find me, and I also hang out on the Filecoin Slack and various other places that I'll throw up a slide about in the end. And I'm here to talk about, what is an NFT? It's not an image, although images are associated with NFTs, thanks to the proliferation of art NFTs that has happened in the past year-ish. But as one of the frequent criticisms of NFTs is that anybody can just right-click the image and save it. So the image itself is not the NFT. As you're coming to understand them sort of from the surface level, one of the first things most people know about NFTs is, hey, these are kind of expensive. Like, people are out here buying JPEGs for millions of dollars. What's up with that? So that's certainly true. There are, a lot of NFT trading opportunities that can reach into these amazing valuations, and it can be confusing when you first come across the idea, like, why is this? What are you actually buying here? And another point about NFTs is that we've seen a lot of NFTs that aren't always secure, because either they were created in a way that led to so them not having a strong link to the data that they represent, or whoever created it just wasn't careful in their design, or maybe they had malicious intent, because there are, unfortunately, scams and stuff out there. So kind of have to be aware that that's part of the landscape. And interestingly, we're starting to see a lot of NFTs that kind of sort of bridge the gap with the physical world, and then either like represent ownership of something tangible, or maybe they represent like membership in a club. Like, there's examples of people buying like physical objects like the tungsten cube and so on. And then of course, like the Bored Apes have their yacht club, where owning an NFT gives you membership status and things like that. So it's kind of an interesting cultural phenomenon where the NFTs are intersecting with the real world. But not everybody that's involved in the NFT space actually understands like what they're made out of. So that's kind of what one of the things I try to do is explain what actually is going on here. So here's the Wikipedia definition, and we'll sort of step through it. I think one of the people assume that the non-fungible part is going to be the tricky part, but honestly, I think it's this one, the token, right? The first, because token is a word that we have all heard before, but it has a specific meaning in a blockchain context, and it basically means just a record that lives on a blockchain, which is a distributed digital ledger. And we'll talk more about the properties of blockchains that make NFTs interesting in a minute. But the non-fungible bit comes in because each token is uniquely identifiable, and they're all distinct. Fungibility is kind of a special case. Most things in reality are non-fungible, right? Like, no one would be happy if you took their cat and just came back with some other random cat. Or for example, like most of the things that we interact with in the real world are non-fungible. But there's some exceptions, like commodities, currency, obviously, you can just trade any dollar for any other dollar and they're equivalent. And that's the case for cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, which are essentially just numbers in a ledger that say, so this account has this many Bitcoin or whatever. But with the development of Ethereum and smart contracts, we got the capability of making arbitrary records that weren't tied to the number of coins you might have in your wallet. So that led to first fungible tokens on Ethereum. And then a few years ago, people started experimenting with, well, what if we made each token unique and had them represent something outside of themselves? And that is what eventually became an NFT. So here, types of NFT data units may be associated with digital files such as photo, videos, and audio. And the association is important, like how that association happens. And that's kind of a lot of what we do at Protocol Labs, and especially on the NFT storage side of things, is figure out how to make a strong link between the NFT record on the blockchain and these files that you want the NFT to represent or be associated with. So that does sound kind of cool, but why do you need a blockchain, right? So stepping back, like the advantages of the blockchain, well, the properties of the blockchain that are important for the NFT use case are everything is immutable. So once it's been written and confirmed, there's no going back and changing history. So in a way, it's kind of like, carving your initials into a block of granite in the desert, where like most digital media that exist online are essentially ephemeral, right? Even if it's stored on Google's servers or Amazon servers or something like that, though, somebody has to continually maintain that server arrangement, like the legal arrangement that pays for the storage space. And also, it could disappear. And so or it could be modified at the discretion of whoever controls that account. So with the blockchain, that's not possible. Once something has been confirmed, there's essentially no going back without completely upending the system in a way that disadvantages everybody involved. So everybody's incentivized to maintain this immutable history for essentially forever, as long as the blockchain remains a viable going concern. So so for an NFT, that means that the contract itself, where the token is defined and the rules of how the token operates, is sort of set in stone, more or less, but you can add transactions to insert data into the contract, to add new records. And those transactions are the minting transactions that actually create the NFT. So this is all code, and it can do pretty much arbitrary stuff, well, within certain limits. So for example, like when you transfer a token from one account to another, you can run whatever arbitrary logic you want there and say, like, this is how you're able to make NFTs that reward the original creator for subsequent sales, because baked into the transfer logic is this little, assignment of follow-on royalties and things like that. And there's a lot of potential there if you're interested in writing blockchain code for NFT projects, maybe hit me up later and we can talk about it. And I've got some resources that I'll link to at the end. So when you have an NFT, what you have is like a unique record of some that is unchangeable. But what you can change over time is like the ownership of that record. It's still not quite mutable. Like it's recording a new ownership event on top of the previous one. So you can always roll back and see who owned it in the past. But you can, through submitting a transaction to the blockchain, trade NFTs back and forth. And that all happens according to the rules of the smart contract. So you have the contract defining, these basic operations of claiming ownership and transferring and things like that. And obviously you can put whatever rules you want in there. I mean, most of the existing NFTs will conform to a published standard just because the NFT community really wants these to be interoperable and usable regardless of who originated them. And that's kind of one of the superpowers of an NFT is that when you do conform to these standards, you get sort of free access to the ecosystem of marketplaces and things like that that have built up around those standards. So if you're on Ethereum, it makes sense to go with something like ERC 721, or there's 1155 now. There's a few popular standards that have kind of like beaten the path, and by adopting them, and you can extend them with your own custom properties and so on. But by adhering to the baseline, you kind of get that interoperability and get to play in that ecosystem. So that's sort of the smart contract piece, which either the smart contract stores or maintains the state of who owns what and what tokens exist and all that stuff. So, but when you first create the contract, it's often empty unless you've written it in such a way that it's like pre-populated with NFTs. Most of often it'll be just sort of like a place for the NFTs to live. And then to create them, you send minting transactions, which is a blockchain transaction that contains the instructions to call this contract function. And then the function will take whatever inputs you give it and create the actual NFT record. And from that point on, it's recorded indelibly into the blockchain. But because global consensus in an adversarial environment, which is what blockchains offer, it's quite expensive in terms of it takes a lot of coordination, and depending on which blockchain you're using, it might require proof of work, which can be fairly resource intensive, or a proof of stake. Right? There's lots of ways to ensure that the consensus protocol operates correctly, and people have lots of opinions about which is suitable for which use case. I won't really go into here because it can get kind of squirrely. But the point is basically that consensus operation does require a decent amount of resources, and so it often costs real world money in order to submit a transaction to a blockchain. And that money, the more data you store, the more expensive it is. So NFTs generally don't contain their associated data because even the smallest images are often much too large to be practical to store on chain. So instead, you'll store a pointer to the data. And the nature of that pointer, I think, is very important. And we at Protocol Labs are really focused on, ensuring that people know how to create strong links from off-chain data or to the off-chain data from the blockchain. So the potential here is that you have this immutable graph of data. And if you're a computer science nerd, you might already be like, pricking your ears up at that, like, ooh, that sounds interesting. But if not, it might take some explanation. So because this graph lets you kind of see a consistent view of the world, no matter when you happen to view the graph or from which computer you happen to view it, you'll always see the same result. And that is surprisingly rare in the world of computing because most online computer systems are built out of mutable data where any piece of data can change at any time and you lose the history associated with it. There are exceptions, but that is how most systems tend to be architected. With this immutable graph, you can actually have strong references to a particular piece of data and expect that reference to essentially live forever and be relevant forever, as long as it has all the context that you need in order to like really define what the thing. So it creates this world where data is, portable in the sense that if it adheres to a standard and is public, anybody can access it and is interoperable. And there's no lock-in. Anybody can produce this data and anybody can consume it. And that's sort of the world that we're shooting for with this, NFT project, or at least some of us. I mean, different people have different motivations in creating NFTs and everything else. But I think at Protocol Labs, we tend to view this as like a data preservation and, dissemination tool for building cultural artifacts. But yeah, so that's all well and good for the immutable blockchain, but what about the part that's off-chain, right? We said before that there's a pointer that's embedded in this minting transaction that points to the off-chain data. And usually that almost always it's a JSON file full of metadata. So the blockchain will point to a JSON file and the JSON file will point to the image or video or whatever else. And that kind of gives you a place to describe what you're talking about. So how does that work? Well, a lot of times, unfortunately, it works like this, where you have a pointer in the form of an HTTP URL, standard web link. It points to a domain name like dropbox.com. And so here we have this, in this sort of theoretical scenario, here's a malicious actor. This guy is putting up an NFT for sale, collector thinks it's cool and buys it, and uses a Dropbox link to point to the metadata. And so that's all good, the buyer is happy, but then later they go to view the NFT and this guy has pulled the old switcheroo. He's taken the contents of this HTTP URL and just changed the data, which he can do because every time you request something via HTTP, you're giving the server an opportunity to come up with some response, and whatever it sends you, that's what you get. So this guy can just take something else and put it at that address, and that will be the correct response as far as the system is concerned. But you've lost the correspondence between the original minting transaction and the actual intent. So now the NFT doesn't mean what the collector thought it meant when they bought it. And this has happened a few times, often as a demonstration that this can happen. But I think it's important to be aware that it actually can happen and to understand how it happens. And so then this is, I think, more common because, I think it's more common for people to be non-malicious than to be malicious. But here's a well-meaning person that is also using a Dropbox link, but then maybe their credit card expires and Dropbox closes their account. And now when you request the NFT data, it's just not there. And the problem with this too is that even if the collector has a local copy of the data, there's nothing they can do to restore the NFT to its original functional state, because only the person that controls this Dropbox account has the ability to update or restore the data. So that doesn't seem right. There's two distinct parts of the problem, which is, so the switcheroo thing we were talking about is possible because a traditional URL doesn't point to content, it points to a location. So it's like, if somebody wanted to borrow a book and you said, oh, sure, just go to the public library, go to the third floor, this bookshelf, 3 books over, that's the one for you. That doesn't really work out in a world where anybody can rearrange the books on the shelf while your back was turned. And so when it comes to NFTs, we believe that the only real link that makes sense is one that actually identifies the content being linked to in a way that's verifiable. And yeah, the vanishing data problem is related. Basically, the data needs to be accessible via that off-chain pointer. And that accessibility shouldn't depend on a single actor. That's our assertion anyway, that by making the storage the responsibility of the NFT creators and only their responsibility, you make it, it's more brittle than it needs to be. So if anything happens to that one creator's storage arrangements, then the longevity of that NFT is compromised, and nobody really wants that. So, all right, so these are problems, but we think they have technical solutions, and so that's kind of part of what we're talking about here is how can you avoid those issues. And obviously at Protocol Labs, we make IPFS and we think it's a great solution. So IPFS is the Interplanetary File System. It is a distributed content sharing network and distribution network. And it functions by uniquely identifying every piece of data with what we call content ID, which is a cryptographic hash. A hash function, quick refresher or intro if you're not familiar, it just takes a stream of data and outputs a string of characters, right? A large number that uniquely represents the data. And the fundamental principle is that if you put the same data in, you'll get the same hash output out. But if you change any piece of the data that goes in, even a single bit, you'll get a completely different hash. And so using that property, that's like the fundamental building block of the content identifier, although there's a little bit of other metadata in there as well. But using the content identifier, you can get a piece of data by asking the network. And asking the network, basically, technically you're asking a random sampling of members of the network, and then they will ask others, and then it eventually will sort of coalesce onto the person or the servers or machines that actually are providing the data. So, and IPFS is like a coordination layer on top of physical storage. Which I think is kind of interesting and cool because it makes it pretty flexible. So you can sort of back IPFS with a number of storage mechanisms. And yeah, so the IPFS CID, you're referencing data by the hash. I think I just talked about that. So, but what's cool here is that when you retrieve the data, you can easily verify that it matches the content identifier, because all you have to do is run it through that hash algorithm again and check that everything matches up. And if it doesn't, then you know that either maybe some bits got flipped in transit, or somebody is playing a trick, or there's some shenanigans going on, and you can't trust the data, so you reject it. So our recommendation especially for the switcheroo problem, hey, if you use a CID, that can't happen anymore. No matter if you're using an IPFS URI instead of an HTTP URL, anybody that requests the data can easily verify that they got the right thing. So if it's just not possible for somebody to alter it after publication. And now we have that immutable data graph again. There's no weak link in between that could potentially change out from under us. So that's pretty cool. And then we've got this, yeah, so, sorry, I skip past that one, I guess. Yeah, so the concept of IPFS is just, I think you can really distill it down to referencing data by this cryptographically backed content identifier, and then being able to retrieve it from the network. And that can happen in a number of ways. Like you can either interact directly with the IPFS peer-to-peer network, or you can go through a web gateway, which is commonly the case for NFTs, since a lot of NFTs are experienced on the web. But by having the CID in there, you get that verification property. And yeah, so for the vanishing data problem, what we kind of are talking about here, we've been throwing around this term storage layer maximalism. And I kind of want to unpack that a little bit. Like, our assertion is that by using the IPFS content identifier as the primary means of locating your data, that gives you the flexibility to not you can certainly use the IPFS peer-to-peer network if you want, but don't necessarily have to. But by using that identifier, you get the ability to kind of spread your storage strategy out amongst lots of different providers. Like So we at Protocol Labs offer NFT.storage, which is a free service for storing NFTs with IPFS and Filecoin. And we'll talk a little bit about Filecoin towards the end. But if you're not into that, you can use any number of services or even store your data on a centralized provider, but do so in a way that surfaces the CID so that, it doesn't, may not completely solve the switcheroo problem, but at least you'll get that verification. And also you'll have the ability to kind of, if let's say you did have it on Dropbox, but you had the CID of it as part of the URL, and you're using IPFS as your main sort of address, then if it's coming from a centralized provider or from the peer-to-peer network, the end user doesn't really care. They can find the data no matter what using the CID. So that's our goal, is to make the CID like a sort of universal locator for off-chain data. And so for NFT storage, we're using Filecoin to ensure that the data sticks around. I can't get super into the details of Filecoin, but basically the way it works is you make a deal with a storage provider and they commit to storing your data for the duration of the deal, which in the case of NFT storage, we set it for a 1.5 years, and then we renew those deals when they're about to expire. So we perpetually ensure that the data is available, even if we were to disappear. You could fetch the data from Filecoin and re-provide it to the network. So in the retrieval side of things, we provide all the data through IPFS in the peer-to-peer network and also over the web gateways to make it accessible to everyone. And all of this is public and recorded on the Filecoin blockchain. And one of the really cool things about Filecoin is that a storage provider is constantly being challenged to prove that they're still storing the unique copy of the data that you agreed to. And they'll be penalized in the form of lost collateral if they don't. So you get a nice sort of assurance that your specific data is being housed at these specific locations, which I think is an important property. And yeah, so using Filecoin deals, you can build storage systems like NFT storage that which is a sort of a layer on top of the raw Filecoin protocol that takes a bunch of NFT data from lots of sources and bundles them together to make more efficient Filecoin storage deals. And so you can sort of use the Filecoin storage block deal as sort of like a building block or a primitive for building more complex systems. And as the Filecoin ecosystem evolves and starts to include native smart contracts and stuff, we're going to see a lot more interesting logic build up around that. So I'm personally pretty excited about that. But you can, like I said, you can store your data anywhere and everywhere. You can pin your data to hosted IPFS provider like Pinata. You can store it through NFT storage, or you could use any other decentralized storage platforms like Arweave, which has tooling support for tagging your uploads with IPFS CIDs, and that gives you that content addressing property. Arweave, despite being a decentralized storage system, is not really content addressed. Like when you want to refer to data on there, you're referring to a transaction ID, which doesn't really correlate to the content, but it is better. Like I think it is closer to our dream of the immutable data graph than an HTTP link. And by including the IPFS CID there, you kind of get that flexibility and tap into that storage layer maximalism we were talking about a minute ago. So yeah, there's really, and I kind of want to also talk about the left side of this slide a bit, which is that you have the ability to host the data yourself if you want to. Obviously, one of the motivations for building NFT storage is that not everybody wants to, right? People appreciate a service that handles the bit shuffling for you. But in the case of if you're collecting an NFT, I think it's a really good idea to download a copy and in a format that lets you re-provide it to the network should the original source ever disappear. It's sort of just as a way to make sure that this data not only is never going away, but the link to the data is always going to be relevant. So using IPFS kind of gives you that. And yeah, so I've talked a few times about NFT storage. Just quickly recap what it is. It's a web service that sort of acts as a on-ramp and a bridge into this decentralized storage ecosystem. So we launched in May, and that should say 2021. But yeah, we're up to about 50 million uploads now, and people really are using it, and it's fun. We've been sort of giving access to the Filecoin storage network, which has this huge capacity, and it's really gratifying to see it being used to preserve NFT data like this. We're also, as part of our effort to kind of preserve the NFT data as a public good, we're doing this program called Nifty Save to kind of shore up some of the NFTs that are using centralized URLs so that we can preserve them on IPFS, and we'll publish a mapping of those centralized URLs to the IPFS CIDs, just so that if those NFTs ever do disappear, at least you'll be able to find them again. So stay tuned for that. I think we're getting close to being able to unveil that publicly, and I'm excited about it. But yeah, I think I should probably wrap it up there. I've been rambling for a while, but if you guys have more questions, please, we hang out on IPFS Discord and Filecoin Slack. So if you Google either of those, you'll find us. We're NFT Storage on Twitter, and the site itself is nft.storage. If you want to learn specifically about developing NFT contracts, we started a site last year called NFT School, and I wrote a bunch of the early content, but now we've got people swarming in to write stuff about Polygon, Avalanche, and all kinds of, and Flow, all kinds of different blockchains. So it's just really exciting there. And pretty recently, I wrote this really simple demonstration app for minting NFTs that you can play with if you want. Self-serve mint.xyz. It might be a little opaque if you haven't ever used an Ethereum wallet before. So one of my goals over the next couple of weeks is to add some more friendly intro text to it. But if you want to dig into the source code of an NFT minter, you can click on this GitHub. Well, obviously you can't click since you're watching a presentation, but self-serve mint will take you there. And NFT School, pretty good resource for kind of getting the lay of the land. So, all right, I think I'll end it there. If anybody wants to toss some questions at me, I'm happy to hang around for a bit. But thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Yusuf.
Sure.
Guys, let's have the question rolling. So stay with us in a couple of minutes. Just begin to ask questions. Yeah, I got you. All right. We have 2 hands. I have questions for you. Could we just check the Zoom? I think I saw a question there too. YouTube too. All right, let's start with on site. Gary.
All right. Thank you very much for the session. So I just want to ask that we've been learning a lot about IPFS and Filecoin, but there isn't really a clear definition of their differences. Okay, because we understand that they are a decentralized storage, but what exactly differentiates Filecoin from IPFS? What are the use case scenario for Filecoin and IPFS? Thank you.
That's a good question. So IPFS gives you the content addressing and data sharing capability, but it doesn't provide the incentive mechanism for actually providing data beyond essentially altruism or perhaps self-interest if you have a stake in making data publicly available. The motivation for building Filecoin was to provide that incentive mechanism and reward people for storing data. They are separate systems. So not every IPFS peer is a Filecoin peer, although it sort of does work in the other direction where Filecoin nodes can participate in the IPFS protocols. Generally speaking, like the way it works with NFT storage right now is that we have we essentially have two copies of the data in storage. So we'll store long-term data we'll store the data in Filecoin for long-term storage, but then for the sort of hot path of retrieval, we use IPFS instead. And that's largely just a factor of Filecoin being optimized for larger bundles of data than NFTs currently. Most NFTs aren't 32 gigabytes in size, but the preferred block size for a Filecoin storage deal is about that, or it is multiple gigabytes. That's what storage providers prefer, because just due to the way that the proofs work, they prefer to fill a sector full of data at a time. So that kind of NFT storage, one of the primary functions of it is like to aggregate that data and make it palatable to storage providers, which is also part of why we're able to offer storage for free, because we participate in this system called Filecoin Plus, which is an economic incentive layer for on top of an economic incentive layer, I guess. But it's designed to incentivize the storage of real world data, and part of that is providing like bundles of data for storage providers to consume. So we have this infrastructure for we prepare a big bundle of data, and then we'll sort of let people bid on who's going to store it, because it's actually beneficial to the provider to be storing this data. They get higher block rewards if they're storing Filecoin plus verified data. And that's kind of a tangent, but like the fundamental difference is that Filecoin is a crypto economically incentivized system, and IPFS is not. They interoperate fairly well, but I think there's still rough edges in the interop story that we're working to address. I think our long-term vision is that anybody should be able to like transparently request any content that's stored on Filecoin via IPFS, and the way that will work is through a series of indexing nodes and by building indexing into the Filecoin implementation. So there's an ongoing effort for that. So I think I can't speak to specifics, but that the two systems will become closer over time, and it may be harder to tell them apart in a year or two. But right now there is still a pretty distinct difference between IPFS, which is sort of like people providing the storage and bandwidth that they like for their own purposes without any guarantees, and then Filecoin, which gives you that assurance that if your data disappears, that the provider is going to be penalized for it. So I think if you're also if you're interested in sort of a more an integration of IPFS and Filecoin that exposes more details than NFT storage does, you should check out a project called Estuary, which is by the application research group at Protocol Labs. And it's sort of like a super powered IPFS node that stores data in Filecoin. It's a bit more, it exposes more of the inner workings of Filecoin, sort of gives you more visibility into the deal making process and stuff like that. So it's definitely a cool project. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you so much, Yusuf, for taking it very in depth. I hope you're clear. Who else want to ask a question? Okay, Kevin. Okay, please, could you give him the mic, please?
All right. You did a great deal of explanation over there, but there's something you mentioned in one of your slides I want to be more clarified on. You mentioned that with this IPFS of a technology, you can actually store data using these multiple providers and you pay them. Now, I want to ask, what happens when you stop paying them? Because you mentioned that you can actually renew your storage deals. So what happens when you don't pay? Does your data get wiped off the blockchain, or your data remains, just that you can no longer upload your NFTs, as the case may be? And also, are there no plans outside the end users themselves paying them? Is there nothing that, say, the inventors, don't they have like a DAO that takes care of these bills?
We are actively pursuing that, like what we're calling data DAOs, which is basically that idea of we'll have I'm sorry, I hope I'm still broadcasting. I've your video feed is frozen. But assuming that you guys can still hear me, I'll talk for a little bit. So basically, we are looking at automatic DAOs to renew those storage deals without any like human participation, or I mean, or backend service that would need to be running. That's likely going to happen with the launch of the Filecoin virtual machine, hopefully this year. And oh, I think I lost you guys. Okay, so it sounds like I'm still broadcasting. That's good. So yeah, basically the current deal renewal, like I said, we in the back end at NFT storage are renewing the Filecoin deals, but we do intend to build out a decentralized autonomous organization for that, basically. So we're like, there are several people working on like this idea of a data DAO for putting the renewal logic on chain. And I think it probably makes the most sense to put the logic on the Filecoin blockchain itself. So we're building out the Filecoin virtual machine as like a general purpose computation platform now, but it's not quite ready for this use case yet. But that is one of the major use cases we're building it for, is to be able to enable this data DAO situation. In the meantime, it is kind of like, if you as a user wanted to implement this, you would have to do some manual work to go and find the storage provider and renew the deal.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah,
Can you guys?
We actually, we can hear you clear now, and we just wanted to please help answer Kevin's questions.
Yeah,
over
great.
to you now.
Yeah. Okay. So about the renewal of deals, that is still kind of like a manual. Well, it's automated on our end, but it's not like accessible to everybody in the way that we want it to be. So we're building the ability to create a data DAO, but that's kind of dependent on the Filecoin virtual machine that we're also building out. So I think step one will be, make the virtual machine publicly available, and then we'll have contracts in place that sort of have this governance mechanic that allows the DAO to fund the perpetual storage of any particular piece of data. So, I mean, sort of the idea is to be able to build, permanent storage as a special case of, on top of the primitive of the Filecoin storage deal. In the meantime, like, let's say even without Filecoin in the mix, like, if you have an IPFS NFT and it disappears, so long as anybody has the original data, it's possible to resupply it to the network in its original form. As far as like who is going to do that, I think probably, I mean, obviously we at NFT storage will do that for data that's, put through us, but like if let's say we disappeared, it would most likely be the NFT collectors or the creators who would be going back and like backfilling missing data. I think, you know, this sort of custodianship of the data for NFTs is kind of, it's not super clear like whose responsibility it is to store this data, since it is a decentralized system. And that's kind of like one of the motivations for that Nifty Save project that we're talking about, is that like, because not everybody has this problem front of mind, we're just gonna swoop in and try to like put as much NFT data on IPFS as possible, backed by our, you know, Filecoin infrastructure. And, you know, currently it's going to be backed by our backend service that renews the deals, but we're going to transition to a data DAO as soon as that's technically possible. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that should be the last question, right?
Cool. Man, it was really fun talking to you guys.
Okay. Yes, we have Dawood. Dawood has a question, and please be in the mic, please. We can hear you. Take this.
Thanks for the presentation. Actually, I have two questions. So one of it is the CID, maybe make use of the IPFS. So does that mean that if the actual storage link change, that the CID can still remain the same? Like say, probably I'm using yesterday or whatever, like particularly, and then I change the link maybe to use another storage. So does that mean like the CID will still remain the same? So that's one. Then two, is it possible to have to get access to the slide?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I can share the slides. If somebody could give me a good place to link that, I could toss it in the chat.
Yeah, so I'll take it up from there. You could answer his other question.
Yeah, this is, as far as the CID goes, it would be the same CID regardless of where you're storing it. The only wrinkle is that by default, when given an IPFS URI, I think most systems are set up to query the IPFS network or go through a gateway. So it's basically, it's sort of up to the presentation layer as to like which storage service it's going to query for that CID. So for example, let's say you wanted to store your stuff on Amazon S3, whatever is like displaying the NFT would sort of have to know to look on S3 for it, which you could do, I think, by putting a little pointer in your metadata to say like, okay, here's the CID and here's the Amazon bucket or whatever that you could look for when retrieving it. If you only have the IPFS URI in your metadata, probably what will happen is that when people are fetching that, they're going to assume, oh, I should either ask the IPFS peer-to-peer network for this, or I should go through an HTTP gateway, because those are sort of the default retrieval strategies for IPFS. So it is kind of, I think perhaps, you know, the piece that slide glosses over is that in order for the storage layer maximalism to truly make sense, you kind of need to have the mapping between like, where can you find this CID if it's not available on the peer-to-peer IPFS network. For stuff that's provided through us, like we do provide everything to the public, peer-to-peer network. But yeah, I think that, you know, if you're really trying to take advantage of that, you know, sort of hedging your bets with storing on multiple providers, then probably the practical thing is to include the IPFS CID and links to those other providers in the metadata, just so that somebody can go and find them, you know, out of band, sort of, from the main IPFS retrieval path, I guess.
Right. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Right. So regarding slides, you remember when you're coming or while you are seated, one of the protocols gives you actually fill a Google form, right? That is on site. It's different from the registration you've done via Meetup or via the site. The on-site registration. So all the documents, today's workshop will be shared with you, and everything about today will be shared with you via that channel. So if you've not registered, please, you could just register all the participants on the Google Doc. You meet okay. You see any of us on this Filecoin shirt, we'll assist you with that. All right. Thank you so much, Yusuf, for making our time, giving us better understanding on NFT. Have questions, we'll ask you. Thank you for sharing your contacts. You have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. You too. It's really fun. Yeah,
great. So in 10 minutes, David will be coming up right now. So okay. For those that are yet to fill the on-site registration, please just identify with your hand so that we can easily reach you. Okay, fine. I got my friend here. Okay, just two. Okay, fine. Just two of them. They wore the same shirt, so just try. So David will be joining us in the next 10 minutes. So we could just stretch ourselves, and we'll be looking at NFT storage, decentralized storage for NFTs. Please, I want us to pay attention to all these things, and then that's what we're in. So just pay attention to it. I know a whole lot you've been, all the sessions are loaded and they're all loaded, but just pay attention to it. We don't expect you to grab everything, but at your closest time, at a quiet time, you can make out some, you could just concentrate on one and make out the best from it. Right? I was talking about the Medium. Please go to Medium account, check for Orbit Community Program Lagos, and then post your article to that. The admin will accept it. So that will be part of our rating for today's challenge, each of the workshops. So if you're writing your workshop, please be specific. Is it the intro to NFT? Is it that of you can go to the site, the event schedules, you can see all the workshops, the title of what you've been learning. Intro to IPFS, intro to Filecoin, road to Web3 for cloud native and stuff like that. So all your articles should be specific. Okay, this is what you're writing, so that it will help us in rewarding the best. So I was talking about the Twitter. I want us to trend build with Filecoin. So we're encouraging you to please follow Ethereum Nigeria and also at Filecoin. Follow those two handles, and then just be creative with your tweets. The Web3 ladies among the communities are leading here. So we want to see more other communities here. So just be creative, snap pictures, make noise about it. We want our number should be more than this tomorrow and should be better on Saturday. Please, I hope we're enjoying ourselves and we want this to happen. So, okay, so we're counting on you. If you're coming tomorrow, don't come alone, come with somebody. Already your transport, there's a subsidy, right, on it. And we'll reach out to you on that. Is David on Zoom? Okay, let me chat him. Okay. Okay, his time is 4:30. So in the next 6 minutes, you should be joining. So within the next 6 minutes, let's just be creative about it. I want to just let's be interactive. I can, Toby, can you just tell us your experience so far? Yes, I just want to hear your experience. You need mic, right? Please, Ocean, could you help me? Yeah, we want to be better tomorrow. What are we not getting right? So we'll get it right tomorrow. And and how can we make this trend? So let's just feel for you.
Yeah, personally, I've been able to pick a whole lot of things which have helped me to have a redefined mind in how I see blockchain and NFT in particular. You know, I've been having uprising questions about NFT over a couple of times, and with what I've heard from David, I've forgotten his other name now. From David, I've been able to put up my NFT questions in place. So, and regarding Filecoin as a whole, you know, it's an interesting system. It's my first time hearing of even Filecoin, and I really want to go deeper and figure out what I can pick and how I can be of more advantage into the community. So I think I mean the team have done the best. I mean, and I'm sure the other days there will be much more to look forward into. I think that's all I have to say for now.
Okay, great. I just, when you hear feedback like this, you'll get encouraged. There's this transformation, as in change of mindset, as in I have a better mindset towards blockchain. Blockchain is here to stay. As I said earlier, you saw what we learned from blockchain UNN, a lot about blockchain. So if you're not taking it serious, please take it serious. You just have to be your boss. You just have to take charge of your life. Just have to, so I just want to key into what is happening now. He says something about the NFT, his own perspective. I know some of you have also can testify about this. Let me hear from who do I want to ask? Let me hear from you. You're smiling right there. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Let me hear from you. Yeah. Please, Oceans, could you help me with her? Give her the mic. Yo. In fact, yesterday at the lodge, there's this friend of ours. Her name is Ore. I say, if you don't put block in Ore, you'll not be my friend. It will be block Ore.
Okay.
Just joking. Okay.
First off, I've always known about blockchain, but I'm part of the people that I think blockchain was the old Yahoo stuff and all that. So I'm happy to have like a good understanding about NFT, blockchain, and the likes. So yeah, it's been a good experience, and I've learned a lot too. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that experience. All right. It's been an awesome experience from her. I want us one of the goal of this, as we try to amplify. Someone said he has not heard about Filecoin. So, and the aim of this conference is to amplify Filecoin. All what we're doing, let everybody know. And if it's just one or two, we are it's fulfilling. At least we're on course. So, and I've learned that most of us are having change of mind towards blockchain. So if we can continue like this, you discover that we will go places with this technology. Our goal is to see that we lead in Africa. So it's coming to blockchain myself as a DEFCON scholar, I knew how it was before. You could ask David here. You could ask Tunde. Tunde, where are you, please? Is Tunde around? Okay. Okay, you could ask. These are guys that how it is. But when I came across Ethereum, I actually reached out to tell them about these new technologies. But for some that are still yet to keen, and those who have keen have seen the difference. So, and I'm so happy at least we've gotten this sound knowledge, not from myself, but from these guys who are doing it already live. So we're now an ambassador to see how. So what we expected is to take out time, go and study more, and as God helps you, you bring out something out of what you've learned. So we're trying to get David to come on board to take us on NFT storage, but I don't know if he's in his Zoom. So, but let's take this time to increase our tweets. Let's take this time to improve our median posts. Let's trend. We're following what you're doing, and you're really doing amazing well. What we're doing has really grown. They told us to reach out to influencers and give them a couple of thousands. Yes, that was an option, but we want it to be natural, and that's what you guys are all doing. With everybody's now retweeting, trending. We're not paying for that, but it's natural. We're not faking. We're not giving somebody 100,000, 200 to help us. No, but we're doing it. So if we continue doing it now, you see the momentum will grow by the end of tonight and tomorrow. So let's continue and let's be creative. And you see a lot of people coming in tomorrow. Please, is he on board? I have reached out to David now. Okay. While we wait for David to come, I want to invite one of our speaker here. Yes. Okay. He's on board now. Can you please promote him? Right, David, we're happy to have you to Filecoin Conference Lagos. And we can't wait to get to learn from all what you will be teaching us today. Can you hear us, please?
Yeah, sorry.
Right, Lagos, let's welcome David on board.
Yeah, sorry I'm late.
Us.
I was having technical difficulties. I can hear you just fine.
No worries, no worries. So over to you, please.
Cool. Yeah. Excited to see all of you. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen, but excited to talk about two products that my team at Protocol Labs works on. One's called Web3.storage and the other is called NFT.storage. And yeah, I mean, if you are someone who is either new to kind of like the IPFS Filecoin ecosystems, or even if you're a veteran, but just looking for something to like tooling and services that make it super easy for you to utilize the superpowers of content addressing, please stay tuned and learn more in a sec about what we're working on. Slideshow, it's up here. Cool. All right, so what are NFT.storage and Web3.storage? So our teams work on these two sister products, and they're services that provide users with two main things. On one side, you have the ease of use and performance that you're used to from traditional cloud storage. So folks in Web 2 are super used to being able to store data with 2 lines of code, and that data is up and It's lightning fast to upload it and download it, super reliable. And in the nascent Web3 space, just being completely honest, this isn't always the case. And it's because we're in the first inning of this really long game. And, you know, it's something that we're looking to improve, but users have real expectations today. And we want our products to be able to meet those expectations. At the same time, we want to provide the superpowers that IPFS and Filecoin provide. And really that's around content addressing, and provable decentralized storage. So for IPFS and Filecoin, respectively, although obviously that's not mutually exclusive, alongside implementing a lot of other powerful Web3 innovations in our products to really meet and be able to help users innovate with the products they're building on top of our services. So cut another way, you know, on the surface, and you can see there's like a store column and a retrieve column here. On the surface, it's super simple, familiar interfaces to store and retrieve. So you can use an npm library, 2 lines of code, store something. It gets put onto using Cloudflare Edge Workers, the IPFS network. And then on the retrieval side, you can just use a gateway to access that data without having to run your own node. Obviously, the deeper you want to get into things by running your own node to retrieve data and store data, you can. But if you don't want to, or your users don't want to, then you don't have to. But then underneath the surface, there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on. And our goal is to really abstract that complexity to our developer and users. But underneath the hood, there's all sorts of weird terminology and things going on with IPFS and Filecoin. And we just don't want users to have to worry about that if they don't have to. Again, if they want to get under the hood and do things in like a end-to-end decentralized or peer-to-peer way, they're welcome to. But like that shouldn't stop folks in the web today from being able to utilize these sorts of superpowers. And folks sometimes ask us, you know, that why is this different from just using like Amazon S3 to store data? Well, CIDs are really the thing that keeps things trustless because the interface between you know, the user and our service, it's all content addressed. There's actually no real trust in the system necessary to be able to know that you know, the user's not being lied to and things like that. So you know, you can retrieve a file off a gateway, and sure, you're using HTTP to access that data, but that request comes with the CID you're looking for. And that CID needs to correspond with the data that's coming back. And on the client side, you're always welcome to verify that CID. So that's actually a really, really powerful concept where, you know, there's this trustless verification available to you. And then on top of that, if you ever want to not use NFT.storage or Web3.storage anymore, you're not locked in. It's not like you have to update a bunch of HTTP S3 links or anything like that. You're tracking your data via CID. It's on the network. You're free to store it in other places just through the network. So, you know, that it's not like a full peer-to-peer kind of decentralization, but it is this vision of decentralization in Web3 where you don't have trust in the system anymore, and you're not locked into individual providers. And alongside CIDs, there's all sorts of really cool Web3 stuff that we're implementing around identity, being able to, you know, in the immutable data space, actually have mutable naming, store private data, which is something that isn't always done well on Web3 because inherently the data structures are pretty public. And then, yeah, a bunch of stuff on the IPFS and Filecoin side we want to take advantage of as they roll out. The Filecoin virtual machine we're super excited about, you know, and what that unlocks with DAOs and staking and smart contract and force redundancy and that sort of thing. So far I've been talking about both of these products kind of in the same breath. So there's NFT storage and Web3 storage. But want to quickly orient you around like the similarities and differences there. So I'll dive into each of these 3 parts of this Venn diagram more in a sec, but the TLDR here is that, you know, underneath the hood, the backend components are mostly shared. as well as a lot of the interfaces and client tooling. But the two products on the surface and what their stated missions are and what kind of users use them can look quite different. So NFT.storage, the mission there is to drive the usage of IPFS in NFTs such that we can have NFT data, off-chain data being stored as a public good for folks. So NFT.storage, we actually don't charge. It's free to store data on it. And then on the Web3 storage side, this looks more like a general kind of storage product, blob storage product, where you can pretty much store anything on there. Although it's you get 1 terabyte today for free, but the intent is for that not to be like a fully free service on the storage side of things. So talking a little bit more about the shared components between the two, what's going on underneath the hood. So as mentioned, our goal is to provide production-ready decentralized storage, and there's a shared backend to do this between the two products. Why do we want to do this? Well, Web3 is really in the public eye today. There's tons of people, like my mom, every time we talk on the phone, she's like asking me about like Web3 and crypto and things like that. And if your mother's asking you about that stuff, you know that, you know, there's a lot of hype around it and there's a lot of scrutiny around it. And, you know, there are people who really are bullish on it. There's also people who are very skeptical. But in either case, what ends up happening here is that there are applications that have real users, both folks drinking the Kool-Aid and folks who are coming with skepticism, and they have real expectations. So I spend like time talking with NFT marketplaces and like checking out their products and things like that. And there's many marketplaces, for instance, where you'll open their homepage and look at the listing of NFTs there, and it takes a minute for all the images to load up. And if I can't help thinking to myself, hey, because, you know, this is technology I believe in, and a lot of folks in the space are in that same boat, it's something that I'm willing to kind of oversee or say, hey, you know, we're in a transitory period. But folks like my mom might not have that patience. So we want to do what we can to try and our team's stated goal is bring Web3 to the web. The web as it stands has expectations. It's really hard to move it. So, you know, we can try to incrementally move them more towards seeing eye to eye on the Web3 side, but the best thing we can do really is bring Web3 to them. And, you know, how we do this is meeting the demands that end users and developers might have from their storage solution. Giving them fast and reliable storage, CDN speed retrieval, having our infrastructure scale to trillions of uploads, honestly. So on NFT.storage, you'll see this in a sec, but we just crossed 50 million uploads to the service over the weekend. So it took about 11 months to get there. So it does illustrate that, hey, you know, billions and trillions is not out of the realm of possibility there. And we need to think about how we can scale to meet that that sort of demand. And then, you know, you just need to be able to do anything with your data storage that you can today. Store files of any size or any type, be able to store private data and have mutable references to your data, all that sort of thing. So NFT.storage and Web3.storage actually lean into a lot of the innovations from traditional cloud storage systems. So I mentioned Cloudflare a second ago. We're actually going to end up using for like a new backend that we're rolling out right now. Some of the cloud storage providers and blob storage from them to serve as kind of like our IPFS block store. And we actually have no problem with that because, you know, it's not ideal in that maybe like someone has an outage and performance is impacted and you just have to like architect your things to make sure that you're diversified and stuff. But because we're using CIDs, you know, where we actually only view these cloud storage providers as kind of dumb infrastructure that provides a really, really useful thing to us where we can snap our fingers and be able to scale up and down our infrastructure and, you know, be able to use it cheaper than we can run it ourselves and things like that. So actually now I'm realizing I'm getting into the next slide here. So just talking a little bit more about this, the whole concept here is maintaining trustlessness in the system. So like I mentioned earlier, you don't have to trust us because it's all in the cryptography. That's what differentiates us from like maybe a traditional cloud storage provider. You can verify that the data that you're retrieving from the network is actually what you're asking for. And then also on the Filecoin side, there are Filecoin proofs. If we go down, your data is safe in Filecoin deals, and you can actually check the Filecoin blockchain at any given time to confirm that that data is being stored. Even if the service doesn't go down, you can check that we're doing what we're saying we're promising, and making sure that, hey, someone out there on the network, and actually we store 6 replicas out on the network, is actually storing your data as promised. And that it's all on the math. That's like the crazy part. So you don't really have to trust us at all, but you can take advantage of kind of the ease of use and speeds that we're providing. And then, on the retrieval side, you can pull down the data once it's on the network in any way that you'd like to. And one thing to emphasize here is that you can store your data pretty much anywhere that makes you feel comfortable and reference all that data the same way. And what I mean by that is, hey, for instance, with an NFT, you stored an NFT.storage, but you feel to yourself, hey, I'd really feel comfortable if I also had a local copy of that data. I also put it up on Pinata, and I also put it up on Amazon. So what you can do is take that CID and pin it to other places running IPFS, your local computer, and Pinata. You can run your own instance of IPFS or in like Amazon EC2 and like pin it there. You can even just take the data, name it the CID, and then put it in like S3, for instance. And you can still reference that data using the CID. Maybe it's not accessible via the IPFS network in the way, but you have that extra copy of it. That's the amazing thing about IPFS with the CIDs, that the CID itself is a property of the data itself. So no matter like what context that you're using that CID in, it's always verifiable that that CID corresponds with that piece of data. So you're actually free to put it in as many places as you want. So for us, providing that ease of use is really important. And then also making sure that users can really utilize that data in any way that they want to and store it anywhere that they want to without having to go through any trouble. Peeling back the hood a little bit, the backend architecture currently looks like this, where on the user storage side, they generate what's called a car file locally before uploading it, and then that generation makes them know what the CID is before they upload, and then the car file gets put into the API that is hosted on Cloudflare Workers. From here, it looks kind of like a traditional cloud storage provider, where we have a database tracking an individual user's upload and stuff. But what the car gets put into is IPFS rather than like some other traditional cloud storage, and that then makes it into Filecoin deals. We pin it redundantly with other storage providers, and now the data is being hosted on the IPFS network. And then, users are able to access the data off of this part in any way that they want to, use any gateway, use their own IPFS node. And then underneath the hood, like gateways and IPFS nodes are communicating with each other and stuff. Oh, here for NFT storage, we also have our own gateway, which is communicating with the other public gateways. So one big happy network. Moving on to talking about NFT.storage specifically. So if you are storing any sort of NFT data, please do check out NFT.storage. That's what it's there for. It was launched almost a year ago at this point. Oh gosh, this didn't get uploaded. All right, we're at like 51 million uploads now, and probably like 27,000 users. But yeah, it's a product that was created to really try and drive IPFS CIDs to be the standard in NFTs. And that is really a match made in heaven, IPFS CIDs and NFTs. I'm sure many of you know what an NFT is, but for those of you who don't, one thing that often gets confused is that an NFT itself is like the piece of art or the video that you think you're buying. But that's actually not true. That would require the data of that NFT to be stored on the blockchain alongside the other stuff that makes an NFT. But it's really expensive to store data onto blockchains. So what people end up doing is putting a link to some data sitting off the blockchain into their NFT itself. So you just end up with like a string of data as part of that NFT that's supposed to represent whatever that NFT is representing. We call it like an off-chain pointer. And IPFS CIDs are really like the thing that makes sense to put into your NFT, because then if you put an IPFS CID that references the content that NFT is supposed to be referencing, no one can argue with you what that NFT is for. If you say this is an NFT for this Pikachu image and someone argues with you, no, it's not. You can just take that image, hash it, and prove to them that that CID matches up with what's in the NFT itself. No one can ever change that ever again. So that's one part of the NFT.storage mission. The other is to provide a great multi-generational decentralized storage option. So it's great if it's verifiable that your NFT corresponds to this piece of data, but if that data isn't accessible to the folks who want to be using it, or that data doesn't exist anywhere, then it's also not all that useful. So we host that data into the IPFS network and also in Filecoin deals, as you've seen. And again, like I mentioned, anyone or any tool can store additional copies for a given NFT locally. So one vision that our team has is that in the future, all crypto wallets, when they detect that you own an NFT, will be running an IPFS node inside the crypto wallet and pin that data for you, knowing that, hey, my user is someone who owns this NFT and they're going to want to keep an extra copy around. So again, that's the beauty of IPFS there. And we want this service to be run as like a public good and establish NFT persistence in general as a public good. And the reason for that is that NFTs have this huge potential of being this immutable data graph that can plug into a lot of different contexts and no one entity has dominion over. But what ends up happening there, if everyone is using it, but no one's responsible for it, you end up in this tragedy of the commons. And you see this today where it's like someone minted an NFT using an HTTP URL and it points to their Google Drive, but they forgot to pay their Google Drive bill, or their account gets deleted or something like that. And the unsuspecting person on the other side who doesn't know how NFTs work, they open their NFT one day and they get a 404 error. And that person didn't feel responsible for storing their own data. Ultimately, it was probably their fault for buying an NFT where they didn't have any sort of say on the server that NFT was being hosted on and things like that. But we can't expect that out of everyone, and that undermines the potential really of NFTs. So that's like maybe a simple case, but there's more complicated cases as well, where you have an NFT, it's minted, it's art, the artist is the one minting it and they sell it to someone. That NFT ends up changing hands another 5 or 6 times. Each time it's bought and sold on a different marketplace. At that point, who's responsible for keeping that NFT data up? It's actually in practice, surprisingly hard to say. So we want to be kind of that internet archive of NFTs. Storage prices are being commoditized more and more, and really just provide this as a public service to folks. And the plan here also is to increasingly decentralize ourselves out of the picture on the storage side of things. So, writing smart contracts on the Filecoin virtual machine, for instance, and those smart contracts can listen to the Filecoin blockchain and make sure that this given list of CIDs is always keeping up 5 copies of the data on the Filecoin network with independent storage providers. And if it ever falls beneath that number because a deal expires or a Filecoin storage provider leaves the network, it can jump into action, pull money from a DAO, Filecoin from a DAO, and then create new copies with other storage providers to kind of top things off. And in a world that looks like that, NFT storage is our storage infrastructure side of things just has to be less and less. And part of this public goods mission is also monitoring all the chains out there where NFTs are being created, and scraping them and persisting that data itself to preserve that data, even if originally that person didn't use IPFS or didn't store with NFT.storage initially. So yeah, that's kind of like the full mission of NFT.storage. On the storage side of things, there's plans, thinking about, on NFT storage, potentially we could monetize on like the retrieval side of things, or, we also have a lot of visibility into NFTs as a space. So like being able to analyze that data and provide to folks, lots of opportunities there. But at the same time, we want to decentralize ourselves out of this picture where you're eventually able to just put your NFT data up without really worrying about who you're putting it up with. And then, smart contracts and DAOs just take care of the rest for you to make sure that's up for good. On the Web3.storage side, yeah, I'm sorry, these stats, I must have pulled up the wrong copy of this presentation, but these stats are a bit higher right now, not quite as gaudy as on the NFT storage side, but steady growth since launching in August 2022. And it's really there for any storage use case out there. So if you're doing NFTs, recommend using NFT storage to take advantage of the public good element of it, but you can store your NFTs on Web3.storage. You can also really store anything else, build whatever on top of us. We're there for end user facing dApps. We're there for dev tools and services. We're there for other storage services to build on top of us. We're really there just to make sure that anyone with a storage use case isn't blocked from the difficulties of onboarding into the IPFS world to be able to take advantage of content addressing. One Tabby Byte currently free for new users. Beyond that, it's also actually free today, where it's a little bit of a silly model where users come and talk about what they're building, and we can give them more storage. In the future, we're going to move to a payment model, most likely a Filecoin staking model, where folks can stake Filecoin to be able to increase their storage limits. And the roadmap for Web3 storage is really around unleashing the potential of Web3. So right now we are focused a lot on decentralized identity, and it's not even like decentralized identity only in the way that people usually think of it, where you can sign into an app with your MetaMask wallet. It's even lower in the stack than that. We just implemented UCANs on the NFT storage side, and that's coming to Web3 storage, which are like these web tokens that have a chain of signatures on them to show that the root holder of this identity that has this sort of permissioning with this account, maybe they're allowed to like store data using this token, they can delegate that down the line to whoever ends up using that token. So this really cool cryptographic way to do things kind of like single sign-on or delegated uploads and things like that. We have an IPNS implementation, interplanetary naming system, on Web3.storage, so folks can make mutable references to CIDs. That's actually going to be spun out into its own service layer, as is the UCAN stuff. Those two will be their own service layers in the coming weeks. And then, yeah, like I mentioned, doing things like staking fill for storage, a super Web3 native way to be able to pay for services that you're using. So this doesn't look too different than maybe the first few slides that you saw, but just want to tease on how simple it really is to use these products today. Create an account and token and install the client library, store your data, you get a CID in that process, and then retrieve the data using CID using a gateway, your IPFS node, however you want. And the reason why I'm showing this is because I want to encourage you to definitely check out these products, even if you decide that they're not for you. If you're new to IPFS, you can pretty quickly grok what the benefits here are for using IPFS. So I think it's great education either way, and I'd highly recommend you to check things out. And yeah, find us on the web. Literally, the URLs for these products are .storage, TLD, so NFT.storage, Web3.storage. We also have community channels that are both on the IPFS Discord and Filecoin Slack. And then, yeah, follow at NFT Storage on Twitter as well. And we have a blog that is quite active and has everything from like feature releases to more thought piece stuff. And you can follow that as those get posted on Twitter or the NFT.storage website. Cool. All right. So that's all I have on this topic, but I'm happy to answer questions. I think, yeah, we're doing pretty good on time.
Thank you so much, Dave. Yeah, I will want to give room for questions if you have some questions. Dave is here to answer. All right, could you just share your, once again, just share your Twitter handle or emails?
Yeah, I guess the NFT storage one is at NFT_storage. And then I personally don't have a personal Twitter. I try to stay off social media myself.
Okay, we got it. All right, thank you so much, and do have a great day.
All right, yeah, thanks.
All right, guys. Before we want to, at this stage, we want to just take a quick picture. All of us that are here, please, the photographer, please, could you just where do we stay, here or outside or what? Here, okay, in the stage, right? Okay. On the stage, okay. Please, let's come over. So just take our picture. Yeah, okay. And those outside, if you want to join the picture, please come over.
It's legendary beats.
I be hustle to work, say, me do a leper,
Okay. Hello, everyone. So basically, we'll be taking the photos now on the stage. I'll beg that you come on stage so we could have a quick photograph while we get back to learning. Thank you. So we just climb the stage and we'll have the designs behind while the photographer does the photographs. Thank you. Please, let's climb the stage and we'll do this real quick. Thank you. Yeah, let's have a quick one. Photographer, are you ready? Photographer, where are you at? Hello?
I've said it before. The photograph is not for everybody. It's just for people that want to be billionaires in crypto. If you want to be a billionaire in crypto, you can come to the front. But if you
Please
want
spread
to be
out,
like,
spread out,
if you want to be a millionaire in Naira, you can sit down.
spread out. Photographer, are you here?
Photographer too wants to be a billionaire in crypto. So who go come snap you now?
Please, let's have this real quick. Are we good? So I feel we are too clustered over there. Can we spread out? Can we please spread out from that end? Just spread out, spread out, spread out, spread out. The future blockchain gurus and block this, block that, block everything. Yeah, you're fine to stay here. Yeah, if you're joining us, please, let's have a quick one. You can do selfie, you can bring out your phone, you can do selfie, you can just get this out on Twitter. Use the hashtag build with Filecoin. The hashtag build with Filecoin. Filecoin Conference Lagos. So that's the official hashtag for this event. So you could help us push out content on your Twitter handle using the hashtag. Guess what? We have rewards for everyone doing that. So we'll have rewards for those that will be posting on Medium. We have rewards for those that will be engaging on social media and a whole lot of stuff coming up. So engage, post, and be part of the event. Please, if your height is not if you're blocked in height, you move forward. Oh yeah. So do selfies, make tweets, use the hashtag, make the Medium post, and there's a lot of prizes to be won. You have a whole lot of stuff coming up. We have gifts for all of us, and just engage and get the event out there online. Say cheese. Okay. Say cheese. Say cheese. Cheese. All right, so that was a quick one. That was a quick one. Please, the event is not over. Let's not leave the event center yet. Blockchain, partners, Blockverse, Blockchain UNN, Web3 ladies, Ethereum Nigeria, Bet Demand, Filecoin, and every other person. Let's have a quick photography. We have swags for everyone. Just stay tuned. We have swags. We have amazing stuff. We have amazing stuff for you guys. Just hold on for us. We'll get that across to everybody.
Please, the gift you have
Blockchain
for-
UNN. Let's start with blockchain UNN. Blockchain UNN. Let's start. Blockverse, you're next. Just person. Blockchain UNN, are you set? Say cheese. Say cheese. We got that. Blockverse. Blockverse. If you're from Blockchain UNN, join the photograph, please. Blockchain UNN, join the photograph. Thank you. Oh, there's just one lady there. Okay. Blockchain UNN, Blockchain UNN. Make yourself. Hello, can you come here? The okay, please turn you like your tap. Turn it, yeah, thank you. That's cool. Just turn your tap. Let's have the tap. All right, that's a quick one. Say cheese. You're looking too serious, bro. That's the last one. I think just say cheese. Just say cheese. That guy is still looking very serious. Okay, that was good. Blockverse, 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 Blockverse. Okay, let's have this. Blockverse is having photographs now. Please, Web3 ladies, are you here? Web3 ladies, are you here? Let's have that. Say cheese. Cheese. All right, that was a quick one. Who are we having next? Web3 ladies, are you here? Okay. Three boss. So we'll just be having random photographs now. If you want to take a photo, just pose for the camera.
Yeah, I know a lot of us want to go home right now, but we just have one session, and that is the team. Orbit communities. Where are they? Okay, it's okay. Tomorrow we'll do that. So, regarding the hackathon, this is it. This is how we're going to go. This is how we're going to go about it. The hackathon have started already. So you've been introduced to Filecoin. You've been introduced to IPFS and NFT stuff. So what you do is play around with the documentation. By tonight, you could just pitch what you're working on. You could pitch what you're working on and send it across to us. Picture is still on.
You used to be the girl I know. Now I wish I didn't let you go. I played myself like Nintendo. Now I got to fight for you like Rambo. Please don't give up on me yet. I'm coming back for what I lost. Don't give up on me, I beg. One more chance is all I want. Be nice to me, be nice to me. I know I'm
Where is Holy Ghost Star? Where's Holy Ghost Star? All right, the next session is starting now. So please, you could please is he there? Alan on Zoom. He's there. Okay, we're having Alan right now. So please can we DJ please? One house, please. Hi, Alan.
Hey, nice to be here.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here. You're welcome to Filecoin Lagos. And we, the Lagosians, are saying Ekabo. Please, let's greet Alan in our local dialect. Hello, guys. Okay, can you hear our greetings, like?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. So over to you. Over to you. We've been learning from morning to noon until this hour. So
sir.
Oh, Ekabo. So they've said to you. So over to you. Just take charge, sir.
Okay, sounds good. I will share my screen.
Right.
Can you see my slides here? Should say Filecoin green. Looks, let's see. I think I see it in the window. So yeah, hi, I'm happy to be here. My name is Alan. I'm the team lead for Filecoin Green, which is our sustainability initiative inside of Protocol Labs. And I wanted to start with this slide, which tells you a bunch of different ways to get involved with what we're doing. Filecoin Green is building tools to help us better understand what the environmental impacts of Filecoin are and allowing everyone in the ecosystem. So if you're a storage provider, or if you're a developer, or if you're just interested in getting more involved in sort of our green initiative, here are a bunch of different things you can do. I'll go through all of these in more detail later. And if you want to follow along with these slides, you can go to tinyurl.com/filecoin-green-slides. And that way you have all this stuff as notes and you can click on all these links. But let's get into it. The goal of Filecoin Green is to make Filecoin verifiably sustainable and also to build the world's best tools to measure and reduce environmental impacts into Web3 protocols. So people often think of these as very separate goals. So people think a lot about cryptocurrencies and the environmental impacts of cryptocurrencies, how much electricity they use, all of that stuff like e-waste as a problem for cryptocurrencies, right? And then they separately see projects in Web3 which are doing things like trying to understand, trying to improve power grids or allow people with, say, solar and wind to participate in power markets and make our electricity system cleaner. And they see those as separate concepts. And Filecoin Green really tries to build tools that are general enough to tackle sustainability in a broader scope and apply those to Filecoin first to make the Filecoin network itself more sustainable. And we'll talk more about each of those different parts. And I'm hopefully I'll have some time for questions too, to talk to you afterwards. So there are a couple broad points that guide everything that we do in Filecoin Green. One of those is that we want to overstate environmental impacts and show our work. So we want to be really verifiable about what the environmental impacts of Filecoin itself are and what we're doing to reduce them. And then the other point is that existing currency along with existing web systems aren't enough to counter environmental challenges. So I'll talk about both of those really briefly. So going back, the reason to overstate our impacts and to show our work is that climate change is here now, and we don't have a lot of time to try to argue about what the minimum amount we should be doing is. We really want to, when we're looking at what the environmental impacts of Filecoin are, or what the environmental impacts of crypto are, if there's an estimate range, so if there's a lower bound and an estimate and an upper bound, we want to assume things are the worst, right? We want to assume things are that upper bound of, say, electricity use or environmental impacts. And we want to key our strategies for reducing environmental impacts of crypto off of that upper limit. And so the reason for doing that is that climate change is here and it's a problem. As you can see, for the past 1,000 years or so, we've had this, the global temperature has been in this relatively narrow window, right? It hasn't gone up or down too much. And it's only over the past 200 years that global temperatures have really gone outside of that window and skyrocketed. And so we want to do whatever we can to reduce emissions as soon as possible. And we want to do everything in Filecoin Green with that in mind, that we want to overstate our impacts. Then there's this other point that fiat currency, existing currency, and Web 2 is inadequate to counter environmental challenges. There are a couple reasons for that, but one of the reasons is something that you've probably talked about at this event already. One of the key elements of Web3 is that we're going from location addressing to content addressing. So in location addressing, when you request a resource online, when you type a URL into a browser, that request gets resolved into an IP address, which essentially tells you where on the network this resource is. So what server is it on and where on that server is it? And if someone moves that resource, so if they unplug that server or if they move the file on the server, you're out of luck. You can't find that resource. Whereas in Web3, we use content addressing, which allows you to request a fingerprint of that resource instead of the location of that resource. And what that allows you to do then is, firstly, if someone moves it, that's not a problem, because as long as someone in the world has that information, you can get that information back. And second, because you have a fingerprint of that information, you can verify that no one changed it. So in Web 2 world, if a resource exists on a server and someone just changes that resource, they mess with your data, you have no way of knowing. Whereas in a content addressed Web 3 world, you know. And these properties, so this gives you verifiability and this gives you interoperability. So verifiability because you can see that no one tampered with that resource, and then interoperability because you have a fingerprint of your data, not just within your system, not just within the resources that you're used to working with, but you have a fingerprint within the totality of data that exists on the internet. And that's really powerful, right? So that interoperability, the fact that the fingerprint, the content addressing system is the same from one project to the next, should allow us to build tools that take environmental data and pass that environmental data from one project to another in a way that is not possible in Web 2. And so these are the basic properties of Web3 and why we think it's going to be really important to build better sustainability data using a Web3 native architecture. And so how does Filecoin fit into this? So we've spent a lot of time trying to understand what the electricity use of Filecoin is. There are two major phases of Filecoin that use electricity. One is sealing. So that's when you onboard data to the network. You set up this proof system that is going to allow you to prove that you're storing data over time. Then the second is storage. So when you store that data, that takes electricity. And so we talked to a lot of storage providers and tried to understand what is the actual energy use involved in both of these sealing and both of these phases, sealing and storage. So what we did then was we took all of the data that is available on the Filecoin blockchain. So records proving for each storage provider, how much data are they onboarding? How quickly are they sealing? And how much data are they storing? And we used those records to produce a model that lets you see what is the electricity use of a Filecoin storage provider for any node in that network. So there are, if you downloaded this, I think it's tinyurl.com filecoin-green-overview, I believe. You're able to, you can follow these links and you can see, here's the open source model that we built. It's on GitHub. And here's the filecoin.energy dashboard, which allows you to look up any node on the network and see what its energy use is over time. And so that outputs an estimate and an upper bound, as well as a lower bound, both for the network as a whole of what the electricity use is of the network, and for every individual storage provider, you can see what is their electricity use over time. And so one of the questions that we're able to answer here is, how does the electricity use of Filecoin compare to global data centers? We think about 0.87%, so a little less than 1% of all of the data center storage capacity, so all of the data stored in data centers around the world, is on Filecoin. We think that Filecoin itself uses about 0.67% of the total energy use in data centers. There's a couple details there which we could talk about. It's not an exact comparison, but the idea is that Filecoin doesn't use, is not drastically inefficient compared to data centers. And then as the network grows, the network actually gets more efficient. And the reason for that is, if you're sealing at a constant rate, so there's this storage component and this sealing component, if you're sealing at a constant rate and the network grows, then more of the energy goes to storing data and a lower fraction goes to sealing, and that makes the overall network more efficient. And we could talk more about that if you're interested. And so what is another type of question that we can answer with this? Well, we can use this model to try to understand how Filecoin interacts with electricity systems all over the world. And so we're able to take data from a few different sources here. One is location data using IP addresses on the Filecoin network. And we're able to take Filecoin storage provider nodes and map them to locations. And then the second is this model and the dashboard, which has an API that I just mentioned. And we're able to take that data and say, okay, at this location on a map or in this region, here is the amount of electricity used by the Filecoin network. And that's really important because power grids vary in their emissions intensity, so the amount of carbon dioxide that they emit, at different places, at different parts of the world. And so we want to really understand what the geographic distribution of Filecoin energy use is, so we can understand what the emissions are at a really granular level, like in a lot of detail, like try to understand what the emissions are from the whole network and be able to allow people to look at the data underneath that and understand node by node what are the emissions. Then the next thing that we can do, so we've answered two questions, and here's a third, right? We looked at what is the energy use of the whole network. Then we looked at how is that energy use geographically distributed on different power grids. And then the third is, can we use that to match the individual network nodes with renewable energy? And this is how that tends to work. There is this instrument called an energy attribute certificate. It's called different things in different regions. Often they're called renewable energy certificates. And there's a group called IREC, International Renewable Energy Certificates, that covers a lot of the world and tries to track renewable energy. So if a Filecoin storage provider is pulling electricity from a power grid, there's a bunch of different energy suppliers that put electricity into that power grid. And so on the left here, we have some solar farm. It's putting electricity into the power grid. And then a Filecoin node is pulling electricity from that power grid. What we're able to do is use these energy attribute certificates, which a solar farm can produce. So say an IREC, like an International Renewable Energy Certificate, they're able to produce these certificates whenever they put power into the grid. And then we can buy those certificates from them. And we are using the energy use of Filecoin to support renewable energy in the same region as the Filecoin storage providers. And so this is the industry standard for how to do this. We can then make statements like this storage provider uses 100% renewable energy when we've covered what we're saying is the upper bound of the energy use of that storage provider node with these energy attribute certificates. And so we have all this data as public, and we're able to, on the right here, you see one of these IRECs, so the International Renewable Energy Certificate Standard. As you can see, the beneficiary, so the node that has these renewable energy certificates, is this Filecoin storage provider. And so we're able to take information from this dashboard, say, what is the upper bound of energy use for this Filecoin storage provider, and then map that to renewable energy. So this is able to show you not just did that storage provider use renewable energy, but where did that renewable energy come from for this specific node on the Filecoin network. And it's really the design of Filecoin that allows us to do this, where we're able to see what the activity is of each node, not only when that node wins a block reward, but all the time, because the network has to know all the time how much energy or how many resources, so how many storage resources are being contributed to the network by that storage provider node. So we also are able to see on this dashboard, not just what the power use is, so the electricity draw over time, but we're also able to see what is the amount of renewable energy purchased by these individual Filecoin storage provider nodes. And on the right, what is the cumulative energy use of those storage provider nodes? And so we're able to compare those and say, roughly over a given time period, how much of that storage provider's energy use was renewable. And so if you want to see these graphs, and if you want to look at them for any active storage provider on the network, you can go to filecoin.energy, which will show you all this data. And if you're a storage provider, please go and check what your energy use is. And if you are if you're a developer, please check this out and look at our APIs and start thinking, how can you use this data in your projects? So we want to continue to build bridges, allowing people who are storing data on the Filecoin network to be able to let their customers know where the energy is used in order to store their files. Right, so we're able to answer 3 questions with this model. We're able to say, in aggregate, how much electricity does the network use overall, and how does that compare to other things like data centers? Then secondly, what is the geographic distribution of that energy use over time? So how does Filecoin as a network interact with power grids? And then thirdly, we're able to say, both for the network as a whole and for individual storage providers, can we match them to renewable energy over time and be really, really transparent and verifiable about how much electricity, how much renewable energy they're buying and where is it coming from? And so where is all of this going? And one sec. My cat is here, and my cat was getting into something. We needed to fix that really quick. So where is all of this going? So we're building all of these tools to give us a really good view into what the energy use of the Filecoin network is. Where can we go with that? Well, so this is a simplified view of the value chain or the supply chain for Filecoin. So a storage provider takes all of these inputs, so they take electricity and hardware mainly, a storage provider then provides storage. And then as a client, you're able to choose to store data with a particular storage provider. And so what we're doing is building tools to allow everyone in this value chain to be able to measure what their environmental impacts are. So I talked about electricity and I talked about electricity estimates. We're also building ways for Filecoin storage providers to provide measurements of their electricity use and be able to verify those publicly. And then those Filecoin storage providers provide storage. We're able to, so we're building tools to allow everyone in the supply chain to say, what are my inputs and what are the environmental impacts of those inputs? Then the goal of that is to then allow everyone in that supply chain to be able to reduce those inputs. So if I'm storing data, maybe I can choose to store that data with a storage provider that is using solar energy. And we want to continue to build these tools to make it really easy for anyone involved in this whole supply chain to both measure, estimate, and reduce and mitigate. And so here's an example of another project. The Filecoin Foundation gave a storage provider a grant to put solar on their roof. So these are some solar panels that are powering the Filecoin storage provider operation of Descent hosting. And so what they're doing here is moving beyond just renewable energy credits. So buying renewable energy from some existing solar provider, and they actually put solar on their roof, and they're building tools to allow us to see during the day how much energy minute by minute is being consumed by their Filecoin storage provider operation, be able to see minute by minute how much solar energy is being produced by the solar panels on their roof, and then allow us to see how much energy is coming from the grid minute by minute. So right now during the day, all of their energy use, all of their electricity use for their Filecoin storage provider operation comes from these solar panels on their roof. And we're really excited to build more projects like this, allowing people to try to see in this really detailed, really granular way, how is energy being used on the Filecoin network. Then another thing we've done is invested money to build new solar. So Protocol Labs put money into a fund that's going to be building new solar panels. And we believe this is going to build solar capacity to produce about as much solar energy in a year as the Filecoin network, about 3.5 times as much electricity in a year as the Filecoin network uses in the US at least. And so I'm coming back to this slide about how you can get involved. Again, there are a bunch of links on this slide and on other slides. You can find them at tinyurl.com/filecoin-green-slides. If you're just interested in keeping up with what we're doing and getting involved, you can go to our website, which is green.filecoin.io. If you're on Filecoin Slack, you can join the #Phil-Green channel to get updates. You can also go to tinyurl.com/filecoin-green-updates. We send out updates about once a month. You can come to our virtual meetups every month. We have another one this upcoming Tuesday. And at these meetups, we hear updates about the network and we hear updates from individual projects in the Filecoin network that are working on sustainability related projects. You can follow Filecoin Green on Twitter. You can apply for a grant if you have an idea about something you want to build and you'd like support in building it. If you're a storage provider, you can check your energy use estimates on filecoin.energy, and you can work on building a sustainability plan. We're coming out with guidelines soon to tell storage providers, here are things that we think you should be thinking about if you are a storage provider and you want to do a really good job being sustainable. And part of that is electricity use, but there's a lot more things to think about. And we really want to work with the storage provider community in order to come up with a really good plan and a really good checklist for things you should be thinking about. If you're a developer, you can use these APIs. So there's an API on Filecoin electricity use with the dashboard. and amount of storage over time and amount of storage being onboarded with the dashboard. There's also an API showing the amount of renewable energy that is consumed by, or that is purchased by each of these Filecoin storage provider nodes. You can start using that data right now if you want to. Please contribute your ideas, and we're starting to organize hackathons, and you can sign up for updates on these channels if you want to know more about these hackathons. And then if you're in an organization, say you're a Filecoin storage provider or another organization that uses electricity or wants to help support and build these tools, you can join the Crypto Climate Accord at cryptoclimate.org and help us make crypto green. Thank you. I think there's about 5 minutes left for questions if people have any questions.
Yeah, let's bring the questions. Let me say to answer us. Question. Okay, well, Alan, thank you so much for taking out time to make us understand a lot about Filecoin Green and storage, a whole lot. We've gotten your contact, your email, tweets. We'll be reaching out to you as questions comes up. Thank you once again so much. So we'll be rounding up, we'll be bringing this meeting to a close. Alan, are you still there?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, and please do, feel free to email me or reach out. Be happy to talk about what we're doing and hear more about what your community needs and how we could work together.
All right, guys, let's say something to Alan. What can we say to him? Yes, we love you. Thank you so much, sir. All right,
Cheers.
bye. All right.
Thank you.
All right, okay, bye. All right, yes, we have one more talk, but we'll be pushing it to tomorrow. And Yola will be taking us more about smart contract, building dApps. You're going to learn about Web3, JS. We're going to learn about a whole lot about Solidity. So what we're looking at, the slot for registration between 9 to 10. We want her to start early. So I want us to come. Is that fine with every one of us? To start on time with hands on. Come with your laptop, and is okay by 9? It's fine with us, right? Okay, fine. Please, let's continue retweeting. And the hashtag for this conference is build with Filecoin. Capital B, capital W, capital F. Build with Filecoin. And we have the other hashtag is Filecoin Conference Lagos. So as you're tweeting, you could also add it. So it's let's try to make it trend also. For those that have registered while coming in, we have your database. So through that, we'll be able to reach out to the best tweets, the best media writers, and yes, we'll be reaching out to you concerning your stipend. How do we do it? Send a mail, maybe a Google Doc. You just send your account, and we'll now credit. Is that fine, or is that fine? Okay, fine. So the people you're inviting as well to will also support them. So regarding the hackathon, this is it. We've been able to introduce it to the stacks. So what you need to do is go and check out the documentation. Just come up with something creative. You don't need to build a whole full-fledged dApps like that. Because all what we want to see, you can really reach out to Blockverse, you can reach out to Blockchain UNN, you can reach out to as many partners around for even the speakers. You can for ideas. You can always talk to them about this. Just something. We're not expecting a full-fledged application, but at least let's just see your effort. Let's see your creativity just within this space. We understand. So you have extra 12 hours. I know, let's say 3 hours, 4 hours to be back home, and then you be creative. So if you want to work as a team, fine. If you want to work solo, fine. And we'll be sending you a mail for those that are participating in the hackathon. So you just fill up. Let's just kind of like a registering form. We just get the names, and then we'll also ask you. You have to pitch your ideas, whatever you're doing, just something short. So, and we have our judges who will also assess it. So you're expected to just make it open source. You've been introduced to, most of us know how to use GitHub. So you create your directory there, and then other information will be gotten to you through the mails. I hope it's clear. So for the challenges, like we have the mini challenges, that's the tweets, the creativities, those things will be going out to you. And for your swags, we'll also reach out to you for as many as have attended here. We're expecting some works to come. Some of the printings came in very late as we speak. We're expecting to have brand here so much. So a lot of things, will be coming in this evening or tomorrow morning. So we really appreciate you for making our time to be here, and we're filled with gratitude. So want us to make it happen tomorrow, so we can want to bring this to a close. And am I inviting? Who am I missing out? I want to appreciate the team that has put hands together, all the teams, all the partners that believe in what we're doing. We want to repeat this over and over in our small closet meetups every monthly. We could be in Uyo, we could be in Benin, we could be in Ibadan. But all what we're just trying to do is just want to be more creative about it. It's us that can make this country great. So we're taking that stand. So the little exposure we have, we'll just keep, bring it to ourselves, and let's just make something happen in our own clothes. So thank you so much as we bring this meeting to a close. And I will always want to appreciate God for helping us. I can't do anything without God. So please just join me as I just give the glory to God. Father, once again, we thank you for helping us thus far. And we thank you for all what we've learned. And we pray that you will bring us tomorrow in good health and in good might. We cover ourselves with the precious blood of Jesus. In Jesus' awesome name we pray. All right. Bye. See you tomorrow.